Yeah, that's right. We're following trends now. Might as well title this video Thoughts on Nintendo Switch 2 Announcement. Pregnancy scare? Okay, so I generally don't make like topical videos like this, but it's a momentous occasion. 2 months after a momentous occasion to be exact. So I'm recording this in March, and the Nintendo Switch 2 was revealed in January. Oops. And normally I like the videos that we produce here to be like evergreen, like you can pick one up whenever you want. But, you know, I haven't always done that. You know, there's a couple of Scott the Woz episodes that have not aged that well. You know, the first couple, to be exact, were like kind of more topical, talking about the Nintendo Switch before that was being released. And, you know, looking back at those, there's really not much of a reason to go back to those. So, hey, why the hell not? I have stuff to say about this thing that I'm sure, like, literally everybody else has already said at this point. I'm not really looking to make more topical content like this a reoccurring thing. You know, I do like to, you know, produce this stuff I produce with the mindset of, like, I want this to kind of be watchable for the next, like, 5+ years or so. But, you know, every now and then, I think it's fine. Especially considering my production flow with Scott the Woz at this point means if you would want to hear my thoughts on the Nintendo Switch 2, you'd probably have to wait like 7 years. So, why not? Let's talk about it right now. Okay, so the Nintendo Switch 2... I care, but I don't. Like, I obviously care, but when it comes down to, like, what this console is all about, like, I'm just like, it's exactly what I wanted, and I am not that excited about it because of that. This is fundamentally a more powerful, more refined Nintendo Switch, which isn't a bad thing. I've seen some people argue the idea that, like, oh, the Nintendo Switch 2 is boring, and that's a sin. And I'm just kind of thinking, most of the people that are saying that hated the Wii U when that came out. Most of these people stopped using the 3D effect on the 3DS, like, a day after they got their handhelds. And most of these people clowned on Nintendo during the Wii generation because, oh, they aren't making the hardcore games I want. No matter what, everybody is gonna complain, and I feel like people just kind of want to look at this and be a little contrarian. Of course, I think I'm going a little too harsh with this. Like, if you think that, that's totally fine. I just have a differing opinion, and that opinion is the Nintendo Switch was a runaway success. They would be absolutely idiotic to just throw that away to introduce a game console with 3 screens. So the Nintendo Switch 2 is exactly what it needed to be. The problem is, it's a little boring to discuss because of that. I just kind of look back to, like, the build-up to the Nintendo Switch, or even the Wii U, and those were just a lot more interesting because, you know, you could kind of, you know, think of the possibilities here. Oh my god, like a portable home console with detachable controllers. Oh my god, a screen on the controller? Like, what could we possibly do with that? Now, the Nintendo Switch 2, at the very least, has, like, the whole Joy-Con mouse nonsense. But it's like, I'm gonna be honest, as much as I assume Nintendo's gonna come up with, like, something unique to do with that stuff, mice have been a part of video games since basically the beginning. So I view that functionality as more so like just an extra input method or a solution to wanting more precise pointer type controls on a home console rather than, oh my god, think of the possibilities. But I'm getting a little ahead of myself. This initial trailer dropped randomly in the middle of January on the release day of Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. What? That was pretty ballsy of them to assume the media would just stop all their coverage of Donkey Kong Country Returns HD to cover the Nintendo Switch 2, but I guess it worked out. I was definitely following like that Nintendo Switch 2 subreddit every now and then just to see like what the hell people were like freaking out about today, and just seeing like all these people going literally insane. Reminds me back to like the NX days of the Nintendo Switch when like people were like going like any day now, any day now, any day now. Definitely kind of had that with the Switch 2, though, to be fair. Now we actually had like games and announcements and just stuff to keep us fed during, you know, the build up to the Nintendo Switch or the NX at the time. There was literally like nothing. It was in 2016, the Wii U was dead, the 3DS had a bunch of just whatever games, there was like a couple of decent ones. Now it's kind of like the build up to the Nintendo Switch 2 didn't feel nearly as pathetic feeling to be a Nintendo fan, but it was getting to that level. You know, 2024 wasn't a bad year for the Nintendo Switch, but I mean, like, I think everybody was kind of assuming we were gonna get, like, the announcement of the Switch 2 in, like, early 2024, or even, like, in 2023. Like, pretty much every year of the back end of the Switch's life, people were talking about, oh, man, when is Nintendo going to announce the successor? But there was a whole Switch Pro thing. It was, like, in 2021, it was, like, they're gonna do a Switch Pro. The fucking Switch OLED. I swear that must have been, like, some kind of, like, table scrap product that was meant to be a Switch Pro, and then they just went like, well, let's just make it a Switch, but with a better screen. But yeah, it's been a couple of years that I feel like a lot of Switch users have been kind of going like, okay, like, this is all fine, but we really need something a little bit better than this. You ever played the Nintendo Switch for a while, and then you actually play, like, a PS5 game, or hell, even a PS4 game, and you're like, oh, damn, video games can actually look good. I mean, it's been getting to the point that, like, Nintendo first-party titles have been having, like, some pretty rough frame rates and resolutions. So when Nintendo themselves are having problems, you know, developing for this hardware, I think it's been obvious for a couple of years now, like, we need an upgrade, and Switch 2 seems to be that, you know. Most rumors are kind of pointing towards, like, this is potentially going to be, like, PS4 levels of power. Maybe PS4 Pro, but, like, probably a little, like, in the middle there. I know nothing about technical specs, but I'm just kind of spitballing right now. And yeah, honestly, if the Switch 2 is, like, as powerful as a PS4, like, that is more than enough. Like, most games coming out for the PS5 these days can run and will run on a PS4. So I feel like that automatically opens the door to, like, so many possibilities. Like, practically most games do have a chance of coming to the Switch 2, which is exciting, but it also kind of makes me feel like a lot of these, like, miracle ports from the Nintendo Switch won't feel as, like, special. You know, everybody would point to, like, Doom and Doom Eternal as, like, oh my god, this is insane, they can get this running on the Switch. Doom the Dark Ages, if that comes to Switch 2, it's gonna be like, okay. Which isn't a bad thing. It's more so just kind of an interesting thing to think about here. The fact that a lot of third-party games and multi-platform titles would just kind of feel like, that makes sense. Like, I feel like going into the Switch 2, seeing the Switch 2 logo on a game trailer for, like, a AAA big game isn't gonna feel nearly as, like, what? It's just kind of an interesting thing to discuss, because as a Nintendo little boy, I felt so special with my little Nintendo console. So even when things are rough, you know, we feel like we're a part of, like, a little community. You know, oh man, the Wii U sucks, but hey, all of us in the community, we're all playing the same great games. The Nintendo Switch finally got, like, a 5-year-old PS4 game, and it's at a lower resolution and frame rate, but oh boy, it runs on the Nintendo Switch. What a dream! I feel like we're not gonna get that with the Switch 2. Nintendo proved themselves with the Switch, and now with much more capable hardware, we're just gonna get a lot more third-party games, and it isn't gonna feel as special to get, like, a big hardcore AAA game, but, you know, I mean, it's a good thing that we're gonna get more of them, so, like, whatever. But that notion that Nintendo doesn't really need to prove themselves with this definitely kind of leaked into the announcement. You know, we're obviously following a very similar time frame to the original Nintendo Switch, where, you know, that was revealed in October, and then, like, 2-3 months later they did the presentation, and then it released, like, 2 months after that. And while with the announcement we just have a vague 2025 release year, I think this thing is coming out in the summer. I'm thinking it's gonna come out in June, which fits perfectly with how things worked for the original Nintendo Switch. The thing is, with the announcement of that console, they did, like, a little, like, teaser tweet the night before. They had that ominous Mario mascot image, and they said, be among the first to discover NX. And they gave, like, a release time of the trailer and everything. They obviously didn't need to do that this time because, you know, back then in 2016, like, Nintendo had to beg you to give a shit about them. You know, they kind of had to build up some hype. This time, like, Nintendo just drops a Nintendo Switch 2 trailer. I didn't even catch the trailer at the right time when it was just titled an update from Nintendo. Like, that was the initial, like, title for the thumbnail and YouTube video. They just cold dropped it on the morning of January 16th. And then the trailer is more so just the Switch 1 turns into the Switch 2. You know, like, hey, we're evolving. Compared to the Switch 1 trailer, which kind of had a bigger emphasis on, like, what is this console? What makes it unique? They didn't do that with this one because they already know what the Switch is. Like, this isn't trying to do anything more than just be a Nintendo Switch 2. But of course, everybody's talking about ways that Nintendo would just want to around a little bit. One element that so many people point to is the USB-C port on the top of the console. I'm seeing a lot of people like start talking about like, oh, well that's where you plug in the top screen. Like, people are thinking like this is how you're gonna be able to, you know, do DS-like stuff. You know, they would sell a separate screen attachment, you know, because why else would they put the USB-C port there? I guarantee you Nintendo literally just put that there so then you could charge the thing. / you could also potentially use more like USB-C based accessories with the console, which no, I don't think they're gonna do a screen. That would be so stinking flimsy. Obviously, they would design the thing in like probably a casing where you insert the casing over the Nintendo Switch 2, which would then have the screen on top of it, and then, you know, like that casing would have like pretty much be a hinge where you could like close the screen and all of that. I understand like the concept here, but I guarantee you, like at this point, there is no reason for that. Firstly, that would be so expensive. That would probably be $100, $200 on its own. And secondly, like, there has never really been a moment where I am using the Nintendo Switch and I am thinking like, damn, I could use a second screen right now. Yes, some Wii U ports feel like, you know, they rip the second screen functionality out and they feel a little tacked on Switch. And, you know, you have stuff like Super Mario Maker 2, which would have really benefited from, like, Wii U gamepad type thing. But not in the way that people are talking, where it's like, oh, make it like a giant-ass DS. Like, no. I think if you're gonna play, like, DS or 3DS games, like, emulated on Switch, I think it makes more sense to just flip the Switch, like, vertically and then have like an attachment where you can attach the Joy-Con to the other sides of the Switch. You know, they call it Tate mode. I think it's like an unofficial mode of the Nintendo Switch already. I don't think Nintendo has ever referred to Tate mode themselves, but a lot of games use it so then you can have that vertical screen orientation. I think that makes a lot more sense if they want to resell those old games in their original dual screen type form than a giant screen you attach to the Switch 2. And I feel like, you know, potentially what else they might do is like, you know, allow you to use like maybe a USB-C, a hard drive, or you know, an SSD you can plug into there directly. Might be a little flopping around a little bit, but that was an initial problem that some people had with the Switch, the fact that you can't use external hard drives with it, which I think makes sense because like it is like a portable system that you plug into the dock. Yes, the dock has USB ports, but there would probably be too many problems with like, oh, what if you have the hard drive plugged into the dock and then you take the Switch out of the dock, and what if you're playing a game on the hard drive? It would just stop working, and like doing that so many times, like, you know, I think there would be some problems with that. Potentially having a direct connection with the Switch might make that a little safer, but I think for the most part, like, one of the big complaints people had with the Switch 1 was that you can't charge it while it's in tabletop mode because the charger's on the bottom. So Nintendo's like, well, we'll put a second charger on the top. Nintendo released a whole ass accessory to like circumvent this problem. Like this was something that they were very aware of and they tried to fix. Like this is them responding to that. So I'm not gonna rule out the possibility that the USB-C port on the top will be used for anything but just like an extra charging port. I think it does open up the possibility for more ways to connect different things to the Switch 2 directly, but I don't think there's going to be a top screen attachment. I don't think it's going to be really much else other than this is a different way to charge the thing if you want. I think the new Joy-Con look pretty good. I like the fact that they are bigger, and the fact that they use magnets is definitely kind of a smart evolution of this. I noticed that it feels like the Switch's sound effect when they come in is more of a clap, which makes sense because they're clapping onto the system. I've noticed some people like point out the connector on the Switch 2, like, oh, that's gonna break off. I don't think so. I think that thing is deep enough in the Switch that it's like, like I understand what they're saying. Like, it looks so thin, but it's like I genuinely can't really see a situation where like that bit gets broken off, but like the rest of the Switch doesn't get broken. Like, the only way I really see that happening is if the Joy-Con are in the system and you're genuinely trying to like bend everything. Like more is breaking than just that bit right there. So it's like, I don't really think that bit is gonna be a problem. I do wish the Joy-Con looked a little more ergonomic. You know, they look like they're the exact same like flat-ass Joy-Con that we've seen before. I've always had problems with the way the Joy-Con just have nothing to them. It is just a completely flat thing. You know, it's all fine, but you know, it does get a little tiring to hold that for an extended period of time. Apparently, no IR camera on these things, which leads into the whole backwards compatibility debacle. I've seen a couple of videos titled where people are like, "Oh no, Nintendo, this could be a bad thing," and like they're just trying to make something out of nothing. So the whole thing is, at the end of the Switch 2 trailer, they specifically have like a couple of little cards that tell you very specific information Nintendo wants to, you know, let you know, which is, one, the Switch 2 is backwards compatible with the Switch 1, and it says most games will work on it. Some games may not be fully compatible. The exact wording is they may not be supported or fully compatible. They're obviously talking about like stuff like Nintendo Labo. I mean, something like Labo VR, you have to insert the full Switch into a very tight cardboard headset. The Switch 2 is quite a bit bigger, so automatically that it's not gonna work. There's a couple of accessories that just won't work out of the box with the Switch 2. You're gonna probably need Switch 1 Joy-Con, which I feel like there's absolutely no reason why Switch 1 Joy-Con won't connect to the Switch 2, which was Nintendo's little tricky-dicky little plan they did there. When Nintendo World Championships NES Edition launched, they also announced, hey, we're releasing this, you know, Switch Joy-Con charger thing. And it's like, why the hell are you putting this out in 2024? Like, immediately when this happened, like, pretty much everybody said, like, yeah, that's why, you know, because you're gonna need a way to charge your old Joy-Con on the Nintendo Switch 2, because they're not gonna be compatible with it because, you know, they use the rail system, Switch 2 uses the magnets. These little cheeky bastards tried to pull this off like they were releasing this because, like, oh, well, Nintendo World Championships, you might want to use your NES Nintendo Switch Online controllers with that. And, well, what if you want to charge multiple at once? Well, oh boy. I mean, like, that does make me think. They definitely have to re-release those NES controllers, right? Those are, like, the only special retro controllers Nintendo's put out that use the Joy-Con rail. And it is such a funky little thing putting those on a regular Switch. I genuinely don't use the retro controllers that much. They're fun novelties, but you know, like, I definitely don't use the NES controllers that much because, like, they're always dead. I'm not putting those things on my Switch. It turns into a big hassle. I have to plan on playing with those controllers because I have, like, a bunch of Nintendo Switch Joy-Con docks that I charge all my Joy-Con on, and the NES controllers don't fit on them. So for the future of the NES controllers, I pray that they release one with USB-C, because that's what they did starting with, like, the SNES controller. They were just like, F this, we're not doing this rail system anymore. But yeah, going back to the IR camera stuff, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. And, like, if you can just sync original Joy-Con to the Switch 2, I don't really care. I mean, the most recent game where Nintendo really used the IR camera was, like, WarioWare Move It, and, like, you know, I like WarioWare Move It, so it's just like, if I will play that on my Switch 2 at one point, you know, it would be good to just sync old Joy-Con and be able to work with it there. But, you know, I mean, like, they used it so infrequently. Like, it's just such, like, a whatever, nothing feature at the end of the day. Like, I think it would be a lot more useful to just have a flat-out camera on the Nintendo Switch Joy-Cons or something, you know. Instead, it's like, oh, it's an IR camera. Oh, it has night vision. Oh, you can download the night vision game on Nintendo Switch. Good for you. But obviously, they took the resources that would have been put into an IR camera. They put it into this little mouse thing. So these Joy-Con can be used as mice. They kind of tease it in the trailer, and then they also, like, a patent came out that showed, like, the idea that these Joy-Con will be used as mice. I knew it was, like, leaked before. Like, people showed, like, the side of the Joy-Con, and you could see this little, like, whatever, kind of like the infrared thing that's on, you know, the bottom of, like, computer mice. Which, you know, it would be pretty cool if they used the old school ball, but they didn't. It's just, it's a regular, like, mouse kind of setup. Who knows, they might do some funky little things with that, and I think it is kind of interesting that they might be using, like, 2 mice, since both Joy-Con have that capability. So, you know, that might kind of put it an edge over just standard PC games that use mice. You know, oh, now you have 2 mice at all times. Obviously, nothing's stopping, like, PC game developers from just designing a game where you have to plug in 2 USB mice or something. Or, you know, hell, Game Builder Garage on Nintendo Switch had mouse support. So it's not like this is, like, a new concept to be using computer mice on game consoles. There have been accessories that have allowed you to use, like, keyboard and mouse on, like, any games on, like, I remember, like, 360, PS3. Now, I'm going back to, like, the Dreamcast with, like, the Dreamcast mouse and keyboard. You had the web browser on that thing. Super Nintendo, Mario Paint. I think the way they're probably going to do this is they aren't going to ship a mouse pad with the thing, God no. I think because, like, everybody's TV setup is different, so, you know, if you want to use the mouse on the big screen or something, Nintendo's probably going to be like, well, buy this extra accessory, which would be kind of like the Mario Paint mouse pad. It's just this giant, sturdy thing of plastic that you can set on your lap, and you can use the mouse and everything. But I think for the most part, they're going to advertise this as, like, a tabletop thing. I think it's a much sexier feature, I guess, with the idea of, like, you know, setting up the Switch on a table and just using the mouse that way. Yeah, I find that sexy, you know, don't... Everybody has their kink. Like I was saying, this isn't like a new concept or anything, but the fact that it's built into the system, I think, is massive. You know, not every game for every home console is designed with, like, mouse support. Now, it isn't just like an external accessory you buy. Like, no, it comes with the system. So I think it's much more likely that a lot of games will have mouse support, which is pretty cool. And I think especially with, like, dual mice, Nintendo might be doing, like, some kind of interesting things with that. I think it's completely fair to expect, like, they're gonna be putting out, like, some kind of funky ass little casual party game that would be focused on using the Joy-Con as mice. But I also think this is a suitable replacement for pointer controls in a lot of situations. So I remember, like, a year or 2 ago, it came out that, like, Nintendo renewed the trademark for, like, Pushmo, but also, like, Kirby and the Rainbow Curse. So, you know, there was some speculation like, oh, these games could come back. Kirby and the Rainbow Curse would always, like, work on the regular Switch, like, perfectly fine. But in TV mode, you know, you need that touchscreen support. So the idea is like, oh, well, they'd probably do, like, a gyro pointer. And yeah, that would be a solution, a wrong solution, but a solution. Yeah, that would be bad. That would be really bad. Even using, like, the thumbstick to draw your lines in that game, that would be pretty pitiful. But using a mouse in that game seems like it would work pretty well. And, like, you know, if I take a Joy-Con and I just, like, move that around like a mouse, like, it's not, like, the most damn comfortable thing. Like, I'm not, like, just, like, drooling at the thought of doing that. It's not, like, the most comfortable thing, but it works. Like, it's not uncomfortable. It functions fine. So, and you have access to all the face buttons and stuff. You have access to, like, the triggers. Like, it works well. And, you know, I think it is interesting, you know, what this can do for games. You know, I think it can help to replace kind of that cursed gyro pointer in games like, let's say, Kirby and the Rainbow Curse, if that would come to Switch 2. But also be kind of a cool option where, like, maybe first-person shooters like Metroid Prime 4, like, oh, that could have mouse support. You know, they could do a Switch 2 version of, like, Civilization 7. They can finally bring the Sims over, like the regular, like, Sims 4 to Switch 2. And, like, I know that game already has, like, console versions, but the Switch version already has like a dedicated, like more like, oh, there's a big audience that really likes games like The Sims on Switch. That would just make the Switch version that much better, is the fact that like, oh, you can easily use a mouse in this game. The design of the system, I think, looks fine. You know, it looks like a Switch, but you know, they definitely did enough here and there to kind of just fully like give it a bit of its own identity. I think the accents of the color of the Joy-Con was a smart move, because, you know, it does kind of tell you like, oh, this looks a little different from what I'm used to, outside of the fact that there's a giant ass 2 in the logo, which I'm gonna say right now, I hate this stupid ass logo. I think it's dumb. It's literally the Switch logo with a 2 next to it, and then on the bottom, it just still says Nintendo Switch. I hate this logo. I mean, like, it's fine, but like, I'm like, I don't like it. It's stupid, okay? But the name itself, like, it is what it needs to be. And like, that's what it is at the end of the day. The Nintendo Switch 2 is exactly what it needs to be. We don't know exactly how powerful it is right now. We don't know a ton about it outside of like one game. But when it comes to the successor to the Nintendo Switch, like this is what it is, you know, and like I'm not mad at it. I'm perfectly happy with it. It's just not very exciting, you know. We're kind of circle back to that. It is a very like boring new console. I am excited, but like not in the sense of like previous console generations. But let me reiterate, that is okay. You know, like, I think Nintendo, as much as I love how crazy and stupid they've been, you know, I think when it comes to the hardware itself, I think if you don't have like a big new crazy idea that you are like super passionate about, and you're like, damn, like this will change gaming, we need to do this, don't do it. You know, the Wii and the DS were situations where like they had those ideas, they had that vision, they were like, this is what we're gonna do, this makes sense. The Wii U was an example of them really forcing it. They were like, oh, well, the next console we need to do something just as crazy. If they did it like a more traditional sequel to the Wii that was more powerful and was just called Wii 2 and had like a, you know, like a refined Wii remote and nunchuck, and it maybe came with like a more hardcore controller in the box or something too, I don't think that would have done like crazy, but like I think that would have done much better than the Wii U did. The Nintendo Switch worked. It is an imperfect device, everything is, but all it really needed was like an upgrade, and this is that. Now, will Nintendo maintain the success from the Nintendo Switch? I don't think this is going to be a failure by a long shot. I don't think it's going to reach the same success as the Nintendo Switch 1. But I remember back when I said, I don't think the Nintendo Switch will do like crazy, crazy numbers. Will it outsell the PS4? I may be dumb, but I'm proud of it, damn it. So listen, I don't know jack shit, so don't even listen to me here, but you know, I think it'll do well. I don't think it'll like sell as well as the Switch 1, because I feel like the Switch 1, you know, like how many people are you really gonna get that have a Switch 1 that are like, well, shoot, now I gotta buy a Switch 2. It all depends on the games they have available and like what's going on with the Switch 2, and we just don't know that right now. But I think the problem is, I guarantee you a lot of people are going to be more than content just with a Switch 1 and Animal Crossing and Mario Kart on that, and they aren't really gonna need anything more than that for a good like 10 years. Honestly, I know that sounds a little crazy, but it's like, you know, like how are you gonna convince everybody that bought a Switch 1 with Mario Kart that this new Mario Kart is like, oh, well, you gotta get this too? Now, I think it'll do really, really well, but I'm skeptical if it's going to meet the same success as the Switch 1 in that regard. But speaking of, you know, convincing people to buy a new Mario Kart, you don't have to convince me. That looks pretty good. Mario Kart for Nintendo Switch 2. It is very cool to see the fact that it's like, all right, you know, they were doing it. They were actually making the Mario Kart that we were all hoping for. Things seem pretty good with the fact that Nintendo is actively like, all right, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe sold crazy, so that is going to be the main focus. The new Mario Kart is going to be the main focus. We are going to make sure this comes out at launch or really early on with the Switch 2. This is going to be the Switch 2's like big game that we're showing off with it. And that makes total sense. I mean, like, look back on the Wii U. we had to wait like a year to see Mario Kart 8, and then it didn't come out for another year after that. Now, will this be a launch title? You know, I think it is the most Nintendo thing in the world to show this off first thing with the Switch 2. And it ain't coming out until early next year or something. You know, I think it makes sense that this will be a launch title. You know, there was kind of this idea that, like, what if Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is a cross-gen game, and it does kind of the Breath of the Wild, kind of Twilight Princess thing, where, you know, it's really, like, you know, here to push the Switch 2. I'm not really sure about that anymore. I think it'd be great if that game got a Switch 2 version, but, you know, I'm not really sure if that's going to be a launch title for the Switch 2, especially with Mario Kart coming out on that thing. Mario Kart is probably literally like all you need at the Switch 2's launch. Nintendo will probably have like one other game, but I think it makes total sense that Mario Kart is going to be the Switch 2 launch title. And I think that's all they really need. That is, as long as they have a steady release schedule after that. If there's like a big another game like a month later or 2 months later, at the very longest, like I think there needs to be something else there, and it is kind of hard to figure out like what that might be. But for the time being, all we know is Mario Kart, and Mario Kart looks fantastic. Obviously, Nintendo is transitioning to a much more like Mario Wonder style for the Mario universe. You know, like just the fact that everything is so bubbly. It almost looks like the character art for like Mario Kart 64, but modernized in like actually in game. You know, the way Mario looks really looks like a throwback to like the 90s, but with its own charm at the same time. It very much feels like they took like the 2D art from the Mario series and transition that into 3D. You know, it felt like that with Wonder, and it feels like that with this game here. Obviously, there's a lot more to this game than just, oh, it's just another Mario Kart. I mean, like, this track doesn't even seem like a traditional track. It's so big, this seems like it's, like, adventure mode or, like, this big open world race or something like that. You know, like, it obviously is much more than just this is Mario Kart 9 or Mario Kart 10 for all you Mario Kart Tour bastards. I think that's really cool, you know, especially considering the Switch 2 can play Switch 1 games. You know, I think it's cool that this one is taking on a bit of a different appearance and also like feel. If this doesn't really like fit what you want out of Mario Kart, you literally have 96 courses of pure basic ass Mario Kart with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. You also have like a bunch of releases on NSO and stuff. I think it's cool that they're kind of doing something a little more unique. Also, you know, obviously the whole 24 racers at once thing, that's really cool. It depends on like how they balance things out. Obviously the tracks are going to need to be like wider, bigger, more space for that, and like the items, I'm very interested to see how that works. You know, potentially, you know, if it's going to be too crazy, I think it'd be great if that's just kind of like an extra mode, like you can always go back to like 12 racers, or maybe even like go back to like, oh, there's only 6 racers, you know, like maybe like it might be cool if you can like pick and choose that way. But yeah, I think Mario Kart looks great. I think this game, and like the initial thought with this is that it doesn't look that much better than Mario Kart 8. It looks different than Mario Kart 8, but like it looks like, you know, like something we'd expect out of Mario Kart 8. But then when people were like showing these side-by-side comparisons, I always thought Mario Kart 8 was like one of the greatest looking video games of all time. And now when I look at it, like the characters are so like grimy looking, not bad, but it's like they just look so like whatever, static in comparison to this new Mario Kart game. It looks so much better. The characters are so much more expressive. It works so much better with them. In Mario Kart 8, it still looks great, but this is a far bigger upgrade than it initially looks like, which, you know, isn't as exciting as like how Mario Kart 8 looked. When Mario Kart 8 was first revealed, like it was like, holy shit, like this is this massive upgrade. This is one of the best looking games of all time. But then with this game, it just looks like, you know, kind of what you'd expect a new Mario Kart to look like. But, you know, as you kind of linger on it, like, yeah, it's a big upgrade. It looks great. Donkey Kong looks different. Not really. I mean, like, he kind of looks like, you know, the Nintendo designed Donkey Kong. You know, it kind of reminds me of like a mix of modern DK and classic DK. Kind of like how the Mario movie Donkey Kong looked. I think when we look at like the 2D Mario illustrators like take on Donkey Kong, I feel like this looks in line with that, but I think they're doing something where like Donkey Kong's eyes now are like they're trying to just make him less pissed off at all times. Like that just seems to be the big thing. A lot of people are also pointing to like this Donkey Kong calendar that is showing like Donkey Kong with like full blown eyes. Like he doesn't have his furrowed brow anymore. So, you know, I mean, like, I think he looks fun. He's a monkey. He's supposed to look a little dumb. So I think that's interesting. I think it might be interesting if like this is gonna be more so like what he looks like in like Mario spin-offs compared to like the Donkey Kong Country series, because it's interesting that like last year they introduced the Donkey Kong land in Universal Studios, and you know, like they have the older design of Donkey Kong all over that damn thing, and then just like a couple months later they introduced like this brand new design for Donkey Kong they're pushing. I don't know, who knows? But that brings us to what games am I expecting to see on Switch 2? And Mario Kart, obviously, you know, oh boy, how could I have thought of that? I think this is really tricky because I'm not sure if we can really expect to see a Xenoblade game on Switch 2 in year one. You know, I mean, if they're doing Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition in March, it's just like, you know, how likely is it we're going to get another mainline Xenoblade game by the end of the year? Probably not. Probably not going to get an ARMS 2, and not for the reason that it's ARMS 2, but primarily because ARMS was developed by the Mario Kart team, and if they're doing Mario Kart, then, you know, probably not an ARMS 2. I think an ARMS 2 would be cool to see. I think there's a lot of things in that game that I do like other than playing it. I mean, it's fun, but like, you know, for a full-fledged game, like I would love to see the game expanded a lot more. Could we expect to see like a Splatoon game? I hope we get Animal Crossing first. I think we could potentially see Animal Crossing this year, considering that Splatoon 3 came out in like what, 2022? So, you know, I mean, like that could be enough time for them to get Animal Crossing. Potentially 2026. 2026, I think, might be a safer bet for Animal Crossing. But this has got to be, like, the same thing as Mario Kart. Like, Nintendo obviously pushed for Mario Kart to be available on the Switch 2, like, at launch or close to launch, because it worked so well with Switch 1, with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe being available, like, within the first, like, 2 months of that system being out. So now you have, like, a brand new Mario Kart. Well, look at how, like, amazing Animal Crossing sold. Like, don't you think they would be pushing for Animal Crossing to be available on the Switch 2 within the first year? I think they're at least, they got to be working on it at the very least. But yeah, you know, I think Animal Crossing year one, but maybe going into like, it might be at the tail end of year one. If Switch 2 launches in like June, I feel like we might be getting Animal Crossing for Switch 2 by like in like May of 2026, June of 2026. Zelda is definitely a no. We might get like a teaser for like what they plan to do with Zelda, kind of like what they did during the Wii U Direct in January of 2013. Like they had Eiji Aonuma up there and he was like, here's what we're thinking about the next Zelda game. And that was pretty much it. I feel like we might be getting like a remake or a remaster, but that might be something that's like a cross-gen game, you know? I think it would be absolutely absurd if they finally release Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess HD, and it's a Switch 2 exclusive. I'm like, why? That might be something where they put it out for Switch 1, you know, you're supporting Switch 1, but Switch 2 users will also pick it up and they can play it on Switch 2, maybe even with graphical enhancements. You know, it might be kind of interesting if now with the mouse support, they actually re-release / remake Phantom Hourglass or Spirit Tracks. I don't think that would be like a super popular one, but I think that would actually be like a pretty good way to play those games. I think, you know, one of the big problems with those games is the control method, and at least using a mouse, I think like you're not going to be, your hand isn't going to be covering up the touchscreen most of the time, and I think it'll be a little more comfortable that way. But something that was rumored when apparently Nintendo was like, you know, demoing the Switch 2 to game developers was a Breath of the Wild remaster, which would definitely be interesting. I would obviously buy it. I'm not that excited about it. You know, I mean, like, it would be nice to see that in a higher resolution, but it would be kind of weird because like we just got Tears of the Kingdom like 2 years ago. So now we're gonna get Breath of the Wild remastered, and then Tears of the Kingdom is just gonna be running like absolute ass. I'm like, why? You know, these two games at this point, they kind of feel like a full package. Like you can't really do one without doing the other. I think a Breath of the Wild remaster would be nice. I don't necessarily feel like revisiting that game right now because, you know, Tears of the Kingdom was a massive experience. And while I was working on the Tears of the Kingdom Isn't Perfect episode of Scott the Woz, I actually went through a good majority of Breath of the Wild again to get better footage of stuff with Breath of the Wild. So I fundamentally replayed Breath of the Wild. So I'm good, but I think that would be kind of interesting to see that at a higher resolution and better frame rate, all of that stuff, but I don't think it's really that necessary. I think what would be a lot more exciting would be like a full-blown remake of, say, something like Ocarina of Time or something, where it's like they could obviously just do Ocarina of Time 3D and port that over, make it look a little nicer. I think it'd be cool if it was like, you know, they really went for it, you know, like this is a Switch 2 remake of Ocarina of Time. I think that would be more exciting, but, you know, I think Breath of the Wild remastered is a little more likely. But that kind of brings up the idea is like, would this remaster be kind of like what like Sony and Microsoft do, where you put, you know, the game in and, you know, you either get like an upgrade or you pay for an upgrade, or you might get a discount if you already own the game or any of that, you know. I think with this, they probably sell it on its own for like $50-$60. I think it might be just like a really easy way for them to just kind of show like, hey, this is how much better the Switch 2 is. If they really go for it, that's the thing. Like if it's just a resolution increase and a frame rate bump, I'm like, okay, like, oh great, you're showing me what the Switch 2 can do with a damn Wii U game. 3D Mario, that's an obvious one. You know, I think 3D Mario is going to be a holiday title for this year. I think if you put out Mario Kart and a 3D Mario at the same time, that would be pretty cool and interesting, but I almost feel like that would overwhelm the fuck out of me. I think it makes sense that launch would be like Mario Kart and like some kind of casual party game, even though like Mario Kart already kind of fills that void of like a casual party game, but everybody likes Mario Kart, you know, like it's just it's a great launch game. I don't really think you need to worry about like, oh well, it's more multiplayer focused. Like everybody plays Mario Kart single player, you know, like everybody wants to play Mario Kart and train up, so then during their multiplayer matches they're much better at it, they understand, and potentially this Mario Kart will have a heavier focus on single player. So yeah, I think it's fine. 3D Mario, I think, makes the most sense for, like, holiday title. And yeah, I feel like they probably do something new. I don't think they do Super Mario Odyssey 2. I think the time for that has passed. I think they're probably going to do something new in the vein of, like, Bowser's Fury, where it's, like, this wide open area. And I think the Switch 2 would allow that to be much more possible. Bowser's Fury worked on Switch, but they definitely had to kind of work around it. Also probably because like that game probably didn't have like the same budget as like a standalone AAA 3D Mario. So they had to kind of like mask a lot of things with like, oh, you're surrounded by water for the majority of the time. But I think with the power of Switch 2, we can finally get like this grand open world Mario game, which I think would be really damn cool. Now, of course, with every new Nintendo console, question is about Smash Brothers. Of course, like I feel like after Smash Brothers Ultimate pretty much like did everything it possibly could, I feel like kind of the hype around a new Smash Brothers isn't really that big as it once were. Like Smash Brothers is still very popular, and I would love to see a new entry, but Smash Brothers Ultimate pretty much just did everything to the point that it's like I'm not necessarily like going like, oh my god, a new Smash Brothers is coming. I'm not actually sure, because if you were following Masahiro Sakurai's Creating Games YouTube channel, you know, during his final video, he said that he was working on a brand new game, and you know, it will probably be revealed soon, and you know, I assume that's gonna be a Switch 2 game. You know, there's nothing saying that Sakurai couldn't work on like an Xbox or PlayStation game, but you know, he's mostly doing stuff with Nintendo. So, would it be Smash Brothers? Would it be something else? Would it maybe be like a return to Kid Icarus with like a Kid Icarus Uprising sequel or something? I don't know. Sakurai always implies that like every Smash Brothers is like his absolute last. This is gonna be the end of it. and then he always comes back. Now, I feel like after, like, you know, working on Smash, Wii U, and 3DS, and then immediately jumping into Smash Brothers Ultimate, the dude must want kind of like a little bit of a break from Smash Brothers, so I think it'd be really cool if he returned to Kid Icarus, or did a completely new IP, slash, you know, resurrected a different IP, or just worked on a different IP. Who knows? I don't know. I think Kid Icarus would be really cool, but I think it would probably make more sense to do like a Kid Icarus Uprising remake slash re-release port, whatever, especially with the Joy-Con mouse. I think that would make it a lot easier to control, because that game, it was really designed around like the touchscreen controls of aiming with that and having that precise movement. So, you know, you probably could adapt that game to work with like twin sticks or gyro controls, but I think with how hectic that game is, I think a mouse would definitely be a lot more usable with it. But yeah, I think it would make sense if he's working on Smash Brothers as well. You know, Bandai Namco developed Smash Brothers, and they opened up like a completely new studio that is completely dedicated to Nintendo development. So obviously, like, they're gonna try to do a new Smash Brothers game. I feel like that would probably be a 2026 game, though. You know, I think that would have been, like, more than enough time. You know, that's, like, 5 years after the DLC wrapped up for Smash Ultimate. Nearly 10 years after that game came out, so I think that would feel about right. I think 2025 might be a little too full if you would do, like, Mario Kart and 3D Mario. I think you have enough of the AAA big heavy hitters there. And in 2026, I think Smash Brothers. Now, in terms of like casual games, I think Switch 2 has the chance to do a lot of cool things with, like, you know, a Nintendo Switch Sports sequel. Switch Sports sold incredibly well, like at like 15, 16 million units. I think you could definitely kind of rectify a lot of the problems with that game with Nintendo Switch Sports 2, or if you want to call it Nintendo Switch 2 Sports, I don't know what you would call it. But yeah, I think you could definitely kind of upgrade that in a lot of different ways. And Ring Fit Adventure would need a new version that would work with these new Joy-Con. So, you know, I think we would probably get a Ring Fit Adventure 2, but not sure if those would come out around launch time. I think the most likely would be like a Switch Sports successor, just because like this first year, I'm not really sure how many accessory based games make sense to launch this year. I think that's more so like once the install base is there in like 2026, 2027, that's when you like, all right, let's do Ring Fit Adventure 2 or something. I think a Switch Sports successor would make a lot of sense, just to have that new like casual game that you know, people actually want to play, compared to whatever the hell Nintendo's gonna fart out at launch. It's gonna be some 1-2 Switch ass looking thing. I feel like a new Fire Emblem would probably fit pretty well this year. You know, I think there's too much like Mario stuff going on in 2025. I think it would make a lot of sense to see like a Fire Emblem game. You know, Fire Emblem Engage came out in like early 2023, but that game I think was apparently done for like a year plus. So that game was good to go for a while. So it's been a while since they've developed a new Fire Emblem, so I think a new one would make sense. Potentially, I know there's been so much like rumbling of a Fire Emblem Genealogy of the Holy War remake from the Super Famicom, much like how they did like Fire Emblem Gaiden from the Famicom, remade on the 3DS as Fire Emblem Echoes. So we could get that. We could get a new Fire Emblem, maybe Genealogy of the Holy War got moved over to Switch 2 exclusive, or maybe it's a cross-gen game, or maybe it's just going to be on Switch 1. I don't know, but I think a Fire Emblem makes sense for 2025. But yeah, man, I mean, like, I can keep going. I mean, like, we're obviously going to get a new Donkey Kong game soon, at some point, you know. Probably in 2026. It's all 2026. Most stuff makes sense for 2026. You know, but at this point, I'm kind of just spitballing, and, you know, I think a lot of third-party games would make sense. I think it would definitely make sense to see Elden Ring on this thing. I think we're definitely going to see the Resident Evil games, Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8. I think we're definitely going to be getting Monster Hunter Wilds. I think we're definitely going to get Black Myth Wukong at some point. We're definitely going to get Metaphor. And we're definitely going to get Rayman Legends Definitive Edition 2. You know, I think we're a little too early right now. You know, we've been working off of just one trailer. You know, Direct is happening in April. They have the Switch 2 experience, which apparently was a shit show for many people to sign up for. I don't really care about that. If it was easy for me to go to one of those, like, sure. But one, like, there's none that's really that close to me, and two, it's really hard to get into one of those. So I'm just like, I'm gonna be playing this console anyways, like 2 months after the Direct. So it's like, I don't care. But here's the thing. I am excited for the Nintendo Switch 2, mainly because I'm excited to move into a new era for Nintendo. I can't wait to see how Nintendo games look on this thing. I can't wait to see all the different third-party games that's going to be available. Obviously, like, I think things like the Steam Deck have kind of taken a lot of the wind out of seeing like certain games portable on Nintendo Switch, because with the Steam Deck, it's fairly reasonable to get like games like Spider-Man and God of War, you know, playable portably. But the Steam Deck is a different thing to the Nintendo Switch. You know, Switch is something that I can go into a store, I can pick it up and just play every game that is that is a Nintendo Switch game on it. Steam Deck is a little more for like the core PC user to you know, have a portable option to play their Steam library. You know, they are kind of competitors, but you know, I don't think they are that much at the end of the day. But man, you know, a Switch 2 is definitely going to be a little easier to play than a Steam Deck, and you don't have to play this big old guessing game as to if a game will run at all on your Switch 2. Like, if it's a Switch 2 game, it'll run. May not run great, but it'll run. So this is obviously a big deal. I think this is going to be a huge leap forward from the original Switch, and it's still going to be a bit magical to see a lot of these games playing portably on this device. Maybe not as much with the Switch 1, but I think it'll still be pretty damn cool. Only problem is this just isn't really the same as like previous Nintendo consoles in terms of excitement. This is exactly what you need. This is exactly what you want. The Switch at this point is kind of just like a mainstay. It's just kind of like, it's such a household name. You kind of take it for granted. It's a part of all of our lives, you know? So getting a Switch 2, while it's this big moment, it's not like something that's gonna change our lives, you know, change our lives as much as, like, let's say the Switch 1 kind of did, I guess. This is more so exciting because, you know, we get to keep playing games how we have for the past nearly 10 years, but in a much more comfortable, much higher quality way. So that is exciting, but you know, I'm gonna have to see a little more before I start pissing myself. Who am I kidding? I'm a Nintendo fan. I've been pissing myself constantly this whole time. Let's talk about the Nintendo Switch 2, because oddly enough, I don't think many people wanted to hear me talk about this week. I've already given my thoughts on the Nintendo Switch 2 about 4 years after it was announced. So let's talk about the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct, like 2 years after it happened. I'm late to these because I don't really care, but I care enough to talk about it. Once again, normally with these types of things, you know, I usually like to stay relatively evergreen in terms of topics, but you know what? F it. Everybody's pissed off at this thing right now, so like what? I'm not gonna be pissed off with them? Yeah, so it has been an incredibly eventful week or so for video games and Nintendo pop culture in general. There's been like a ton of like trailers and stuff dropping, so it's definitely things have definitely picked up. You know, I feel like over the past like year or so, news about entertainment has been oddly incredibly boring. Definitely a pretty exciting time right now. We've gotten a ton of stuff happening. First and foremost, a week before the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct, we had a Nintendo Switch 1 Direct, and it was very mediocre. I like elements from this Switch 1 Direct. I love the fact that we got a new Rhythm Heaven announced. I love the fact we got a new Tomodachi Life announced. Metroid Prime 4 looked really cool. But overall, the general vibe of this Direct, it very much felt like this should have been like a Nintendo Direct Mini, or even like a partner showcase without the, you know, first party Nintendo titles, because there really wasn't a lot of substance to this one, in my opinion. I liked some of the announcements, but overall, this definitely wasn't really anything to write home about, to be honest. But that's okay, because only a week later, we got the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct, which clocked in at pretty much a full hour of non-stop information about this thing. And, yeah, people are fucking pissed. I wouldn't really say it's about the content of the Direct itself, rather what they didn't show in the Direct, that then people had to piece together information about afterwards via different websites from different regions. The main thing people are really pissed about is the price of this thing. They did not say it in the Direct, which bodes well for Nintendo's confidence. $450 for the base Nintendo Switch 2 package. Okay, that is really expensive. I wouldn't call it like an asinine price though. Like, to be honest, I've seen a lot of people talk about this, and like I agreed that like $400 made the most sense for like the price of the Switch 2. The fact it's $50 more expensive than that, it's not a sexy price, but it's not like the end of the world or anything. It is very expensive, more expensive than we've really ever had for Nintendo consoles before. Then we have the game price. I think the game prices are asinine. $80 for Mario Kart World, and then $70 for most other games. So like $70, like, you know, I'm not a fan of that, but you know, like that is more so the standard right now for AAA releases. $80 for Mario Kart World, I don't understand that. Obviously, like, this game is jam-packed with a ton of stuff, but it doesn't seem like that much grander than $70 or $60 games. You know, like it looks like a AAA new video game. $80, like, I mean, like, I'm gonna buy it, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna be happy doing it. Who am I kidding? I am literally going to buy nearly everything I'm about to bitch about, so how does this stuff not make me happy? It's really funny because Nintendo is obviously very calculated right now. They really don't want another Wii U situation. And because of that, they left out stuff in the Direct that I think really fucked them over in the end, because they were worried about the price. They were worried about certain things just being really unappealing to the consumer. So they kind of waited until afterwards and just put them in like the websites and all the information that you can find about the console. And because of that, I find that a lot of misinformation was kind of spreading around about a lot of different things. This thing right here was spread around like wildfire, you know, this Nintendo Switch 2 game key card overview, where people are going like, that's it, this is where I draw the line, I am not interested in this console anymore. To that I go, like, then what the f were you playing over the past decade? Literally every console has done this kind of shit. The only difference is, like, this is kind of like a standardized thing Nintendo is doing. Not across all games, but just the games that are not going to do, like, a game on the cartridge. So the thing with this is that this is kind of going to be Nintendo's replacement for the, code-in-a-box, digital-only games on the store shelves that you see for Nintendo Switch, and even, like, other consoles like Xbox and PlayStation. But this one is, like, it comes with a game card that basically has nothing on it. It's pretty much a lock and key. You pretty much insert that into your system, and then it'll enable a download of this game. So then, you know, like, it downloads the game to your system, and if you want to play the game, you're gonna have to insert the game cartridge. There's nothing on the game cartridge. It's literally a game key. I'm not a fan of, like, this digital-only nonsense. I think it's lame as hell, but at the same time, I do understand what they're doing here, and I think this is, like, a solution for a bad situation we're in. It doesn't make it a good situation, but it's at the very least like, hey, if a game is going to be doing like a digital only thing, here's a solution to that. So at the very least, like, we shouldn't be seeing any like code in a box nonsense anymore. We probably will see it because a lot of game publishers are lame as hell. This is at least a solution where, you know, they don't have to worry about putting the whole game on a cartridge and spending more money in terms of like, oh, you know, have an 8GB cartridge, a 16GB cartridge, all that stuff. This way, they don't have to put anything on the cartridge other than some access code that the system reads, and then you could resell this game, trade it, you know, lend it to a friend, all of that stuff. You know, it's fundamentally a digital game that you have a physical way of lending to people and all of that, which is nice. Not ideal, but you know, it's making the best out of a bad situation. I think what really pisses me off are the games that are doing this at launch. I saw Street Fighter 6 is doing a game key card. That at least, like, I'm kind of like, okay, you know, Street Fighter 6 is a pretty big game. It's like 50 gigabytes. Cyberpunk 2077 is going to be fully on the cartridge, which is insane. But that's going to be on like a 64 gigabyte cartridge. And so that just shows it's just like, okay, that's on the cartridge, and then Street Fighter 6 isn't on the cartridge. Okay. But at the very least with Street Fighter 6, I'm like, okay, you have a bunch of DLC included with this edition and all of that. It's like a PS5, PS4 game. Whatever, sure, I'm not happy about that, but at least, like, I guess it makes more sense than fucking Bravely Default being a game key card. The Bravely Default HD remaster, it's a damn 3DS game, and they're not doing a physical release of that. It's like 11 gigabytes. It's like, bro, are you kidding me? That's annoying as hell. I hate that. I'm like, at that point, just do a digital-only release. I don't even want to see a physical copy. Game key cards, I understand when the game itself is, like, way too big. like Street Fighter 6, again, bigger games exist that are getting full physical releases with no internet downloads required, but at the very least, it's big enough to the point where I'm like, sure, like, whatever. Bravely Default, they just got cheap and lazy. I'm like, piss out. Because Nintendo didn't actually, like, address a lot of this stuff, I definitely understand the misinformation going around. You know, there was misinformation that Mario Kart World's physical copy was going to be $90. Like, Jesus Christ. But no, it's $80 across the board. And I'm not really sure why they're doing that outside of the fact that, oh, it's Mario Kart World and people love Mario Kart. We could probably get them to spend $80 on this. Or it could be because you have the $500 Switch 2 bundle that comes with a download code for Mario Kart. So potentially there, you could just straight up, you know, you're saving 30 bucks there by buying that bundle. Nintendo might just want people to buy the $500 bundle, obviously, so, you know, it might be a way for them to get more money out of systems there, or even just kind of get people to get used to downloading their games that way, because who's buying a Switch 2 at launch that's not going to be buying Mario Kart? But speaking of Mario Kart, let's just go through the whole Direct. I'll give my thoughts on everything. Mario Kart World is literally like the second, third, fourth... I don't even know what number we're on. That number, Coming of Christ. I find it so cool that this game it's not just like Mario Kart 8, but more, you know? Like, they actually kind of brought some things back to basics. Like, there's no kart customization like there was in Mario Kart 8, which I'm fine with. You know, kart customization was kind of cool, but the idea was cooler than the execution. The execution was just kind of like, you know, it's not like, wow, I'm making the kart my own thing. You know, it didn't really feel like that. You know, they're bringing things back to, like, how things were in, like, Mario Kart Wii and prior, where, you know, they just have pre-designed karts for you to select. I'm cool with that. And don't quote me on this, but, like, I did not notice, like, any anti-gravity from, like, Mario Kart 8. Like, I don't think any of these courses are really, like, anti-grav. Some of them go a little wild, like... the segment that they show at the very end of the trailer, like, that segment is definitely something that would have been anti-gravity in Mario Kart 8, but, like, I have not seen any, like, anti-gravity stuff in this game thus far. And then I don't even think you can go underwater in this game. I think underwater segments have been replaced by, like, your cart transforms into a boat, so you're going on top of the water. And the hang glider has been replaced with, like, airplane wings. So it's honestly similar to, like, Sonic and All-Stars Racing transformed in that way, or Diddy Kong Racing. It's definitely very interesting, but I think genuinely to, like, go further with Mario Kart, you can't just do, like, oh, it's Mario Kart 8, but bigger. Like, you have to step a couple of things back to take a bigger leap forward overall. And this game is really showcasing that. Like, this is such a massive leap forward for Mario Kart, just because it's like, it's different. They're doing something different with Mario Kart, but it's still Mario Kart, which is really cool. Like, the fact that it takes place in this giant open world. Here's the thing. I know, like, in recent years of gaming, it's been kind of easy to get fatigued by open world games. Like, every game is an open world these days, all of that. But, like, The way Mario Kart World is doing it is really, really cool, and it doesn't feel like, oh wow, we're just going open world for the sake of it, eh? Like, you still have your traditional Mario Kart stuff in here. If you want to play Mario Kart World like a traditional Mario Kart game, you can. But the open world honestly kind of takes some of the coolest parts of like previous Mario Kart games and just kind of expands upon it. Like, I remember back in like Mario Kart Double Dash, where certain tracks in that game, you can see like the other tracks in that game off in the distance. And the fact that we're kind of like not only taking that concept and kind of expanding upon it, but literally it's literally all this game is the idea that like, hey, this all takes place in one world, and the racetracks all exist all around here. You can just drive around and explore. I really hope there's like a ton to explore. I hope this is like a Breath of the Wild situation where just like there's like all these little things in the distance and you're like, oh man, what's that? What's that? What's that? I need to go there. I need to go there. And the fact you can do that all online is really cool. I will definitely say I am a little worried about the overall track design, which has been alleviated since I've seen like the Treehouse stream showcasing like full-blown gameplay in Mario Kart World. There's some really cool tracks in here, but to me, some of these tracks and a lot of the gameplay here almost seems like stuff like the track design is a bit simpler than something like Mario Kart 8's. I know we're all pretty much sick of Mario Kart 8 at this point, and Mario Kart World is like a huge step up in pretty much every way. Like, just seeing like everything that they're doing, it genuinely looks incredible. But I will definitely say, like, some of these tracks, they don't look bad or anything. I just feel like Mario Kart 8 just had a lot more like engaging looking track designs. Now, in terms of like the graphical fidelity and the detail and all of that, Mario Kart World looks phenomenal. But when it comes to like just how the tracks look like they're playing, there's definitely some extra things they're doing, you know, the whole like rail grinding thing and, you know, wall jumping and all of that. But, you know, I just kind of noticed, like, I'm a little worried if, like, Mario Kart 8 might have slightly more engaging track design. But, like, that DK Spaceport track, where it's, like, a reference to the old-school Donkey Kong arcade game, and you see, like, the girders and stuff as you're going towards, and then, you know, you end up going up the ramps, avoiding the barrels. That looks so cool. The fact that you drive to the next track in the Grand Prix is such, like, a cool idea. I love that. The whole like knockout tour thing, it's pretty much like a battle royale in Mario Kart, you know, like, oh yeah, get top 50 here, get top 30, get top 20. And, you know, if you're not in the top, then you get eliminated. It's kind of almost like also how they did like Nintendo Switch Sports Bowling Online. How like that's done kind of in a similar way. They literally crammed like an infinite amount of characters in this. Like they literally just put like every single like weird ass Mario enemy in here. Which is amazing. I love that. I almost worry if like that would take some of the fun out of a character being in Mario Kart at that point. If they're like, yeah, f it, the fucking snowman is in Mario Kart. And I'm like, the snowman's in Mario Kart. The level it takes to get into Mario Kart has drastically lowered. So at that point, everybody that's begging Mario Kart to become like, oh, I want Super Smash Kart. The idea that like, oh my god, my beloved favorite character got into Mario Kart. It's like, buddy, the dolphin with goggles is in Mario Kart. It's not that impressive. I think it's also cool that this game has like a ton of personality in like its user interface. A lot of Nintendo games within the past 10 years have done like the basic ass like Arial Helvetica text or something as like their UI. It's just really cool to see this one is like really going for like this kind of like off-road kind of feel to it all. Even with like the main theme is really, really fun. And like I love the harmonica with it. It feels like really like, damn, we're like off-roading in the country right now. We're going on an adventure. The way the characters look is phenomenal. And I mentioned this when I was first talking about the Nintendo Switch 2 reveal, but Mario Kart 8 still looks amazing. It still looks fantastic, but this like brings it to a new level, and it's mostly all in the character detail and animation. These characters literally feel so damn alive, and it's so cool to see them like this, you know, like and like I love like these slight redesigns they've all gotten where like you know, Mario's eyes are a little bigger, definitely a little pudgier, a little more cartoony. You know, obviously trying to take the traditional 2D Mario art and translating that into 3D. You know, they started doing that with Wonder, and you know, they're continuing that with Mario Kart World. And yeah, like I said, like I think just my favorite thing about this is that like it doesn't feel like it's just Mario Kart 8 again with more stuff, you know? We had Mario Kart 8 for 10 years, and it was great. It's one of the best Mario Karts. At this point, it is the best Mario Kart. You have 96 courses in that game. I think it's really damn cool that, like, hey, they are doing something different with this, but it doesn't even feel like it's, like, that different. It's like, it's a perfect blend of everything. There's all these items, too, the new items. They brought the Mega Mushroom back, which, you know, I've bitched about the Mega Mushroom in the past, but I mean, I don't care. I think it's cool as hell that they're bringing certain things back. And as a launch title, this is like... I don't know if you could get a better launch title than this. At this point, like, it's the perfect launch title. And, like, it doesn't feel like they're cutting any corners for it to be at launch. It feels like they've been done with this game for a while. And you can tell, like, they really, really know how popular Mario Kart is. Mario Kart is now officially being treated as, like, Nintendo's top franchise, which is wild. Because, like, it's always been popular, but, you know, obviously in previous years, you know, it's always been about, like, that 3D Mario or big new Zelda game. And it's still always going to be about that. Those are still, like, the tentpole Game of the Year franchises. But Mario Kart, it really does feel like they had unlimited amount of time and budget to make the ultimate Mario Kart game, which is really, really cool. The C button was revealed, and I don't give a shit. I don't understand why Nintendo hid the C button in the initial trailer for the Nintendo Switch 2. The initial trailer, like, the button does not have a logo or anything on it. And then eventually Nintendo ended up, like, you know, in their silly little Nintendo Today app, they were like posting all of these little teasers about the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct happening. They're like, oh, 1 day left. And the day before, they did like this whole teaser where they're like, the Switch 2 Direct is today. And they did this little thing where they hit the C button and they're like, what's the C button for? Literally just chatting functionality. I mean, like, the way it's done in this is like slick. It looks nice and everything. It looks like it's functionally pretty decent. But to be completely honest, I don't play a ton of online multiplayer games with friends. And if I'm going to, I'm probably just going to use Discord because it's just immediately easier and I can just, you know, message them on my phone and just do it that way. And then, you know, you don't have to keep playing the game together. You can just chat afterwards too. Like, who knows? I mean, at the very least, it is kind of like fulfilling the lifelong desire for the Nintendo Switch to have messaging functionality within the system itself, which is nice. And the way they're doing it seems cool. Why the hell do I have to buy a USB camera? I thought it was really strange how much they were focusing on the fact that we're using like a pretty much a $50 webcam that you use for Zoom. That's what it looks like. I've seen like a lot of like businesses and everything, like in their conference rooms, they have like a camera just like this on a little stand. They put it right there and they do their little video calls. I feel like it would have made sense if the Nintendo Switch 2 just had a camera built in. You know, the fact that, like, okay, this is a hybrid console, you know, you go from handheld to console, and then the fact that, you know, you're pushing an accessory at launch that's literally just like a USB camera that you plug in and it just stays there. You know, it pretty much only works like in console mode. I'm sure you could use it in handheld mode, but it's just awkward. I feel like I'm not sure if this functionality exists with this camera, but it would have made sense if, like, you know, it came with the stand, but you could maybe disconnect the camera head and then just like insert it on top of the Nintendo Switch 2. So then you could still, like, you know, hold the Switch 2 and there's like this big ass camera on the top of it or something. It honestly reminds me of like the PSP camera, if you've seen that, where it's just like this thing that plugs into the top. Yeah, it's just kind of weird. I do think parts of this is kind of cute. You know, the fact that it can detect your face, and then in supported games, they will show, like, your little face, like, next to your character and all of that. It's just weird how much they push this. Like, it's like this, like, oh my god, this brand new amazing thing. I do think, like, the thing about sharing your game screen and sharing your games, too, the fact that they're pretty much bringing back, like, DS download play to the Nintendo Switch 2. There's a lot of cool things here, but, you know, I'm probably not going to be using the C button all too much. I also don't understand why it's a C. I think it would have made sense if it was like a speech bubble or something. Why is it just the letter C? Also, in this direct, they literally spent like 5 minutes on the C button in this trailer thing. Like, I'm like, my God. They went over a lot of, like, the general specs of the Switch 2. I mean, like, they didn't go, like, super in detail, but it definitely did kind of feel very un-Nintendo-like over the past, like, decade or so. We've known these blokes. You know, the fact they were talking about, like, oh, yeah, the Nintendo Switch 2 can output in 4K and reach 120 frames per second. It just felt a little less, a little not unlike our good pals Nintendo, but you know, I think, you know, this is a bit of a new venture for them, and the Switch 2 does seem fairly powerful. You know, it feels like it's at a pretty good level where at least like a lot of these first-party Nintendo games actually have some legroom now. So, you know, they have the Nintendo Switch 2 editions of Nintendo Switch 1 games. So, you know, a couple of games are getting, like, paid upgrades, and a couple of games are getting, like, free upgrades, at least, you know, from Nintendo themselves. You know, I mean, they showed off stuff like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. And again, you know, like after the Direct, you get a lot of, like, other information that's like, okay, well, these things are paid. But then the Zelda games are included in Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack. But then a couple of these things are free. And, like, it was a little all over the place in terms of messaging. I mean, in the moment, the Direct was perfectly fine, but I think a lot of the information spilled afterwards just kind of confused. But yeah, I mean, it's really cool to see that, you know, a good handful of Switch games are getting free updates to the Switch 2, but, you know, they're going to be doing paid upgrades for a couple of games. But primarily, it seems like the paid upgrades are going to be games that are actually getting, like, substantial bits of new content with the Nintendo Switch 2 editions. So Mario Party Jamboree is getting, like, a bunch of new, like, DLC pretty much in here. Unfortunately, it's all a bunch of, like, gimmicks that involve, like, the new Switch 2 accessories and the mouse feature of the Joy-Con. I just say unfortunately because, like, I would have preferred, like, more substantial additions rather than, like, oh, let's try to showcase the Switch 2. Like, I would have liked maybe an extra board or something. That would have been kind of cool. And at the very least, I hope, like, these extra mini games are included, like, in the board game mode of Mario Party Jamboree, because as good as Mario Party Jamboree is, its minigame selection gets old kind of fast. And from what I've seen from, like, previews of the Nintendo Switch 2 events they've been doing, Jamboree's, like, webcam mode is actually pretty seamless. It works pretty quickly. It's not like, oh, when you use, like, the Kinect for Xbox 360, which this reminded me of, you don't really have to, like, calibrate it at all. It kind of just detects, like, you and like gets rid of the background for you, kind of like you know, it's all software based. So it's just like, that's cute, I guess, but like I don't really care. I would have preferred if they did, like, other stuff with Jamboree. I mean, like, you know, it's fine, you know, like, it's nice that Jamboree is getting new content, but, you know, I would have preferred, like, some more substantial extra content rather than just, like, oh, let's use a camera and let's use the mouse mode and let's use the microphone and stuff. I'm like, okay, cool, I guess. I do think it's really cool that Nintendo is pretty much updating a good chunk of their Switch games, and like, games that have been around for a while. I mean, like, you know, Mario Odyssey's getting a free update. For some reason, Big Brain Academy, Brain vs. Brain, is getting a Nintendo Switch 2 update. But it does feel kind of cool that, like, this ecosystem is going to live on for quite a while, and the Switch 1 games aren't really seen as like, oh yeah, this is some old nonsense, get those out of there. Nintendo's viewing it as like, no, like, we are going to be supporting these games for the foreseeable future with Switch 2. Like, this is all pretty much one big library now, which is what I wanted. You know, like I bought a ton of Switch 1 games, and it's good to know that, like, yeah, like, this library moves forward, and this library is still relevant. It feels really cool, and it definitely feels good, you know, especially considering, like, all of these remakes and ports and remasters Nintendo has done with Switch 1. It feels really good to know that, like, hey, like, it's almost like Nintendo is building up this perfect catalog of their legacy of software to be playable on, you know, their system, and, you know, hopefully their future systems. You know, for a Nintendo Switch 3, these games are going to continue living on, and, you know, you know, it feels really cool. Breath of the Wild Nintendo Switch 2 edition, that was rumored to be, you know, the game Nintendo was showing off to developers at like a GDC event, I believe. And I mentioned that in my thoughts on Switch 2 video on Scott Stash, and yep, that's a thing. But they're also doing Tears of the Kingdom, and it's pretty much just down to these games now actually run well. 4K 60 frames per second, that is pretty wild. I think it'll definitely be interesting to try them out. And also, like, they're using the Nintendo Switch Online app, which has now been renamed the Nintendo Switch app, and I think it is kind of cool that Nintendo is renaming a bunch of this nonsense to actually make sense now. Like, calling that the Nintendo Switch app makes a lot more sense, especially now that voice chat is just doable on the Switch too. So just like, the only reason why anybody used the Switch Online app was to do like the unique little things, like you know, they had the Splatoon stuff, the Smash Brothers stuff, the Animal Crossing stuff, like the game specific things. And it looks like Nintendo is primarily going to be transforming that app into that, where it's like, hey, download the Switch app and you get extra little features. And the stuff they're doing with Zelda is interesting, because it's kind of bringing back the functionality that was scrapped from the Wii U build of Breath of the Wild. Like, they showed that off at like the Game Awards 2014, and then when Breath of the Wild released on Wii U, it didn't have any gamepad functionality. They just scrapped it. But it's kind of cool that they're bringing that back with the smartphone app. And Kirby and the Forgotten Land, it's cool that that's going to have a performance bump. I did find it kind of charming in the Switch 1 version how characters in the background moved at like a really low frame rate. I kind of like that, to be honest. But it is cool that like this game is gonna like run buttery smooth now, and there's gonna be kind of like a little New Game Plus kind of addition there with Star-Crossed World. That's cool, but some of this stuff, like, I kind of would prefer just like enhanced performance, and then like the DLC stuff I think would be cool if they just sold that separately. So like I said, you get like a lot of games that are just getting free updates. Like Pokemon Scarlet and Violet are just getting a free update. You don't have to pay for it, and there's no new content included. You know, I think it would be cool. It's kind of weird that like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, like, by and large, the updates for those games are also just performance based, and then if you want to use your app, you can with those. So like, I just find it interesting, like, those games are paid for, even though like they are included with Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack. So that's something, but you know, that's a little weird. Metroid Prime 4 has the Switch 2 edition, which the performance on that sounds fucking insane. It's 4K 60 or 1080p 120 frames per second. That is ridiculous. PS5 games can't even reach that. And I know, like, this game is meant to run on a Switch 1, which is fundamentally, like, basically, like, as powerful as an Xbox 360. So it's like, oh yeah, you're pretty much taking an Xbox 360 game, and oh wow, it runs, it's easy to run it at a really high frame rate on a much more powerful thing. Wow, I still think it's impressive. You know what I don't think is impressive? The Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. Why is that paid? PS5, you got Astro's Playroom for free, which is not like this full huge game. It's like 2 hours long, but I mean, if you want to 100% that game, like, it'll last you about as long as some certain games that you pay full price for, or at least even games that you just flat out pay for, you know, like that was a great deal. Then there's also, like, you know, a pack-in game for like the Steam Deck. You know, there's some competition when it comes to technical showcase games that appear at launch. The Switch 2 Welcome Tour looks like a goddamn, like, interactive exhibit at a museum. The tech demo, like, mini games included with it, genuinely look like tech demo mini games. You know, like, I guess some of them could be kind of cute, you know, using the mouse and everything, but my god, why is this $10? It's literally meant to teach you about the system. Who wants to pay for that? I know I'm going to, but still, you know, like, this just seems like the most no-brainer, like, included with the system. I mean, you're gonna get people to, like, really respect the system a lot more, but the fact that you're charging for it, it doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not saying this game doesn't have $10 worth of content in it, but when so much of the game seems, like, so focused around being, like, an educational guide to your fucking game system, like, yes, it's cute in the way it does it, but, like, for the most part, what they showed here kind of looks like just just like an interactive version of an instruction manual. And then everything else they're doing here are like asset flips. Like this speed golf thing is like an asset flip from like Clubhouse Games, like their golf mode. And like this stuff isn't even like that good. Like look at the dodge the spike balls mini game. Like there's barely any background. And what is this shit showing you? How to use a goddamn computer mouse? I'll still buy it. And I'll be happy doing it. But I'm definitely gonna have something to talk about in therapy eventually. Drag and Drive. So this is their big mouse showcase game. A lot of people were kind of speculating, oh, what's the big mouse showcase game? You know what I thought? Before the Switch 2 Direct, I kind of thought like, okay, what could they use the mouse for? And I thought, air hockey. They could make an air hockey game. I wasn't expecting this to be an air hockey game, but I wanted to say that before I saw anybody else mention it. Air hockey. You could do air hockey with the Joy-Con. That would be kind of fun. But no, Drag and Drive is actually like a wheelchair basketball-based game, which is definitely an interesting concept. It is pretty cool, and it definitely does utilize the Joy-Con mouse really well. This game looks like a fucking tech demo, and it's supposedly coming out this year. And it looks like the frame rate is not good. The arenas are completely barren and dark. You have absolutely no character here. It's just like these blank-faced robots. The concept is cute. I think it's like a cute concept that like, okay, it's an interesting use of the dual mice, you know, like this is a unique concept, but like, holy crap, bro. What I saw did not impress me, and this does not look like a game that's coming out this year, and I really hope there's like a lot more personality in this game. I hope there's cool arenas, and I hope there's cool characters, and I hope there's more to do. Because this looks like a $10 downloadable game currently. But, you know, I hope they prove me wrong, but my God. This did not impress me. The concept kind of impressed me. I'm like, yeah, that's cool that they're using the Joy-Con to mice in this way. Yeah, this game did not look even slightly ready to be shown. New Pro Controller looks basically the exact same as the original Switch Pro Controller. Just has the C button now, an audio jack, and it also has like the back buttons GL and GR. You know, I mean, it's cool that they're there, but I never use that stuff. I mean, like, yeah, it's always just about, like, hey, you can map it there. That's neat. But I do think the concept that I saw, like, I think Nintendo patented something that was potentially, like, a Pro Controller-like controller that was detachable like the Joy-Con with magnets. You know, like, I was definitely interested to see, like, oh, wow, what if you could detach the Pro Controller grips and then put that onto the Switch 2 and you have much more comfortable controllers there. That would have been cool, but like at the end of the day, like I think this is probably the safer bet. The Pro Controller for Switch 1 is like one of the best controllers, honestly. Like it feels so good. This looks like it's, you know, it's basically the same thing. I mean, you can use the Switch 1 controllers on Switch 2, which is nice, because this would honestly be really annoying to buy because it is also $10 more expensive than the original Pro Controller, and they don't really add a ton of features here. I'm like, do I really want to spend $80 on this when it's literally just the Switch Pro Controller, but with two completely unnecessary buttons on the back for me personally, and a headphone jack, and a C button, which I'm not really going to use. We'll see. If you know me, you know that we'll see means I'm gonna buy it. After all this, we went into a really big third-party section, and this portion just kind of was kind of where like the show kind of went to a crawl. I mean, like after Mario Kart, honestly, the direct kind of like slowed down a bit for me. Like there wasn't a ton of like super exciting things. The third-party section was cool. Like the third-party support the Switch 2 has is amazing. The fact that we went from, like, you know, Wii U, and even the Wii's third-party support with all the crap that got, to what we're getting with Switch 2 is genuinely incredible. You know, the fact that they started off with Elden Ring is really cool. I think my problem is, like, I expected pretty much like all of these games. There wasn't a ton of surprises here. Honestly, a lot of these are like, yeah, I kind of expected that. I think it is cool that you could tell, for the most part, these were all the Switch 2 versions because they didn't look as good as they probably could have. But hey, at least that shows, like, the Switch 2 is going to run these games in a playable state. It's probably not going to be like the sexiest thing in the world, but, you know, hey, whatever. I'm not going to kink shame. I think what made the third-party section just not that interesting or exciting for me is just the fact that, one, a good handful of these titles were already available on Switch 1, and it wasn't really like, oh, wow, the Switch 2 version is going to be crazy. Like, Hades 2, yeah, it's great to know that'll be on Switch 2. Like, it'll have a native Switch 2 version, but it's like, you know, it's 80s too. It's gonna it was gonna run on the Switch 1. Street Fighter 6 was to be expected, but it was definitely really interesting that they're doing like flat out like a bunch of amiibo for it. I believe like you get the figures, then they also have amiibo cards, which Capcom has done a lot with amiibo, specifically with like Monster Hunter. So it is definitely very interesting that they're doing like Street Fighter amiibo. But yeah, Street Fighter 6 is a great game, and it's really cool that that's going to be on Switch 2 at launch. A big surprise to me was just how much of this stuff is going to be at launch. When they were doing like their little like sizzle reels, and they just showed like the sheer amount of these third-party games that are going to be available at launch. So I mean, like, let's look at this list of like all these Switch 2 games. So all of these games are going to be available on June 5th, the launch of the system. Arcade Archives 2 Ridge Racer. Wow, it's definitely kind of weird. I guess like they're doing like Arcade Archives 2. And I looked it up, like, why is it called Arcade Archives 2, other than the fact that it's on Switch 2? I guess because, like, all of the Arcade Archives games were, like, sprite-based. Like, they're mostly just all 2D games, where this, like, is kind of like, hey, we're going to be doing 3D games now, so this is Arcade Archives 2. Remember the first year of the Switch, where literally, like, 20 of the games that would release every month were Arcade Archives Neo Geo games? It's good to see we're back with more Arcade Archives junk. That is kind of cool. But we also have Bravely Default Flying Fairy HD Remaster, which I think is a Switch 2 exclusive game. At the very least, like right now, there's only a Switch 2 version announced. That's weird. I mean, there's no reason why that wouldn't run on Switch 1. It's a 3DS game. And again, like a big problem I have is the fact that the game card is a game key card. I'm like, pshaw, get out of here. We also have Cyberpunk. That's a huge deal. I mean, I really enjoy Cyberpunk. I love the world of Cyberpunk. I think it's really impressive. But, you know, I've played like a good couple of hours of it multiple times. Like, I've played through like different campaigns for a couple hours each. But I think having a Switch 2 version is honestly going to be pretty cool. Like, I'm definitely interested in playing that game, like lounging on the couch, and that's going to be available at launch. And I didn't realize that because the North American Nintendo Direct stream froze randomly. Like they were talking about like some indie game. I'm not saying it was bad or anything. It's just I didn't recognize the game, and I was like, all right, and then it froze, and I'm like, oh God, that was probably the most anxiety I ever experienced this year so far. And, you know, at first it was like, okay, so that froze. And I think they were mentioning like Enter the Gungeon 2. And I'm like, okay, I can kind of assume what these games look like, whatever. You know, it's frozen on like a certain image, but you can still hear the audio. And then they start talking about Final Fantasy VII. And then they start talking about Cyberpunk. And I'm like, God damn it. I'm like, I don't want to miss any major announcements. And like, yeah, of course it happened during like probably the biggest third-party announcements during that direct. So yeah, I mean, Cyberpunk and like the entire game is going to be on the cartridge, which just seems like, you know, it is kind of a big tradition for CD Projekt Red. They were really proud of that with The Witcher 3 on Switch 1. So, you know, the fact that they were able to do that with Cyberpunk for Switch 2 and at launch, no less, is like super impressive. It's really cool that that's going to be available at launch. Deltarune chapters 3 and 4, like on the same day on Switch 2 at launch. Like this launch is crazy, man. This is intense. Fast Fusion, we're gonna have, like, remember Fast RMX from Switch 1? Now we're gonna have another Fast game available at launch of Switch 2. Fortnite, that's probably gonna be a big deal that Fortnite's actually gonna run well on a Nintendo platform now. Hitman, World of Assassination, that is cool that is going to be available, because Hitman 3 was a cloud game only on Switch 1, so it's really cool that, like, the whole Hitman trilogy is going to be available on Switch 2 natively. Hogwarts Legacy, which the Switch 1 version of that is weird. That's like one of the weirdest ports within the past, like, couple of years. The fact that, like, that game is supposed to be open world, but the Switch 1 version is, like, sectioned off, so it's not open world. It's weird. So I guess that's cool that game is going to be available on Switch 2 at launch, and it's going to be like pretty much the full-blown game. Kunitsugami, I actually haven't heard of this game, but it's a Capcom game, and it released in 2024, and that's going to be available at launch. Mario Kart World is going to be a launch title. I wonder what everybody's gonna buy, that or Survival Kids by Konami. Yakuza 0 after Yakuza Kiwami released for Switch 1 like last year. Split Fiction, I still haven't played Split Fiction, and I love Hazelight's games. It Takes Two is incredible, and I heard nothing but good things about Split Fiction. Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S, I love Puyo Puyo Tetris 2, but I'm just going like, what? I feel like they're just trying to replicate what happened with Puyo Puyo Tetris 1 on the Switch 1, the fact that that kind of hit early on for the Switch 1. I'm sure they're trying to see if they can replicate similar success with this, but it's like, bro, like, there's certain things where I'm like, this game is already available on Switch 2. Like, the Switch 2 is backwards compatible with the Switch 1. I don't know who's going to buy this. I don't know what's included with this version. So, like, there are certain games that are getting, like, Switch 2 versions that I'm just kind of going, like, why? Who else got hyped as f to see the Daemon X Machina sequel? Okay. Madden being available on Switch 2 is a pretty big deal. I mean, it's crazy that we went the entire Switch 1 generation without any Madden at all. But you know, the fact, hey, it'll be here for Switch 2 alongside more FC, and WWE 2K is making its triumphant return after WWE 2K18.
Get the fans off their feet.
Oh boy, I can't wait for more of that. Am I being crazy, or like when they had IO Interactive on to talk about Hitman, and they mentioned how James Bond Project 007 was going to be on Switch 2? I was expecting that was going to be the first time we see gameplay of that game, but like, I swear that game was announced years ago, and they just played the same like concept trailer that they showed years ago, and they still don't have a name, they still don't have anything, but they're like, it'll be on Switch 2. I'm like, okay. This one is easy for me to forget about. The fact that they announced new Hyrule Warriors, Age of Imprisonment, which I remember seeing people mention how, you know, hey, they can do a similar thing to Age of Calamity with Tears of the Kingdom, where they can show the imprisoning war. I'm going to be honest, I will play this game, but I've already bitched about Tears of the Kingdom story enough, how I didn't really care about it. So I'm not necessarily all too interested in this one. I do think it is cool that I believe this is going to be a canonical story. I think they mentioned that this is the actual story that happened in the Tears of the Kingdom universe, and that was my biggest problem with Age of Calamity, is the fact that it was some Dumbo baby bullshit, some fairy tale ass version of what happened before Breath of the Wild. I hated that about that game. That game was fun, but like, goddamn, that pissed me off. So it is cool that, like, I feel like they kind of listened to a lot of complaints with this one, and it is interesting because this is probably going to be like a linkless adventure. Like, it's going to be mostly focused on Princess Zelda and you know, like, because just what happened in Tears of the Kingdom, like, she was trapped in the past, and you know, this is going to be that story, and there's not going to be a link, so that'll definitely be pretty interesting, I think. And the fact that it's going to be on Switch 2, it's gonna run well. I feel like there will probably be Link as like an unlockable or something at the end of the game or something, or whatever, you know. He's probably gonna be in there at some point, but I think for the majority of the adventure, it's gonna be mostly just about Zelda, which is pretty cool. But yeah, it's gonna be available during winter, and you know, I mean, sure. I'm not crazy ecstatic over this game, but it makes sense. And I'm definitely interested to just give it a try, but I'm not like I'm not slobbering over this game, you know. I'm like, all right, you know, that makes sense. I would have preferred maybe just like, you know, taking another Nintendo series and doing a Warriors game out of it. You know, I think Xenoblade Warriors would be interesting, and I'm not even a Xenoblade fan, but like I think, you know, just the variety would be a little interesting. You know, we've already gone to Hyrule Warriors in this style before, but this is definitely going to be like a quality experience. I think the fact that it's canonical, I think, makes it fine in my eyes. Oh baby, we got to the GameCube section. This is so cute. This is so fun. Yeah, the fact that GameCube games are going to be available on Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack is pretty wild. I love this. And, you know, this goes with the whole, like, renaming thing that I was talking about earlier. The name of the app and just the library of games here is no longer, you know, like, let's say, oh, GameCube, Nintendo Switch Online, NES, Nintendo Switch Online. They renamed it to Nintendo Classics. I am interested what they're going to rename the Sega Genesis app, though. Like, is that going to be called Nintendo Classics? Is that just going to still be called Nintendo Switch Online? I don't know. But, yeah, you know, they renamed it. Makes a lot more sense now. It's honestly kind of like bringing back the branding from the NES and SNES Classic Edition. How at the top of those boxes, it says, like, you know, it shows the controller and it says Classics and all of that. So it's kind of bringing that branding back in a strange way. The fact that this is going to be available at launch too is wild. So GameCube emulation is pretty easy overall. Everybody can do it. Like, Dolphin is like one of the easiest, most user-friendly emulators to deal with. Still cool as hell. I really like this. And just the fact that we can look forward to monthly or potentially just random drops of like GameCube games getting added to this service is so damn cool. Like, I can just imagine, like, they're literally just gonna throw fucking Barnyard for GameCube at us one day. That's fucking awesome. I'm a little surprised that they didn't do Melee. You know, I mean, they haven't even done Smash 64 yet for the N64 app, but I definitely found it a little interesting that, you know, like when they were showing all the games that we're going to add in the future, I was expecting to see a little Melee at the end. I thought that would have been kind of like the big stinger, but still, the selection is kind of cool. You know, they're starting with Wind Waker, which doesn't deconfirm a Wind Waker HD port, but it is definitely a little strange. At the very least, like with GameCube on Nintendo Switch Online, with that being exclusive to Switch 2, it definitely makes sense that, you know, like, oh, we'll probably get you know, like you know, Wind Waker HD or Twilight Princess HD as a Switch 1 game that you can then, you know, play on your Switch 2. Soul Calibur 2 is incredible. You know, the fact that we have that on Switch 2 and, you know, it has the link and everything is super cool. F-Zero GX is an incredible game, and, you know, in fact, we're gonna get the original version of Sunshine, the Pokemon games, Strikers, Chibi Robo, Luigi's Mansion. It's incredible. And yeah, just the fact that, like, we can look forward to just like randomly seeing like GameCube games get added to Nintendo Switch Online, like that is so much more exciting to me than waiting for like a random Nintendo 64 game to drop, or just seeing what they can pull out of their ass for the NES or SNES at this point. Like, holy, they're adding golf! It's really cool. I'm really excited about that. The GameCube controller is really cool. Having like a fully, you know, brand new wireless GameCube controller is gonna be super neat. I really like that. You know, we can always use our GameCube controllers on Switch with the USB adapters and all of that, but oh boy, I'm happy about that. Hey, I called Civilization 7. Getting a Switch 2 version with mouse support. Borderlands 4 coming is neat, I guess. You know, like a lot of this is like, okay, you know, cool. Final Fantasy VII Remake is definitely going to be really cool to have in a handheld form. And but you know, like that's kind of like yeah, like I expected that. Like I think everybody kind of expected that. Them like showing like Hollow Knight Silk Song, like I'm like yeah, all right, buddy. That's like such like a dumb like little like, oh yeah, a little crowd pleaser. Here you go. Who knows if it'll come out this year? I don't know. Overall, I thought the third-party support was definitely really, really strong here. I think my biggest problem, though, is the fact that it took up such a big chunk of the Direct. It was like a good 20 minutes or so of the Direct was pretty much purely focused on third-party games. And like I said, like these are cool. I think certain games, like they showed like Star Wars Outlaws is coming to Switch 2. Now, is that a game that like I'm really going to sit down and enjoy on my PS5? I don't really care about that game enough to do that. But, you know, the thought of actually doing that in handheld mode, I'm like, you know, actually that wouldn't be that bad. You know, just launch it on the couch playing like kind of like a little brain dead kind of game like that. I'm like, I don't know. It's definitely, you know, I hope kind of like that pure magic of being able to play console games on the go is kind of like reignited with the Switch 2, because you know, seeing games like this on handheld, I feel like it's definitely going to hit a lot harder in person. But then again, you know, we've had stuff like the Steam Deck, you know, in recent years, and you know, I feel like, you know, seeing this stuff isn't going to be as like wild, like mind blowing, like oh my gosh, but definitely very cool. But the novelty is definitely not as there as it was with the Switch 1. And also, honestly, like a good chunk of the Direct being filled with these games when like, yeah, most of these are like old games. Like it's cool that they're coming to Switch 2, but there's not much to really talk about other than like, oh, that's cool. And you're also not going like, how did they do this? It's just like, yeah, the Switch 2 is more powerful, you know, like, I don't know. There were so many like miracle ports on the Switch 1 that I'm kind of going like, yeah, they could get Nier Automata running on Switch 1. Am I really that shocked that they got Final Fantasy VII Remake on Switch 2? Now, I think what was the most surprising thing was at the very end, they announced the Dusk Bloods from Software, so an exclusive From Software game. It is a multiplayer-focused title. Like, I think it's entirely multiplayer-focused, so I'm not really sure if this is, like, going to be, like a big, like, oh, yeah, this is, like, From Software's next Elden Ring. Like, I feel like it's probably not going to be that. It's probably kind of one of their lesser titles. But, I mean, it's a Miyazaki game. You know, he's the director of all kind of, like, the major, you know, typical From Software games. But he's not directing, like let's say, Elden Ring Night Rain, which is the multiplayer Elden Ring game. But he's directing this. So, I don't know. We'll see. But, you know, I think it's just a massive thing to just see, like, yeah, we're getting a From Software exclusive game for Switch 2. I believe it is published by Nintendo, and at the time, I almost thought, like, what if this is like Bloodborne? Which doesn't make any sense because I believe Sony owns the IP to Bloodborne. But, like, honestly, stranger things have happened because, like, in the Switch 1 Direct we got the week prior, like, that had like a handful of Sony IPs that Sony licensed out to get like multi-platform releases. So it's just like everybody's golf is a Sony IP, and that got like that was shown in the Nintendo Direct because Sony doesn't give a shit about that series anymore, so they let Bandai Namco publish like a new one. And the same goes for like Patapon. Like these are all PlayStation Sony owned franchises that they don't care. Like, yeah, sure, that can get a Switch port. Bandai Namco, you handle all this. We don't care about these franchises anymore. So even though I bet you they do care about Bloodborne, but like I feel like there was like this part of me that I'm like, this, like, Sony owns this, so it's probably not this. It might be like a weird spiritual successor, like in the same universe kind of thing. I don't know. I honestly don't know enough about a lot of From Software stuff, but at the very least, I think it is really cool. And it shows that, like, Nintendo means business with this thing. The fact that they're willing to work with From Software, one of the hottest names in gaming. You know, like, just the fact, seeing their name is just, like, enough for people to go, like, oh my god. So, yeah, that's a huge deal. That's a 2026 game. And then they only had 2 announcements left, and they were both first-party announcements. And that's kind of my biggest disappointment with the Direct itself was kind of the lack of focus on first-party Nintendo. And I think, like, the Switch 1 Direct the week prior,
it was weird because like it didn't really answer a lot of questions for me. Part of me is kind of like the Switch 1 Direct would have made sense if it showed off more like first party Nintendo games that were releasing over the next coming months. But what that Direct pretty much did was just showcase like 2 brand new Nintendo games that were releasing in 2026. So that didn't really answer many questions. And then when it came to Switch 2 content that they showed off in this Direct, pretty much most of it was like, all we really know about is like what's releasing within the first month of the Switch 2. And then outside of that, like there's a couple of games we know about, but not a ton. So, I was almost expecting to get basically the entirety of 2025, like, scheduled out and to just know, like, what was releasing. But, I guess it makes sense if they would do something like, hey, Switch 2 launches June 5th, and then, a couple weeks later, Nintendo's been doing, like, these June Directs every year, kind of in replacement of E3. And, I think it would make sense if, like, a couple weeks after Switch 2 releases, they do another Nintendo Direct, and, they follow up on some of the games that they talked about here, and, they also announce more games to come out later in 2025, but I think that was the biggest disappointment for me, was kind of a lack of focus on first party releases. But they had 2 final announcements, with the first of the 2 being Kirby Air Riders, being directed by Sakurai, and they actually announced this later, but it's being developed by Bandai Namco. I like Kirby Air Ride. It's not like my favorite thing. I didn't grow up with it, so like playing it, I'm like, this is cool. I respect it, but just the fact that we got a sequel developed by Sakurai. Sakurai came back to Kirby, which I believe he was already off of the Kirby franchise when he came to work on Kirby Air Ride for the GameCube. So the fact that like the concept of Kirby Air Ride is enough for Sakurai to come back to Kirby twice at this point. This is just really cool to see. It's really, really cool. I'm really happy to see Sakurai do something that's not Smash Brothers. I think he kind of deserves like a fun project like this that you can tell like he's just like, I want to do another Kirby Air Ride, and he's able to do it, and that's really cool. Definitely came out of nowhere too. Like I just was not expecting a Kirby Air Ride sequel to be one of the tentpole games Nintendo shows off for the Switch 2 in its big debut Direct. Very, very neat. I'm very interested to see how it, what it plays like and everything. The trailer didn't show any gameplay or anything, but I do think like that does kind of go along with the lack of first-party games. The fact that they show off Mario Kart World, and then one of the other few first-party games they show off and announce is another racing game. So, I do love that this was announced, but, I do wish there was, like, maybe 2 other first-party announcements, I guess. But, oh my god. The final announcement, I'm in love. So everybody was predicting like 3D Mario. I was predicting 3D Mario. But, there have been rumors for years at this point that the Mario Odyssey team was not working on a new 3D Mario. Instead, they were working on a 3D Donkey Kong game. And yeah, it turns out that was right. And it's a Switch 2 practically launch title. It's coming out like within a month of its launch, which is insane. Like, that's incredible. This game literally looks so fucking cool, and I am so happy to see that like the trailer has like over 1.5 million views within a day. It seems like people are interested in this, because I was a little terrified that I was a little terrified that like, oh, what if I'm one of the only people that thinks like this is fucking awesome, and then everybody else is like, I don't want a fucking Donkey Kong game, I want a 3D Mario, or I want this, or I want that. No, this game looks so damn good. It looks so cool. The visuals and the visual quality of this game is amazing. The animations and expressions that Donkey Kong has, they're using this new design for Donkey Kong where, he doesn't have the furrowed brow anymore. I mean, like, he can get angry, but they definitely want to have him be a little goofier now and just have more expressions. So, they kind of make him a little more chummy with his new eyebrows. And, I think it takes some time to get used to. I did like the new design when we saw it initially in the Switch 2 reveal trailer. But, even just seeing, like, the key art for Mario Kart World with like Donkey Kong eating a big ass burger. Like, I think he looks really good there. And then just seeing all of his unique poses and his unique expressions in Donkey Kong Bonanza, which is an incredible name. Oh my god, it's so good. His movement is so damn cool in this game. It looks like one of the best things about Mario Odyssey is the movement in that game. Just feeling like you can just pull off all these different moves. And you can see like a lot of different moves Donkey Kong pulls off in Bonanza that really feel like it invokes the same thing. And it's obviously done by the Mario Odyssey team. Like, the UI feels so damn similar. They give Donkey Kong a little companion, much like how they always have to do that in 3D Mario games. You know, like, oh, he gets Flood and Sunshine, he gets Luma in the Galaxy games, he gets Cappy in Mario Odyssey. You know, he has a little rock buddy here, and like it just feels like they wanted to do something new and just something fresh, and that's what this feels like. You know, I'm happy this isn't a 3D Mario. I definitely want a 3D Mario for Switch 2. I really hope that, you know, maybe they were sitting on this game for a while, and within the next 2 years we're gonna see a 3D Mario come out, or maybe they have a different section of the team working on it. Maybe they have like one section that was working on Donkey Kong and one section that was working on Mario. But for the big AAA like 3D platformer kind of like showcase game, this is so damn cool. I think it's so cool that they're like they seem proud of this game. It's not that they weren't proud of previous Donkey Kong games, but, you know, like Donkey Kong Country Returns was a big deal. Tropical Freeze was sort of just petered out, you know, like it was like they were proud of that, but like that game was kind of seen as like another 2D game. This one feels like they are really focusing on it like it's a 3D Mario. Like, damn, this is your big new game. And just, the box art, oh my god, it looks fucking awesome. The fact that you can just tear apart the whole like terrain, and that's a big element. You know, it feels like this is like a combination of like everything Donkey Kong has been. You know, you can definitely get like some Jungle Beat vibes from this, but then, you know, they're also referencing a shit ton from Donkey Kong Country, and that's really cool because Jungle Beat didn't do anything with Donkey Kong Country. It almost acted like Donkey Kong Country never existed. This one, like, they're just celebrating Donkey Kong, but also moving him forward and doing something brand new with him. And it is so damn cool because Donkey Kong is like such a well-known IP. Everybody knows Donkey Kong, and his games do well. Like, Donkey Kong can be like a leading mascot for Nintendo when they want him to be. Like, Donkey Kong Country, when that hit on the Super Nintendo, did numbers. It was like one of the biggest games that generation, and that was basically a reboot. You know, like Donkey Kong prior to that was just like the 3 arcade games. And then, you know, you get Country in the Country series, and then 64, and like, you know, Donkey Kong was big back then, and then, you know, it kind of petered out. Just, you know, a bunch of spin-offs throughout the 2000s. But then you get Donkey Kong Country Returns, and, you know, that was a big deal on Wii. That did very well. But, you know, it felt like they would go hard with Donkey Kong, but then it would eventually peter out, and then, you know, they didn't really know what to do with him. And, you know, I felt like that happened multiple times at this point. And Bonanza feels like they are really going like, Donkey Kong is one of our main fucking guys, and let's treat him like it. And it looks amazing. The music in the trailer feels so exciting. I love it. And like, oh my god, his face, his animations are so good. These like character models are so smooth. Like, this feels like a genuine next-gen Nintendo game. And it is so exciting to be at this point where it's just like, this doesn't look like it would work on Switch 1. This looks so smooth. This looks so unique and creative and fun. I'm in love with this game. I cannot wait to try it out. So like overall, I mean, ending on that was like really, really like, I was like smitten. I was like, this is so cool. And then, you know, I was like, that was a good direct. You know, I think like, the third-party section kind of brought it down for me, not because it was bad, but just because, like, it just wasn't that interesting. A lot of it was kind of like, this game's coming to Switch 2. I'm like, cool. That was just kind of the extent of my reaction to a lot of that. And going over a lot of, like, the tech specs and stuff, it was definitely interesting, but a lot of it, like, I kind of already knew. But I saw a lot of people kind of had the same sentiment. They were pretty happy with what was shown. I think a lot of the Nintendo announcements were fantastic. I think the games they showed off were... like they were at the top of their game with Mario Kart and Donkey Kong, and a lot of stuff like, you know, like just seeing like some cool updates to Switch 1 games, and It was weird. They leaked Yoshi's Woolly World for Switch 1, which was kind of cute. Yeah, having like GameCube a part of NSO, that's super, super fun. I'm really happy about that. Game quality looks cool. Third-party stuff look cool. But now everybody's acting like this system is the second coming of the fucking devil. Listen, man, I'm not happy about these prices. They're fucking weird. They're bad. I don't understand why Mario Kart's this expensive. I mean, $70 for Donkey Kong. Like, I'm like, yeah, like that's what the standard is, I guess, for AAA games. It's possible to think at the same time, these prices are absurd, and then also everybody is bitching way too much. I think the Nintendo Switch 2 at the current price, I think it'll do fine. I think it will initially do very well, and then, you know, the sales might peter out a little bit, you know, like we might be in like a 3DS situation, I guess, or, you know, you have all the diehard fans rushing to buy it at launch. A couple months later, you don't have as many people that are looking to buy it because it might be a little too pricey. And then whatever happens, happens, man. If Nintendo is like, oh, wow, this isn't doing very well, they're going to drop the price, or they're going to add more incentives. And if the price is really that much of a sticking point for you, yeah, you should wait. Because, you know, if enough people think the way you do, which apparently a lot of people are, then yeah, you know, they're gonna course correct. But you know what? I think a lot of the people that are bitching are actually gonna buy the system at launch, and Nintendo's never gonna drop the damn price ever. Overall, I was fairly content with what they showed. I thought it was a pretty decent direct. Definitely had a really great beginning and end, and the middle was kind of like, you know, like, all right, you know, I'm just hanging out, watching this right now. But yeah, I think the system does look really nice. I think the power of it seems like it's at a very solid level. The games Nintendo showed off, specifically, you know, Mario Kart and Donkey Kong, I thought were incredible. I love them. Price is absolutely ridiculous. I think the console price is expensive, but I don't think it's like absolutely like absurd. I think it's like it's like doable, I guess. It's in game console price territory, and you know, you're getting a fair amount with this, you know, like in terms of functionality and compatibility with a bunch of different games, all of this nonsense, whatever. I'm not advocating for the price, but I also don't think it's like absurd. Game prices are absurd, specifically Mario Kart. That's kind of the main thing. But even then, you know, at the very least, you can buy the bundle. But even then, I see people complaining that like, oh, well, the bundle is a limited production. They're not going to be making them for forever. They're only going to be making them throughout up until the holiday season or something. Like they said, like, oh, we're not going to be making these forever. This will pretty much be around like launch time. And then, you know, they're not going to be available going into the holiday season. And I'm just like, I don't see why that's really much of an issue. I feel like they're just going to introduce another bundle or something. Or like they might introduce a fucking bundle with like Mario Kart World and like a Nintendo Switch Online subscription or something. I don't know. Like it's just like, yeah, it's a bundle with a download code in it. There's definitely going to be more Nintendo Switch 2 bundles with download codes in it. You know, like they're probably just going like, hey, this isn't going to be like available all the time. We're going to be doing this for like the first couple of months. And people are acting like this is like fucked up. Like what the, oh my God, they're fucking with us. I don't think it's that deep, buddy. I feel like a lot of people just think like this console is designed to just absolutely just exploit the hell out of them. And I'm going like, yeah, there are a lot of shitty things going on, but it's like, I feel like people are trying to look for even more problems with it, and they're looking at things and they're pointing and they're going like, look, they're fucking with us. It's like with the game key cards and the bundle and all of that. I honestly think the biggest problem is just the price of the system is $50 more expensive than I would have wanted it to be, and then Mario Kart World is $80 for some goddamn reason. Other than that, those are kind of the only big issues I have, honestly. Oh, what the fuck am I thinking? The box art sucks. Oh my God. Okay, so it's obvious Nintendo doesn't want to have a repeat of the Wii U. But even that, the Wii U had such a different fucking box art to the Wii. So, like, they tried with that one. This one, okay, I hate the fact that, like, it is growing on me, not in the sense that I like it now, but, like, I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, I'm getting used to it. But it's obvious to me they didn't want to do, like, the whole, like, Switch 2 logo in the corner, like with the Switch 1, because there's a chance that, like, you know, you're gonna confuse it for a Switch 1 game. I really like the Switch 1 boxes. They're very simple, but, like, I think the logo in the corner is such a very bold choice. It looks nice, and you know, it's unique. It looks good, and like, you can see a good chunk of the box art that way, you know, like, not a ton of the box art is obscured with the Switch logo there. The Switch 2 one, there's no, like, there's no statement here. There's no, like, unique style they're going for here. It's literally a top banner with the Switch 2 logo in the middle, and it just looks weird. Like, I'm like, the Switch 2 logo being in the middle, it oddly looks a little too small. I feel like they should have done something where it's like, I don't know, like, maybe the Switch 2 logo is in the corner, and like, maybe it's just the Joy-Con logo in the corner, and then the actual Nintendo Switch, like, text is kind of more so, like, you know, following it, almost like the PlayStation boxes, how, you know, you have the PlayStation logo and then the actual, like, you know, like PS5 or PlayStation 2 or something like that. This just looks dumb. This looks like it's like they're literally doing something like, oh, well, we have to make sure it looks different, but it's like the box is already fucking red, which is kind of cute. And you know what's also kind of cool is the fact that the spines, I believe, are going to be not all red. It's going to have, like, a unique art on the side, which is cool. So I'm kind of like, all right, you know, that's kind of cool. I like the consistency of the Switch 1 games, but, you know, just being in a sea of red, it makes it kind of hard to see all the games you have from a distance because they all look the same, you know, and the text is so small that, like, you really have to go up in front of them and you have to, like, whatever, almost go one by one to find the game you're looking for. These Switch 2 editions, I mean, like, look at the Kirby and the Forgotten Land box art. It's just fucking just filled to the brim with all this bullshit. You get, like, the addition, like, oh, Starcross Road, like, addition to the box art, and then you have this giant wall of text at the bottom that's literally, like, explaining what this is. This is the Nintendo Switch 1 game with the Nintendo Switch 2 enhancements added to it. And it has that for everything, and every box art has a damn QR code on it. This is rough. I would have probably preferred if the Switch 2 header was, like, a little smaller, just a little thinner. I would have liked that. I don't know why it needs to be that big. I've seen a lot of, like, fan art, like, mock-ups of, like, a better version of this, and, like, nearly all of them look a million times better. But the box arts themselves, like the Mario Kart World box art and the Donkey Kong Bonanza box art, look super good. Oh my god, it's really nice. But the box template itself is just a little dumb. I don't like it. It feels like they're, like, desperately trying to make this, like, oh, we can't make this confusing for the consumer. But at that point, why the f didn't they mention the price in the Nintendo Direct? That just confused the hell out of everybody. Overall, the prices are stupid, but other than that, I'm actually cool with most of this. I think there's some good-ass games they showed off. I think third-party support seems really damn good for the Switch 2. And overall, I'm just really excited that this ecosystem is living on. The menu of the Switch 2 sucks. They didn't really change it up. They changed up some elements of it. The eShop is new. Like, it definitely does look a lot better. But I kind of wish that they kind of went in and they did a little bit more. I actually don't mind the Switch 1 menu. I think I just would like to see it just expand more throughout the years. Like, I wish there was just more to it. But I do like how snappy and quick it is. And so it's just like, I don't mind that it's basically the same damn thing, but I also do sorta. So yeah, Nintendo Switch 2, yeah. Pretty cool. But talking about Crayola Scoop would have been even cooler.
Wow, new Nintendo hardware. This is a special occasion. It only happens 25 plus times in a lifetime. Yeah, this sort of happened, didn't it? The Nintendo Switch 2 launched on June 5th, 2025. And I did a lot around that time. I just kind of want to talk about my experiences with the launch of this system. I think I'm going to talk about my overall thoughts on it so far at a later time. So I just kind of want to talk about sort of the build-up to launch and how the launch went for me and all that kind of garbage, because there's there's more fun little stories to tell here. Firstly, pre-ordering this thing stunk. You know what else stunk is the fact that I probably didn't have to pre-order it. See all these pictures on launch day of how plentiful the stock was. Of course, like, I don't think every store was like this. Like, you know, if you walked into a Target and they didn't have Switch 2s, go to the Best Buy nearby it. They might have had Switch 2s. But just the pre-order process for this thing was so goofy. So, they initially announced pre-orders, and then they had to delay them because of real-life garbage. So they finally announced a revised pre-order date. Good deal. I was cool with that. Like, all these different places, Target, Best Buy, Walmart, they were all saying, like, yeah, pre-orders are gonna open up at midnight. Now, I'm a little Best Buy goblin. I just don't really trust Walmart to pre-order video games from. Turned out they were pretty cool. Apparently, if you pre-ordered from Walmart and they would deliver it to your doorstep, they would include Pringles and Coke. I got no such thing for my Best Buy pre-order. I got waiting around until 2 a.m. to get a pre-order confirmation. It was just a little goofy because none of these websites that open up pre-orders could handle the sheer girth of the amount of time Nintendo fans have to dedicate to this kind of crap. I should know. I'm one of them. So Target wasn't working very well, Walmart wasn't working very well, and Best Buy didn't even open up pre-orders until 12:30 at night instead of 12. I just found it a little silly because Best Buy was like sending me notifications on the Best Buy like iPhone app all day going, it's just like, just you wait till midnight when pre-orders open. Pre-orders didn't open at midnight. But yeah, I was able to secure a pre-order via Best Buy. I trust Best Buy with a lot of this kind of stuff. But prior to this, I remember seeing on social media it pop up that Amazon UK had pre-orders for the Switch 2 available. So I dicked around with that. That was kind of my fail-safe, like, alright, you know, like, the pre-orders are open, and your Amazon account in the US does work on Amazon UK, so I thought, I'll try pre-ordering a standard Switch model, because I did need to, because, you know, I wanted one for myself, and then for all the guys that work with me on Scott Stash, we have an office where they do most of their work from, and we have a little gameplay capture arena there, and a Switch 2 would fit awfully well there, wouldn't it? Amazon UK canceled my order, so that didn't go through, but I did get my Best Buy one, so that's all that matters. My Best Buy pre-order included the Mario Kart World bundle for the Nintendo Switch 2, a physical copy of Mario Kart World because I'm an idiot, Cyberpunk 2077, a Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller, and a Nintendo Switch 2 camera, because that was pretty much most of the things that I could imagine I would get at least some semblance of use out of. Probably outside of the physical Mario Kart World game, but again, you know, I'm an idiot. So, that was that. I would have been fine getting a Nintendo Switch 2 at launch. The Best Buy I pre-ordered from was going to do a midnight launch, so I could have just waltzed right up there, and I could have gotten my Nintendo Switch 2 at midnight. However, I had a very cool opportunity come through. I got an email that I thought was fake as hell, but it was from Nintendo, and Nintendo offered to send me pretty much the exact same thing I just spent hundreds of dollars on. Now this year I started to open myself up a little more to take opportunities like that and work more with companies, and I am still very selective on that. I don't necessarily want to take a bunch of like review codes or anything, or just openly accept literally anything that comes my way, but I thought this was a really cool like opportunity. You know, hey, you know, the way I talk about Nintendo, I'm sure they're gonna see the dumb crap I say, and they're probably gonna be like, all right, we're good working with this with this guy. But you know, I was just like, you know what, I think this would have been kind of a dumb opportunity not to take. So you know, I accepted. I was like, this is very, very cool, thank you very much. The thing is, they did say that yeah, we're gonna send you the console on June 5th. So overall, I didn't really see a huge benefit to getting it, other than like, oh, that's cool, I got a free Switch. So I just kind of thought about it, and I thought like, okay, well, what can we do with this Switch 2? We've been already talking to the local Extra Life charity here in Toledo. You know, work with Children's Miracle Network and, you know, the children's hospitals nearby. And, you know, I always thought it would be cool to do some more stuff locally. Throughout the years, I've done the merchandise for charity bonanzas and raised a lot of money, and I'm very, very happy that I did those and thankful for everybody that contributed to that. But you know, I've been taking it a little slower the past couple of years, so I thought, like, you know what, we're already talking to them about doing some stuff, and I'm getting a free Switch 2. This should be kind of cool. Let's donate this Switch 2 to one of the local children's hospitals. That'll be really cool for them to get a Switch 2, you know, like basically on launch day. But then I got another email from Nintendo, and they invited me to New York City for the launch of Nintendo Switch 2 at Nintendo NY. And they said I would have the chance to purchase my system there. I don't think these two people who emailed me talk to each other, because I've been to New York once, and I like New York. I think New York is a really fun spot to visit. Keyword, visit. I will never live there. It is a very awesome city to visit. I love checking it out. You're always going to see something new. You've never seen the entirety of New York. I never want to live there. New York is a very special kind of place where while walking down there, I will smell the rankest smell in the world, and then I take one step forward, and then it's gone. Weird situations and smells in New York are oddly territorial. But when I got the New York invite from Nintendo, I thought, once again, that is quite another cool opportunity. So I kind of thought, like, okay, this is the plan. We will go to New York, and then get on a flight at 6 in the morning on June 5th, and then get to the Detroit airport around like 7:30 a.m. and then book it back home, which is about an hour. Get home in time to hopefully sign for the Nintendo Switch 2 gift package that Nintendo was sending, because somebody had to be there to sign for the package. Then run to Best Buy to pick up the Nintendo Switch 2 I actually pre-ordered. And then the next day, bring the Nintendo Switch 2 that Nintendo sent me for free to the children's hospital, and then, you know, play Mario Kart with them. That would have worked, but I think the idea that our flight was at 6 in the morning on June 5th, meaning we would probably have to wake up at 4 a.m. after doing the midnight launch at Nintendo NY, that would have been kind of goofy, and I think I would have been genuinely exhausted and possibly borderline dead by the end of all of that. But I was willing to do it. I did not need to go to New York. I think Nintendo just shot me an invite, not thinking that much about it, just like that. Yeah, sure, let's invite him. Because the flight to New York was just an hour or so. It wasn't that bad. Nearest airport to me is Detroit, which is about an hour away. So, you know, it's still some traveling. But, you know, I use this more as an excuse to go to New York, because I wanted to go to New York again, especially with the guys. You know, went with Eric and Sam and Dominic and Justin, and it was a lot of fun. You know, we met up with a couple of other YouTubers, filmed some stuff for Scott Stash. Most of the videos we filmed for Scott Stash were drinking games, so we did a very similar thing going to Los Angeles. We did that back in like March of 2025, and we met up with some other YouTubers, hung out with them, and filmed some stuff with them, and it was a very cool time. And a lot of this is mostly surrounding excuses where I'm invited somewhere. I was invited to shoot something for Smosh-alike, and I'm like, yeah, that's really cool. I've never been to Los Angeles, and I thought, like, okay, well, could also film a bunch of stuff there, rent an Airbnb, set it up like we can film like the hangout videos on Scott Stash there, and you know what? It's a fun little setup. I'm excited to do more of that kind of stuff in the future. Just kind of take opportunities to travel to a cool place, set up shop, film some stuff. But, you know, even filming stuff like on these work trips, it doesn't feel like work. It's just a fun time hanging out with the guys. But you know what really stunk is the fact that, remember how Nintendo said, oh, the Nintendo Switch 2 we're sending you will get delivered on June 5th. I got an email right before leaving for New York saying, oh, we're sending this system on June 4th. So that would have been kind of cool, I guess. The fact that I would have had the Switch 2 early. So I had the Switch 2 sent over to my communications manager, Jamie, so then he could sign for it. So at the end of the day, like, it all worked out, and I ended up redoing our flights back home, so then we wouldn't be waking up at 4 in the morning to get on a 6 a.m. flight because there would be not as much of a reason to try to get home as quickly and as early as possible. And overall, when it comes down to it, like, yeah, it would have been cool to be playing the Switch 2 a day early, but I was in New York with my best friends. Who gives a damn? But that brings us to the things that Nintendo was doing in New York that I was invited to. They were holding 2 events. One was the Block Party, which was kind of being held like outside of Nintendo NY. And that was something that everybody was invited to. And then there was a VIP event that was kind of happening like an hour or so before the launch at midnight, where I was able to go into the store on the top floor before the public was. And I was able to preview the system and mingle with Nintendo of America representatives and other influencers. The Block Party was cool. It was mostly just kind of like an outdoor demo for Mario Kart World's Knockout Tour, which we were able to try that out, but that was basically all it was. It was definitely cool to be a part of that whole thing, though. It did mostly just kind of come down to I waited in line for like 30 minutes and played around a Knockout Tour, which was a lot of fun. That was my first time playing Mario Kart World. And I got second place. Huzzah. But yeah, that was kind of all that was. That was cool. Got a free poster with that. Everybody did, so I think we're just going to have like a giant wall of like 6 Mario Kart World posters at our office. Met a lot of people that recognized me there, and that was really, really cool. It's always fun to talk to everybody and to, you know, just meet and take pictures, all that fun stuff. There was one guy that we remembered from too many games. He always cosplayed as Peter Griffin. And I saw him, like, from the distance. I saw he was wearing, like, an old Hey All Scott Here shirt. So I gave him, like, a wave. I'm like, oh, that's cool. But then when I got closer, I'm like, holy f***, it's you. Me and the guys always joked about the fact that this guy always was like was always there in like a really funny way. He always got like the most attention when we would do a panel. Somehow he was always the first one we called on, and we didn't even try to do that. He was like the first in line for certain things. There was like a moment at Too Many Games where they were like, hey, we're gonna be giving away part of like the cardboard cutout blue border that we have for like photo ops. And they just gave it out randomly. It went to fucking Peter Griffin. It got to the point where, like, I think our social media algorithms were, like, borked by it, too. Because, like, I think Dominic mentioned just, like, you see Peter Griffin's hanging up the coat. Like, this guy, his name is Nick. He made this, like, video where he was just like, I'm not going to be cosplaying as Peter Griffin as much at these conventions. And it was, like, this very somber video. He's just like, it's over, I guess. So then when we saw him there randomly, I was like, oh my god. It was just funny. He's always been such a nice guy to talk to, but it was just really funny how like usually at these conventions, like he was just always there, and he was always like very lucky enough to get like boom, 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 like all these things, and we always saw him around, and like we just thought it was funny. And then randomly when we're in New York, there he is again. But that was really funny, really cool to see him. And then this group, I think there's a very collective like Nintendo New York community, like fans that live around New York, and you know, it is kind of like a tradition for people to wait for the new system, you know, wait in line and be out there for a while. And we were talking with everybody, and this one guy, he was very, very nice, but it just makes me laugh because like the way he said, it's just like, I would like you to meet the guy that's been waiting for 2 months for the Nintendo Switch 2. It just sounded like he was like, I want you to meet the Godfather. I want you to meet our leader. But that was definitely fun. After that, me, Dominic, Justin, and Sam went to a Yankees game just because, you know, when in Rome. It was like $15 a ticket, which was like really damn good. So we just did that for like an hour and a half or so. It was just kind of cool to do that, just kind of kill some time before my obligation to show up to Nintendo NY at like 10:45 p.m. So checked out the game. That was a lot of fun. Took the subway back to our Airbnb, and I freshened up because I felt stanky as fuck. This was like an 80-degree week in New York, and when you're walking like 10 miles a day all around the city, and we go back to our Airbnb, which, mind you, that might not be legal to have an Airbnb in Manhattan, but
it was on Airbnb, so I took it. But the Airbnb didn't have any AC, so that sucked. But I freshened up, and then I took an Uber to Nintendo NY, and I couldn't really get in the doors. Those little Nintendo fans, man. I mean, I get it. I'm your little Wii U boy, but man, you put me in a crowd of Nintendo fans on top of they're all hopped up on something because it's the Switch 2 launch. I couldn't really move that much. I was able to get in, and I'm it's a very, very cool like situation to be in. It is always interesting to try to, like, if I have to go somewhere, it is usually hard and kind of like a big mob like that sometimes, but you know, I mean, like, it's still cool as hell. Like, I can't complain about it. It's more of just a funny situation to try to see, like, all right, how do I go about this? So I do want to say, like, if you ever catch me in like a moment where there's a bunch of Nintendo fans around me, you know, I might just have to kind of keep pushing forward. You know, it's not that I do want to like talk to everybody if I can, but it is something like if I have a place to go, I kind of have to like just be like, hey, I'm sorry, I gotta go. So I made it through the doors, and then I went upstairs on Nintendo NY, and I was hanging out there from like 11 to 12. And it was cool. You know, it wasn't necessary. Not at all. It was definitely very cool to see a lot of these Nintendo of America employees that, like, I've recognized throughout the years. And just shake their hands and everything. I recognized JC from Nintendo. I forgot his name for a bit. I told him, like, it's either JD or JC or something, but I recognized him, so I talked to him for a little bit. I was really awkward. I think I accidentally went for a handshake with him like 3 times, and I'm like, it was like one of those situations where I'm like, oh yeah, you're you, it's cool to meet you, and then like I think I'm ending the conversation after that, so I shake his hand again, and then somebody else kind of comes in and is saying something to him, and I'm just kind of standing there like, I'm like, should I just walk away? I'm not sure if I 100% closed the conversation yet. So then when I had another chance, I was just like, okay, it was great seeing you. That's a record, 3 handshakes. Ooh. I recognized Nate Bildorf. All I said to him was like, you're Nate Bildorf, right? And then he said, yeah. And I said, it's cool to meet you. And I shook his hand. That was it. Now, I did see Doug Bowser there. And I just kind of thought, like, I'm like, man, if I'm going to get anything out of this, I need to get a picture with Doug Bowser. So I did take a picture with him. I went up to him like a freaking shark, man. Like, he had somewhere to go. He had to go downstairs. Like, this was at the very last minute. He had to go downstairs to count down to midnight to the launch of Nintendo Switch 2. He had a place to go. So I went up to him really quick. I just told him, like, Mr. Bowser, can I take a selfie real quick? And then he was like, yeah, very quick. 3, 2, 1, go. And that's where that selfie came from. So if you look at that selfie and you went, Doug Bowser and Scott are friends? No. But I'm very thankful that he made time to take a quick picture with me, so that was funny. Overall, I didn't do a ton at the preview event. I talked to a couple of the other influencers that were there, and I was definitely kind of like I'd say a fish out of water there. Like, I felt like there wasn't really a ton of people that were in, like, my immediate, like, genre, I guess, of, like, content creator. I don't know. By that I mean I don't really think there was anybody else that were making hour-long retrospectives on fucking Mario 64 DS. So yeah, like I was kind of like an odd one out there, but it was still cool. It was still cool to meet all the people that I talked to, and you know, everybody was very nice. It was you know, cool to you know, spend that last hour of a Switch 2-less experience up there with everybody. There were preview stations for a lot of the major launch titles. On the big screen, there was Mario Kart World, and they had Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour there. I kind of wanted to try that out, but somebody was there. The Breath of the Wild Switch 2 edition kiosk was open, so I went for that one. This was like my very first time previewing a game. Even though previewing the game was a little kind of like, what am I doing here? Like, this game is launching in like
40 minutes or something. But yeah, I just kind of messed around in Breath of the Wild on Switch 2 for a bit. It was cool to see that game running at a, stable 60 frames per second in 4K, all of that nonsense. It was cool. And of course, I did get the opportunity to buy my Switch 2 at Nintendo NY. So my personal Switch 2 is technically one of the first bought at Nintendo NY. They made sure they were like, okay, you're going to have the opportunity to buy a system here. We have to wait for the people that have been waiting for months to get the system because they've been waiting for months, so they deserve the first ones. But after a little bit, then you can buy your system. So I bought a Nintendo Switch 2 at Nintendo NY. I got the Mario Kart World bundle, and I did see how there are two different types of Mario Kart World bundles. I've already seen people talk about this online, but yeah, the one that I got at Nintendo NY is the one with the full game download as the banner on the bottom, and it's printed on the box. Like, this box has always been meant to be a Mario Kart World bundle. And I was genuinely pretty confused by it when I got the system all set up and everything, because there was no download code or anything. The system just knows it's a Mario Kart World bundle, so when you log on to the eShop, it says, like, hey, you have a download available for Mario Kart World. But then the one I picked up from Best Buy had the circular Mario Kart World sticker on it, which just includes like a standard download code that you enter. So obviously what happened there was Nintendo took a bunch of regular ass Nintendo Switch 2 bundles and slapped a sticker on it and then included a download code, because I assume they realized that the Mario Kart World bundle was going to be a lot more popular. Because why wouldn't it be? But I got this bundle. I got physical Mario Kart World, which actually makes sense, and I'll explain why. I also got a camera and a Switch 2 Pro controller. I know I definitely have a lot of extras, but again, I'm buying for multiple people at this point because, we have Switch 2 at the office and everything. Not yet, because the Amazon UK order got canceled, but still. But when I got the Switch 2 to the Airbnb, I wanted to try it out for a little bit, and yeah, I guess the time zone stuff was a little weird because Mario Kart World was not able to get downloaded. Like, I could connect to the eShop and everything, it was fine, but it was giving me like an error code with Mario Kart World saying this game hasn't released yet. So I cracked out the physical copy and I played it that way. I actually didn't play really much of it at all at midnight. We actually went out with the YouTuber Get Mads. I just went out to a bar for a little bit because, we could. And, but we had to cut it a little short. We had to wake up the next morning for our flight back and everything. But I played my Switch 2 in the airport on the plane and everything. That was my first time playing it, so that was pretty cool. Got home, I kept playing my Switch 2 in bed, but I was pretty damn exhausted. I passed out most of the day that I was back on June 5th, but, I did set up my Switch 2 down here in my game setup here, and I played a lot more Mario Kart World. But yeah, overall, the actual launch day of Switch 2, I was so damn tired. I played probably a good couple hours. I think I probably played like 3 hours, 4 hours overall, but yeah, I passed out most of that day. I was exhausted. But then the very next day, I had to wake up a little early to head on over to the Nationwide Children's Hospital in Toledo to give them this, which is the Switch 2 Nintendo gifted me. So it just came in a box. I did not get the digital download Mario Kart bundle. It was the regular Switch 2 with a physical copy of Mario Kart World. All right, listen, I know. Let's talk about these cases. So I do understand Nintendo wanting to differentiate the Switch 2 boxes from the Switch ones. I do like how we have a colorful spine. The spine is now kind of like, it can be whatever you want it to be. Nintendo's already doing whatever they want, with different fonts and everything. They aren't just upholding to the same, like, Switch 1 font on the spine, which, I like the Switch 1 game cases. I also don't really like them. I think it is cool how uniform they are, but it's also, like, I'm looking at my Switch 1 games right now. I don't know what any of those games are saying. Like, I don't know where any of the games are. They all look the same. So this, at the very least, I think, makes it a lot easier to see from a distance and be able to say, like, oh yeah, that's Mario Kart, that's Cyberpunk, all that stuff. The red case is cute. I do think
it does kind of take away from the fact that, you know, we do have inside cover art for these things too. The red game card is neat. However, there is just something a little funky about these game cases. Just a big ass border on the top. I think it would have been a little better if like the Switch 2 logo was like set up a little differently. I don't know. I don't like this logo. I don't like it that it's just the Switch logo with a 2 next to the Joy-Con logo up there. I don't like it. But the spine is fine. It's better than it seemed like it was gonna be just looking at images of them online when they were first revealed. But yeah, Nintendo gave me all of this, and it came with these 2 little pieces of paper that were kind of giving you a little like marketing information about everything going on. I like these. It's just kind of a cool little like just information dump about everything with like Mario Kart World. And then this one is just like a checklist of like all these different things with the Switch 2 around launch time. They have like all the Tears of the Kingdom amiibo. They have the micro SD express card, which, man, I just might wait until like a 1 or 2 terabyte micro SD express card is available. I really don't want to buy like a 256 gigabyte one, and then what? Then I'm gonna just buy another, and then another, and then another. I might just wait a little bit, but who knows? That might be a while until something like that is readily available. But my Switch 1, like when I was able to get a 1 terabyte micro SD card, like I got that, and I never looked back. But yeah, they're showing off a couple of the different games available. Not all of them. I don't think they're showing any of the M-rated games. I don't see Cyberpunk or anything like that, but they have Bravely Default and Street Fighter 6. Yeah, Welcome Tour. Welcome Tour is another one of the Switch 2 games that I have played. You know, I mean, like, there's some cute things with it, but, like, my lord, man. It should have been a pack-in. That's just the easiest way to put it. It's not bad, but it should have been a pack-in. Most of what I've done with the Switch 2 since launch has been Mario Kart World, and I love this game. I think it's awesome. Is it perfect? No, but I think you kind of have to do something different with Mario Kart, because, like, I'm looking at Mario Kart World, and people still look at it like, oh, it's just more Mario Kart. So, like, if they think that with Mario Kart World, what the hell would they have thought if it was just a typical-ass Mario Kart 9? It was just like Mario Kart 8, but better graphics and new courses. Like, that's all it would have been. I think they made a great move with Mario Kart World, and I'm excited to see what they do next with it. I can't wait to see updates, DLC, all of that. I think the game is great. It does have some problems. I would love to talk more about that in like a full-blown, like, what are my thoughts on Nintendo Switch 2, or I might do thoughts on Mario Kart World as its own separate little think piece as well. But overall, I'm having a great time with it. And you know what? Just the Switch 2 in general, how it feels, I love the feel of this system. There's not really a ton that I'm having like issues with. I think it looks and feels very sleek. I think it just, like, just being bigger just feels so much better with this system. It does feel premium, yet not too, like, oh, premium that you can't just, like, casually use it or whatnot. You know how it feels like if you have this super expensive piece of tech, you're almost like, oh, I gotta be careful with this. Like, I feel like that with the Switch 2, but, you know, probably in like a couple of weeks, I'm gonna be rattling that thing around my bag. Who gives a damn? But I think one of the biggest shockers for me is the Pro Controller. This controller did not seem very interesting. It just seemed very much like, oh, it's just a Switch 2 branded Switch 1 Pro controller. No, like, this thing feels a million times better. It feels so much different. The sticks are incredible. Like, it genuinely feels like something, like, I loved the Switch 1 Pro controller and didn't really think that needed refined or anything. No, this one is a million times better. This might be one of the best controllers out there. Got the Switch 2 camera just because I thought it would be kind of funny. I have not used anything with the camera so far. I've not played online multiplayer with friends, or I've not done game chat or anything. I've messed around with some of the GameCube games. You know, that's really cool. It's cool to have GameCube games on Switch 2. That's kind of the long and short of it. I did purchase the Switch 2 GameCube controller from the My Nintendo store, so that should be coming at some point soon. But yeah, I mean, I'm just happy they're there, and I think that's my overall thoughts on the Switch 2 as a whole. I'm just happy about a lot of this stuff. It's not necessarily the most, like, exciting thing in the world, because it is very iterative on what we've already had with the Switch 1. but that's what I wanted. Like, would it have been cool if Nintendo just came out with this crazy new idea? Sure. But even then, a lot of the stuff they're doing with the Switch 2 is really slick. Even just using the Joy-Con as mice, there's something oddly magical feeling about that. I just did that in bed one day. I was just holding the Switch 2. I'm just gonna detach the Joy-Con and I'm just gonna like use it on like the bed sheet. I'm gonna use it on my knee. And it works like really well. Obviously it would work better if like, you were sitting like at an actual table or whatever, but it works really well and it just kind of opens up a lot of possibilities. Like, yeah, computer mice have been around for centuries, but this feels like you're actually able to do something kind of new and innovative with it. And I think that's really neat. I am extraordinarily happy with the Switch 2. I'm not like blown away or anything, but it feels very much like what I wanted from a Nintendo console in 2025. I love the Switch form factor, and this just feels like they're taking it and just running with it, with a console that is more than powerful enough to handle a lot of the stuff you're going to throw at it. In the coming weeks, I definitely want to try out more of the multi-platform games. I do have Cyberpunk, but I have not tried it out yet on Switch 2. And, I'm down to try out the other games like Street Fighter 6, Hitman. I will definitely say the whole game keycard thing is definitely kind of a buzzkill. Like, I like my physical games, and I do find that a game being released physically does kind of make it feel a lot more substantial. Like, oh, this is a big release. And when a game is a game key card, it's just so deflating, where I'm just kind of like, this just feels like a waste. And I know I've said previously how, okay, this is better than code in the box kind of things. But they're still doing that stuff with the Switch 2. Split Fiction is a code in the box. I'm like, what are we doing here? And I remember saying in my initial thoughts on the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct video on Scott's Dash, I said oh, it makes sense for something like Street Fighter 6 to be a game key card, but it doesn't make sense for Bravely Default to be one. But now that we know that there's only one game card size for publishers to buy, which is a 64 gigabyte cartridge, which is a little too expensive to kind of make the most money you can off of your physical games. Now it makes sense that Bravely Default's no, we're not going to buy a 64 gigabyte game card for our $40 retail game. Street Fighter 6, now I'm kind of going what's your excuse? That's like a 60 gigabyte game. You had all the reason to buy a 64 gigabyte game card. I think my hope is that this is kind of just a launch year thing for Nintendo. Okay, we're going to start with just offering one game card size, and then as time goes on, when manufacturing ramps up a little bit, maybe it gets a little cheaper, maybe we'll offer smaller game card sizes. I hope that's the case, because Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S being a game key card is just stinky to me. But that's honestly one of my only major issues with the Switch 2 as it is, and I am hopeful that that kind of ends up working itself out in the end. I don't see a ton of people going that crazy for the game key cards, but we'll see how the general audience goes. I'm not live or die oh, everything I buy needs to be physical, but I probably would have bought a lot of the physical games at launch if they were actual physical games. I might just wait until it makes sense, where I'm in the mood to play some of these games, because right now it's pretty much all about Mario Kart World for me. But in a couple weeks, I might be you know what? I really enjoyed playing Street Fighter 6 on PS5. I think it'll be kind of cool to try that out on Switch too. And at that point, I'm just going to buy it digitally. But yeah, I'd love to talk more about this in the future. I kind of want to get a little more experience with it outside of just playing Mario Kart and a little bit of Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour and the GameCube games. So yeah, I'll probably do that at some other point. But for now, to end things off, like I said, this is the Switch 2 that Nintendo sent me, or at the very least, it's the box. Because this Switch 2 is currently residing at the Nationwide Children's Hospital in Toledo, Ohio. We went there to donate that for their play area, and that was a very, very, very cool experience. I'm very keen on doing more stuff like that in the future, because the kids were really excited, and it was really, really cool to be able to play Mario Kart with them and talk to them all, and just have a good time, and just be able to bring a brand new game system at launch to them, so then they could play the latest and greatest kind of fun stuff. So that was really cool. I would love to do more stuff like that in the future, but it was really cool to be able to start doing that stuff with the local hospitals. Oh, by the way, yeah, I still need to buy another Switch too because I never got one for the office. The one I got at Best Buy, I ended up giving to Sam, and then the one at the office was going to be the Amazon UK one, and that got canceled. So I was like, well, we will wait and see when they get restocked in stores, and then I will buy another one. But I'm very happy that this one went to the kids. So thank you, Nintendo, for sending me a Nintendo Switch 2. I didn't want it, so here's where it went.
All right, everybody. Nintendo gave me this. I don't need it. Let's play some. Let's play Mario Kart. All right. I think if we put it right here, that'll be good. How does that feel?
And then I can just talk into this.
Oh yeah, you can say whatever you want.
Where am I at?
I think yeah, you're in the top right there. You're the blue guy. Somebody yell stop when there's something cool.
Stop.
Cheap falls. All right, let's hope you picked right. Just hold that button to go, and then you're going.
Got some last already, that's good.
Yeah, that's usually how it's supposed to go. This is rough.
What is last place?
20. It's what I'm. It's me,
yeah.
Owen.
Have you played Mario Kart before?
Yeah.
I say you're doing great.
Oh yeah, you see the top buttons here?
Nice place, nice.
Bam! Oh my God, Owen, what a big Goomba turned into a big old Goomba. Whoa, first place?
Yeah.
Have you played this game before?
Yeah.
Sam, you wanna give this one a try, and then we'll start passing this other controller off to you guys.
Yeah.
That's not pink to me, man.
There's pink.
That's pink. Yeah, it's pink in the right
Yeah.
That's
On the stage
embarrassing.
there. Right here.
Yeah, don't rub it in my face. Sam, you're player one.
That's me.
All right, who's player two?
I'm Nabbit.
Michael, you're Mario.
Yeah.
I'm coming. Behind
No.
you.
No, you're not.
I mean business.
That's all you're gonna tell me? You just told me to watch out.
All I'm gonna say is watch out.
No, I don't.
All right, guys, start hitting the gas. Now! Go! All right, I'm so sorry. I messed up the time.
I'm driving.
I said the wrong. I gave the wrong timing.
That's close, I think.
Last time I played was 2 years ago.
Might be a little rusty. I think you're doing pretty good for somebody who's played 2 years ago. All right, interesting. You can always tell what your vibe is from the characters you're picking.
I think that one looks fun.
We gotta see how the red Joy-Con does here.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
mean, the pressure's on, man.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think it is the controller, because I have no idea what I'm doing.
They want to see the original comment.
Guys, don't conform to society here. He's always winning.
Are you kidding me? Bowser.
He's 2 for 2.
Lower left.
I turned it to a gun. I want me second.
Come back.
I'm seeing that finish line.
Is it red again?
It's getting sweaty.
Oh my
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Come on.
You want to be able to move your controller to move?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I got that all turned on for you, buddy. Oh man, we got 2 coin coffers?
Just do that.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Wait, you got the cheater.
You're good. Oh my god. Oh my
This
gosh.
is kind of funny.
Dude, I told you, you ran up the ranks there. Let's do one more race with us all, and then this is all your guys'. Like, you guys get to keep this. You thinking you can do this? Go for it.
Hey,
What's
does
the-
this stay
what's the
here?
controller?
Yeah, the Switch
I bet
2
it's
stays here. It's always gonna be here.
Wait, what are you thinking?
Are you asking what I'm thinking, Owen?
Yes.
What am I thinking right now in general?
Yeah, you're thinking we can all play it.
Yeah, you can all play it. When I leave this building, I'm not taking this with me.
We're not taking anything.
It's yours. You do whatever you want with it.
It all stays.
Yay.
You got to make videos.
This one's a fun one. They got like electronic music in the background, like everybody's fist pumping. Yeah.
The coin
Who
coffer.
picked 2 coin coffers, by the way?
It was a new character.
Not me.
Let's talk about
It's
that.
3
Yeah,
coin coffers.
I'm so excited.
There's one shy guy
It's cool.
2 coin coffers.
He's cool. I swear, he's cool.
Now when I go on YouTube, I can probably find this video.
At some point, you know what? When this video gets posted, we'll send it to our contact here, and then we'll make sure that he shows it to all of you.
How long do you think it'll be before it's posted?
Oh man, that's up to me.
Relatively.
That's up to me. That's down to how lazy I am this weekend. I feel like I gotta censor this because it either offends people to no end or they love it so much it turns them on. It's the Nintendo Switch 2, everybody! Nobody's happy with this thing. Either people are acting like it killed their firstborn or they're willing to defend it to no end and they're so sick of all the discourse surrounding this. Fellas, we're talking about video games here. It's not that deep. The first few months of the Nintendo Switch 2's existence have been a bit tumultuous all over the place. Either it's the best thing ever or the worst thing ever. The answer is always in between. I mean, there's some dumb crap with this thing, and I just kind of want to talk about what my thoughts have been on the Nintendo Switch 2 for the first few months of it being on the market. And I've talked about, a lot of the stuff surrounding the Nintendo Switch 2 and, its reveal, its launch, and all of that. Remember, I talked about, the initial reveal, then the Nintendo Direct. Talked about everything I did surrounding the launch of the Nintendo Switch 2 and what I thought about Mario Kart World so far, too. But I haven't dived too deep into my thoughts on the Nintendo Switch 2 itself. So keep in mind, this is just my initial thoughts on the first couple months of the Switch 2 being a thing. And yeah, overall, I would say I like it, but man, there's been a ton of dumb garbage surrounding this thing that's just kind of made a lot of stuff not as exciting as I think it should be. But, that's also kind of just a matter of the fact of, like, where we are with Nintendo and the gaming industry and all that stuff. But, we'll get into that. Firstly, the system itself. I think it feels fine. One thing I really like about it is the more rounded kind of feel to it all, just holding it like this. I love the fact that the system itself is much more curved than before. But while the feel of the system is definitely, like, improved, I don't really think it's, like, substantially improved. I feel like a lot of it is mostly improved just based on the fact that it's just in general, like, bigger. Like, yeah, it feels more comfortable to hold, but also at the same time, it's more clumsy to hold because, like, if I'm moving this around the house and everything, it's kind of harder to just, like, one palm it. That is why I use the kickstand as a little handle, almost like how the GameCube had a handle. And you know what? This works way better than it has any right to. The design of the system, it's fine. I don't really care. It looks nice and everything, it just feels like a revised Nintendo Switch. And that's how a lot of stuff with the Switch 2 feels, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think it's easy to go online and make videos just like this one, where, it's like, man, the Nintendo Switch 2 just doesn't have a feel. Look back at the old Nintendo consoles and stuff. And, yeah, I think it's kind of unfortunate that, like, oh, the eShop doesn't have music, and the UI looks basically identical to the Nintendo Switch 1. That is unfortunate, but at the same time, doesn't really matter. So it's like, I get it, but it's also like, like there's not as much whimsy in the video game console itself. It's all about just, like, getting you directly to the games. Which, that's not to say the Nintendo Switch 2 doesn't have, like, any character. Like, there's all kinds of little small things with it. I mean, even just on the initial boot up sequence, just having that little, like, music cue play and, like, all these little sound effects as the entire, like, menu setup pops up. I thought that was really cute, but again, that's on the initial setup. It's one of the many elements of the Switch 2 that just kind of make this feel less like a brand new console launch and more of just, like, the next iteration of what we already had, which, I mean, it's called Nintendo Switch 2, so yeah. And again, that's the thing, like, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but I think it kind of made the past couple of months feel like, like, hey, where's all the new stuff or something. I've seen a lot of discourse surrounding how, oh, the Switch 2's launch wasn't that great, or, oh man, I'm getting bored with my Switch 2. And, I'm not playing my Switch 2 all the time or anything, but I think the idea that, like, oh, there's absolutely nothing to play, I get it, but it's also a little kind of like, come on, buddy. I remember seeing, like, it might have been, like, an IGN editor, they had, like, an opinion that they were like, like, if it wasn't for Mario Kart, I think the launch of the Nintendo Switch 2 is one of the worst Nintendo's ever had. And I, respectfully, I disagree. I'm like, what, are we forgetting all previous Nintendo consoles? Okay, let's go through recent memory here. The DS had a demo for Metroid Prime Hunters, a remake of Mario 64, which some people love, some people hate, and, like, what? The fucking Sims in the City? The Wii's launch was pretty good, you had a decent amount of titles, though, a lot of the third-party games were kind of just, like, licensed kids crap. But of course, from Nintendo, you had Twilight Princess, Wii Sports, Excite Truck, that was pretty cool. Then you have the 3DS with, like, nothing, Nintendog, Steel Diver, and Pilot Wings. Then all the third-party games, like Street Fighter 4 was cool, I guess, but it's also, like, compare that to the Nintendo Switch 2, where you just got straight up Street Fighter 6. You know, on the Nintendo Switch 1, yes, we got Breath of the Wild, which was phenomenal. A great launch title, one of the best games of all time. But that was it! There was stuff to play during the Switch 1's launch, for sure. I mean, like, I remember trying out Snipper Clips, Fast RMX, Shovel Knight came out on the eShop around that time, and, like, one of the DLC campaigns, Spectre of Torment, launched early, exclusively on Switch. You know, that was cool. But, like, fundamentally, that and, like, Super Bomberman R, which wasn't even a great game or anything, like, 1-2 Switch, Just Dance 2017, like, there really wasn't any reason to buy the Switch 1 at launch unless you wanted to play Breath of the Wild. And even then, if you had a Wii U, you could already play Breath of the Wild on the Wii U. So, you know, I almost feel like I've seen a bit of, you know, romanticizing the Switch 1's first year, which was a great first year. But keep in mind, the Switch 2 launched a couple months after the Switch 1 came out in March of 2017. You know, this came out in June, so you know, it only has like 6 months within the year, and I feel like they've been packing in those 6 months fairly well. You know, I think just the fact that the Switch 2 launched with the brand new Mario Kart and everything's fully new in this game, and you know, it's really huge and fully featured, you know, sort of, you know, we'll get into that. You know, I think that's massive. I think the problem with Mario Kart World is even though, like, you know, we all enjoy Mario Kart, and Mario Kart's a game that we're like, oh yeah, we're gonna play this for thousands of hours. It's definitely not a game that I play for like hours and hours and hours straight. It's definitely more of kind of like, you know, I'll play an hour here and then maybe I'll go away and come back to it later and everything. So I think like the launch of the Nintendo Switch 2 almost felt like, you know, it's just like, oh yeah, this game is really cool. I love Mario Kart World and everything, but it's also like, you know, like, all right, I'm good for now. Whereas in comparison with the Nintendo Switch 1, like, I remember just getting sucked into Breath of the Wild. You know, that's like a single-player open-world adventure game where it's you're gonna get sucked in for hours on end. Mario Kart isn't as much of that type of game, even though Mario Kart World could have been that type of game if they designed it a little differently, but I digress. But I think the third-party lineup was pretty decent on Switch 2 at launch. Like, there was a decent array of third-party games to play on Switch 2 at launch. I think one of the problems was, though, like, not a ton really hit afterwards. It was almost like, hey, all these games came out on launch day, and that's it for a while. Like, I hope that suffices. Now, I've seen reports come out that Nintendo is incredibly selective with who gets a Switch 2 dev unit right now. So I think that definitely kind of explains a lot of like why we don't see like this huge amount of like actual like Switch 2 dedicated software releasing. So I get it. And you know, kind of trying to be like, oh, there's nothing to play on Switch 2. Like, that's not true. But at the same time, I don't think a lot of the games available for Switch 2, like third-party multi-platform wise, they just aren't that exciting. And I just kind of feel that way about a lot of third-party stuff in general on Switch 2. That doesn't mean I'm not happy and excited in general to have these games on Switch 2. But I do feel like that kind of like aha moment of the Switch 1 where, you know, you're playing these big home console games in the palm of your hands. That doesn't hit nearly as hard with Switch 2. It's cool. It's definitely cool to get something like Cyberpunk on Switch 2 and just have like a very stable, fully featured version of the game on a dedicated handheld. But I just feel like after nearly a decade of the Switch 1, and then over the years, you know, having a lot of these PC handhelds hit the scene, like the Steam Deck and ROG Ally and all of that, that doesn't take away from what the Switch 2 is doing, but it does make it a little, like, okay, you know, like, this isn't mind-blowing, like, okay, yeah, cool. And it's still, like, a feat to see a lot of these games, you know, on a dedicated handheld like this. But I just find that a lot of the excitement surrounding, like, seeing these games hit the Switch 2, like, it's there, but it also doesn't feel nearly as, like, incredible as the Switch 1. But, you know, like, that's always gonna happen, you know? Like, it's just, like, you're not really gonna get those giant, exciting moments, you know? Seeing Persona 3 Reload head over to the Switch 2, I'm like, cool! But it's not, like, crazy. So I think, like, third-party output has been, like, decent enough so far, but the reports I've been seeing that, like, third-party games are kind of struggling to sell on Switch 2. I mean, we can infer a ton from that, you know, like there's all kinds of reasons for why that might be happening. For one, nobody's buying a Switch 2 to play Street Fighter 6 or, the Hitman trilogy or Yakuza 0 or any of that. Those are supplemental titles for what you're getting a Switch 2 for, which is probably going to be for Mario Kart or Donkey Kong or a lot of the Nintendo stuff. Or, you just want to upgrade your Switch 1 or whatever, like a lot of these third-party games are going to be stuff you're more willing to buy when it makes sense for you to, which doubly makes sense because everything is piss expensive now. So it's like, what, you already pay like $450 or $500 for a Switch 2, maybe some extra accessories. I mean, like, what, a Pro controller is over $80, like around $90 or something. And then pretty much all these third-party games are downloads only, and they're on those dumbass game key cards. So yeah, you're only going to be able to fit so many games onto your Switch 2, and if you want to fit more of them on there, then you need a brand new micro SD express card, and those are stupid hard to come across. And even if you do come across them, they're only like 256 gigabytes right now, and the 1 terabyte Lexar card that's the one to get is like not available anywhere, and I had to buy mine on eBay for like $300 because I'm an idiot. So by the time you finally get all of that, do you really want to spend $60 more on a third-party game that might be $30 on PS4 or PS5 right now, and it's been on the market for years on end? Like I played Yakuza 0 on Switch 2, and Yakuza 0 is a cool game and everything, but it's $60. And I know for a fact on PS4 I could get Yakuza 0 for like less than 20. And we'll talk about the game key cards again later down the line, and right now we're just talking about the lineup in general. But yeah, I personally find that a third-party game getting announced for Switch 2 is really cool. I'm like, oh, great. And then you see it's a game key card, and that almost shaves off a percentage of my excitement. It almost feels like it's just like, okay, so this is just kind of like a lesser release. I don't know. Like, it just almost feels like the release doesn't matter as much. And like, I know that's kind of dumb, but like I can't help that my brain kind of goes to that where I'm like, oh. Because fundamentally, in some cases, I'm just kind of thinking like, well, what's the difference between this and just buying this on like Steam Deck or something? Other than the Switch 2 release is like a dedicated Switch 2 version of the game. The Steam Deck version is just like you're playing the Steam version, and fingers crossed it's optimized or runs well on the Steam Deck. But still, like I just feel like it kind of makes a lot of these third-party releases feel lesser than they should. And I think that's really unfortunate. But overall, I do think like there's more than enough stuff to play, but at the same time, a lot of the stuff that you can play on Switch 2, a lot of it isn't the most like exciting things in the world, and that's even on the Nintendo side of things as well. Now, keep in mind, I do think kind of like ragging on the Switch 2's lineup is a little ridiculous when we get Mario Kart World at launch and then Donkey Kong Bonanza like literally a month later. But man, Mario Kart World has just been through the ringer this summer, hasn't it? It starts off, at launch, like it's like, oh my god, this is so cool, this is so much fun. And then you just start to see the cracks. Now listen, I really enjoy Mario Kart World. I think this is such an immensely talented piece of racing game art. But there's so many little flaws or weird things that just kind of like all add up to a point where the game just gets kind of frustrating to jump into, where it's just like all these little problems, like you're just kind of like, why was this a problem to begin with? Why hasn't this been fixed yet? All of this stuff just kind of like adds up to make for a great game that has so many little frustrating elements that just kind of make it harder to enjoy it for what it is. I think the thing that just really made things like just stupid was that whole update Nintendo pushed, where if you're playing online races, the original thing was if you would hit the random option for the tracks, you would always get a traditional 3-lap track, which is annoying. You had to do that in general because the game, for some reason, puts all these damn routes in the mix. They're always like, hey, if you just want to play a standard race, here's a fucking route. And the thing is, like, the routes definitely make Mario Kart World what it is. Like, the whole idea that, like, hey, you have your traditional racetracks in the game, but then you go from racetrack to racetrack, and, you can consider that to be a track. But, yeah, the routes aren't as good as a traditional racetrack, and I think Nintendo knows that because why else do you have traditional racetracks in the game? Because you know that those are specifically designed to be great racetracks. And then the tracks between the tracks, you know for a fact are way more boring and not as interesting. Now, it's not like you're not going to have any fun on the routes or anything, but like, you know, the racetracks are fun because I want to learn the layouts. I want to master these tracks and everything. I'm not going to master a damn route. And for the most part, these things are just straightaways. Now, to an extent, I kind of wish that Nintendo would have designed the routes to be more fun. But as they are in the game, like, you know, in the context of the Knockout Tour mode and all of that, they're perfectly fine. Like, I think the routes work in that. But as traditional races, like, yeah, they're just such a buzzkill. And Nintendo pushed an update where hitting random does not guarantee you a 3-lap track. And, yeah. That was annoying. And then they did something where they pushed another update where, you know, it sounded like Nintendo was listening, where they were just like, oh yeah, we made it so then 3-lap tracks will appear more frequently. And everybody was like cheering. Everybody was like, yeah! And then, like, I don't know, it feels the exact goddamn same. I didn't notice a huge difference in, like, the track selection they were giving. So Mario Kart World is a great game, but, like, yeah, I think a lot of, like, how it functions has made it so then I've kind of fallen off of it. And, you know, I'll jump in every now and then. But I'm definitely kind of waiting to see a couple things added, a couple of things fixed. And pretty much most of my issues with Mario Kart World are very fixable. You know, I would love to see what, you know, they can potentially add to the game over time. But I think even then, like, what Mario Kart World is in general, it just makes it, like, a bit of a different flavor than something like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I honestly do feel like when it comes to like local multiplayer, if you know, I have friends over and we're all like, oh yeah, you know, like let's just casually play some Mario Kart or something, I'd still probably pop in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I feel like that's probably better for just quick jump in, play some local split screen and whatnot, you know. I think that's just an easier, better option for that. But, you know, it doesn't mean Mario Kart World is bad. It just means, like, it is a different thing. I think it's definitely more of an experience in the sense of, like, oh, this big Mario Kart open world experience kind of thing, rather than a direct replacement for 8 Deluxe in some ways. But I think it could potentially become, like, a just easy direct replacement for 8 Deluxe, you know, with some updates and added content and all of that. But as it stands, like, I really enjoyed Mario Kart World, but I definitely need them to fix a couple of things, and I need a bit more going on with it to kind of jump back in and put even more time into it. But hey, thankfully at launch, if Mario Kart World didn't do it for you, here's another game that won't do it for you. Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. This has been a fun little punching bag. I don't think it's, like, bad or anything. Switch 2 Welcome Tour is just a painfully lame piece of software, but you know, for somebody that likes kind of like Nintendo trivia and crap like that, just seeing kind of like interesting little tech demos and stuff, like, you know, I get some enjoyment out of it. You know, the fact that it's $10, like, it could be a lot better, it could also be a lot worse. You know, 1-2 Switch launched with the Switch 1, and you know, a lot of people similarly was like, there should be a pack-in, and that was $50, and I do think Switch 2 Welcome Tour is better than 1-2 Switch, but at the same time, it's just not as interesting. You know, I think my problem with Switch 2 Welcome Tour is it's just such a fucking lame thing where it's just like you're going around and the whole thing is like, okay, go up to every element of this controller and get your stamp that you went up to them, and now here's a bunch of quizzes as to pieces of trivia about your Switch 2. And some of them are cute, some of them are kind of interesting, and then a lot of them are kind of like, it's like, whatever, like, where are the speakers located on the Switch 2? Some of the tech demos are interesting and cool and stuff, but also the tech demos are just so unapologetically tech demos. I think that's just the thing. Like, this does kind of feel like, instead of actually crafting like a unique game and a package of these little mini games or whatever, they literally just took like the bare basic tech demos that
they created for this console and just packaged them in this Switch 2 Welcome Tour game. You know, for example, like one of the first tech demos you have in this game is the UFO thing where you're using the Joy-Con as a mouse and just avoiding like the spiky balls and everything. And just like there's really no background at all. You know, like it's just like it almost feels like they wanted to make this feel like a little like console technology expo center thing, so then they could use that as an excuse to really like just present these tech demos as is. You don't have to add any flair or anything like that. Like, it is what it is. Now, to be fair, I am kind of like, for $10, there is stuff here. But at the same time, you know, I think going like, well, for $10, you do get content. Yeah, but it's also like, you gotta want to like move around this controller and just read a bunch of text that you probably don't even care about. Keep in mind, I love Nintendo trivia. I love hearing about their development stuff. So to me, some of this stuff was genuinely really interesting, and I'm kind of like, oh, that's kind of cool. But at the same time, this is the kind of stuff that's like, this is cool reading it on like an article on social media, being forced to do this all to complete a checklist to then move on to another suite of crap you gotta read and complete a checklist on, and then play tech demos that aren't dressed up at all. I mean, it's just kind of a lame package, but you know, like it's not bad, but it's just kind of lame. Definitely has some cool stuff in it for sure, and I do feel like, you know, like it almost feels like as a pack-in, yes, it would have made sense, but I honestly feel like a lot of the people that complained that Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour should have been a pack-in, and it's egregious that they were charging money for it, I will make the argument back that a lot of the people that complained about that weren't interested in Nintendo Switch Welcome Tour to begin with. Like, they were like, that should have been a pack-in, and I'm kind of like, even if it was a pack-in, were you gonna play it? So to an extent, I kind of understand why they just made it available, like, as a separate purchase, because there, you know, it doesn't feel like this is not for everybody. Like, I honestly feel like a lot of people would just be bored out of their mind with this thing, and they would be like, I don't want this. I don't want to play it. So I will probably say, like, I do think charging for it is dumb. Because it's literally just, it's meant to show you around the console. It's an interactive instruction manual with a couple of cute, cool things in there. So I understand it not being like a pack-in, but as like a download, I think it should have been just like a free download, like on the eShop, and I think people would have eaten that up. I think in like 10 years, you would have seen kids all go like, oh my god, remember when Nintendo included Switch 2 Welcome Tour as a free download? Like, yeah, it was simple, but it had so many fun little tech demos and mini games and all of that. Like, you know, people would get like nostalgic over it and all that crap. Now, technically, Nintendo also had a couple of other little things on launch day. Specifically, we got Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom Nintendo Switch 2 editions, which, you know, kind of kicked off this whole Nintendo Switch 2 edition thing that they've been doing. And, you know, like, I'm not going to claim that Nintendo is trying to act like these are kind of like on the same level as like a traditional, like from the ground up made for Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive game. But it does feel kind of weird that Nintendo is kind of trying to like fill some software gaps with these releases, it feels. And the effectiveness definitely varies greatly with this stuff. So I think Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 editions are great. Now, I do think, you know, like these being paid upgrades, it is a bit confusing sometimes when you see all of the free upgrades Nintendo did for select Nintendo Switch 1 games at launch, where you had stuff like Mario Odyssey, where, like, you know, that kind of got a resolution bump, and, you know, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet got, you know, like has a stable frame rate now and stuff. So I feel like the main thing is a lot of these Switch 2 free updates are kind of just like, they aren't changing the fact these are Switch 1 games. You know, like when you boot these Switch 1 games up with Switch 2 upgrades intact, it still says on like the little loading screen like Nintendo Switch. But then these Nintendo Switch 2 edition games that you pay for, when you boot them up, it shows this is a Switch 2 game. And it definitely feels like with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, you know, you get, you know, hey, 60 frames per second, which is crazy with these. Like, they run like butter now. Enhanced resolution, like an upscaled 4K, and maybe like an extra little bonus thing here and there. Like, you have like Zelda notes, which I don't really care. Why is it like it's something that you got to use the damn Switch app with? Like, I'm just like, why can't you just include something like this in the actual game? Now, you know, I think the Zelda Notes feature having like a map on the phone screen, it almost brings you back to the original concept for Breath of the Wild when it was a Wii U exclusive. So like, that's cool, I guess, but overall, I mean, like, you know, if you've already played through Breath of the Wild, I think it's kind of cool to experience it again, at least for a bit on Switch 2. But, you know, if you've already beaten the game, even like multiple times, you know, I think it's definitely cool to boot up and play it and just feel how much smoother everything feels. But it's still Breath of the Wild. And I don't think the $10 upgrade is anything like that horrible or anything. I mean, that seems to be the standard on the other consoles. Like, you know, I could get God of War Ragnarok on PS4 for $60 and you know, I can put that in my PS5 and then I could pay $10 to get all the little PS5 upgrades with it. So it's pretty, that's kind of the standard. And I think Nintendo has seemed to kind of, you know, mitigate that a little bit by including the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom upgrades with Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack. That's the thing. Like, I think Nintendo always has been aware of the fact that a lot of their pricing of this junk is not very appealing. So it always seems like they try to include like a little something extra there where it's like, well, here's another option. You know, it's something like Mario Kart World is $80. That's stupid. But you can get it for $50 as a part of the Switch 2 bundle. Hey, it's kind of stupid. The Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom's upgrades cost money, huh? Well, they're included with NSO, so, you know, like, stuff like that. Okay. It sure. But I'd say the following Switch 2 editions that released over the summer of 2025, kind of dumb, man. I mean, like, Mario Party Jamboree, Nintendo Switch 2 edition plus Jamboree TV is, stupid as hell. That is egregious. I hate that. Which is a shame, man, because Jamboree is genuinely one of the best Mario parties. At least one of the best Mario parties of the past decade or so. And even when this thing was announced during the Switch 2 April Direct, you know, like, I was kind of like, oh, really? Like, it's just a bunch of, like, extra modes that I'm probably gonna play like once and be like, oh, that's cute, and then that's it. But no, it's even worse than that, because Jamboree like shouldn't be labeled as a Nintendo Switch 2 edition, because you boot up this version of the game and it gives you like this menu select where you can go between, oh, Super Mario Party Jamboree, the Nintendo Switch 1 game, and then Jamboree TV, which is Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive. And Jamboree TV is like in like 4K or like at least an upped resolution and all that. But then the standard Super Mario Party Jamboree game is just, it's the same thing as it was on Nintendo Switch. Hell, Nintendo pushed an update out for this thing that said like, hey, the standard Super Mario Party Jamboree game has been updated to be at 1080p, which I was confused about because it's like, wasn't it always at 1080p? No, it's talking about like handheld mode and stuff. Because originally when you'd play Jamboree in handheld mode on Switch 2, it'd still be at 720p since the Switch 1 screen was 720p. And it just doesn't look good. So they at least changed that, which is something, I guess. But it's still kind of like, why isn't the game in general like in a higher resolution? Like, that's ridiculous. And Jamboree TV, it's just full of a bunch of crap that like, who cares about? There's some decent ideas in there. You know, like they have a couple of new rule sets, which I think is cool. But just the fact that that part of the game is separate from the standard Super Mario Party Jamboree experience is absurd. It's so stupid. It feels like just such a clunky mess. And it just reeks of like, Nintendo went to the Super Mario Party developers and they just said like, hey, can you just develop a couple of like new mini games and modes that we can show off using the Nintendo Switch 2 camera with, or the mouse mode with? Because that's all this feels like. Just feels like a giant excuse to just show a couple of the new gimmicks with Switch 2 and then sell it as just like a Switch 2 edition and all of that. For $20, that is stupid. You know, like, this is like a $20 DLC that you gotta buy, and you know, the game itself in general, you know, like on store shelves is $80. And that is awful. Kirby and the Forgotten Land Switch 2 edition is definitely much better. I think I'm really happy that game has a Switch 2 edition because, you know, now it runs at a buttery 60 frames per second. It's at a higher resolution, and that game is phenomenal, and that's great that now it runs much better. It didn't run like poorly on Switch 1, but it did have the kind of like that funky little 30 frames per second frame rate, and then also all the enemies in the background and stuff ran at like a super low frame rate, which I thought was kind of charming, but I also, you know, am also like, yeah, well, that's obviously kind of like something that you want to fix. So it's cool that they did that. And Star-Crossed World is included with that, and it's just kind of like, okay, you know, like it's fine, it's new content, but it's also kind of like, you know, it is kind of just like a post-game hard mode kind of piece of content. So, you know, that being an extra $20 as well, I'm kind of like, you know, so that just kind of seems like what Nintendo wants to do with these Nintendo Switch 2 edition games, where it's like $10 if it's kind of just like performance is better, $20 if performance is better / new content is included. I don't think Mario Party Jamboree should have been $20. I think that should have been $10 more, if that. Kirby and the Forgotten Land, I understand, because that does include the frame rate bumps and also, you know, some extra content. But, yeah, I just think, like, as little, like, gap fillers, okay, but, like, these Switch 2 editions, like, I'm just not, like, that excited about. You know, a lot of these games are just, they are fundamentally the same game, they just run better. And strangely enough, with the Switch 1 backwards compatibility on the Switch 2, a lot of games just inherently run better. If you pop in like Hyrule Warriors and Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity on Switch 2, like they run much more stably. Of course, like, you know, something like Kirby and the Forgotten Land goes from 30 to 60, which, you know, that's a big jump, and that does involve a bit more work than just what they did with the Switch 1 backwards compatibility, which is just kind of like, you know, it uses emulation, and, you know, it just kind of like keeps it at a stable frame rate. But I don't know. I mean, I just saw like a social media post by Nintendo advertising Forgotten Lands Switch 2 edition, and they label it as like, the pink puffball is back. I'm just like, where the hell did he go? Almost acting like this is like a brand new game. I'm just kind of like, guys, I don't know. I almost do feel like Nintendo initially was thinking a lot of these Switch 2 editions would kind of help fill the gaps, and I just feel like it's like, I'm not in the mood to play through Forgotten Land again. I love that game. It's fantastic, but it's also like, I've already beaten it. So it's just kind of like, you know, when I'm in the mood again, I'm happy that I have the Switch 2 edition, and like, you know, it's going to run a lot better and everything. But, like, this is not something I'm going to jump right into right away, you know? So, yeah, with the first few months of the Switch 2 kind of being, like, exactly how I described, like, Mario Kart's great, but Mario Kart, you know, I kind of fell off of that, and, you know, there's just a bunch of, like, little problems that build up with that. Third-party games are cool, but, you know, a lot of them just aren't very exciting, and they're kind of just like, yeah, I'll get to that when I feel like it, or when I get to it and everything. And the Switch 2 editions, I just find, you know, are very, very hit or miss. And even then, like, I don't view those as, like, big new releases. It's kind of like, oh, that's cool that this game is, you know, better now. But it's also like, okay, you know. So, like, I kind of understand why some people are kind of like, you know, I wish there were more stuff to play on my Switch 2, but you know what? God damn it, we got Donkey Kong Bonanza. And yeah, I mean, honestly, just the fact that we got this game like a month after launch, you know, we can compare Switch 1's first year to Switch 2's. And I think Switch 1 had a bit of a better, like, timeline right off the bat. You know, the fact that we got Breath of the Wild at launch, then Mario Kart 8 came out a month later. And you know, like, we knew, like, okay, Splatoon is coming in the summer, ARMS is coming in the summer, and then we got Mario Odyssey at the end of the year kind of thing. You know, it felt like we were working towards these things. Where Switch 2, the first few months was just kind of like, okay, we got Mario Kart, and then Donkey Kong, and then who the hell knows? But just the fact that we got a brand new Mario Kart at launch, and then a month later we got a brand new 3D platformer Donkey Kong game that is a, you know, a successor to Mario Odyssey in many ways. Absolutely phenomenal. This game absolutely hooked me for the first couple of days. I think I beat it within like a day and a half, because like I just couldn't put it down. And that is shocking for me, because I generally find that when I sit down with a game, I usually can do like about 2 hours until I'm kind of like, I want to get up. And even then, 2 hours is pushing it. That's kind of like going like, I'm like, damn, I must have really liked this game. I usually go for like an hour and a half if I'm playing a game. Donkey Kong Bonanza, the first time I played it, I played for like 3 hours straight, and I was like, okay, I just gotta get up. I gotta move on with my day. But then later that night, I played for another 3 hours. And then the next day, I played for 3 hours again. And then 3 hours again. And then I think I played for like 6 hours straight. Once I got to like the end of the game, I'm just like, I just gotta finish this. What an incredible game. I loved this game to pieces. You know, it just feels like such a great use of the Switch 2's hardware, of just like, it feels like a genuine showcase for like what Nintendo's system can do. It feels like it is a genuine system showcase. Yes, this game like started development on Switch 1, so technically a lot of like this you know, destruction could have been done on Switch 1, but it definitely would have been as bombastic looking, and it would have run even worse. I mean, like that's one of this game's biggest flaws. There are some funky ass frame rate moments. It's not like that frequent. I mean, like every you know, like the game consistently kind of like stutters, but it's not like that noticeable. I like there's a couple of moments where like the frame rate just gets cut in half. It's like a lot of the moments in like the final boss, and then there's like these moments where like there's this like circular wall of rot that like, you know, expands out, and you have to like jump over it and stuff. And the first time that appeared, like, oh my Christ. But yeah, this game is incredible. I think it's really cool to kind of compare this to Mario Odyssey, since this is from the same development team. And I do think, you know, like there are some things that Mario Odyssey does probably a little better. There are some things that Bonanza does a lot better. But overall, like, I think they're both like phenomenal games, and I'm just really, I think it's really cool that they took a plunge with like Donkey Kong for a new 3D platformer. I just think that's interesting, you know, like as much as a 3D Mario would have been cool, I think this is kind of cooler. You know, it's just a brand new experience, and it's still Mario. Like, you know, who gives a damn? Like, I don't know. This game is awesome. I love it. And then we got Dragon Drive in August. You know what's funny? I still haven't played Dragon Drive. That seems like a thing I should do. I'm definitely interested in trying it out, but like from what I've seen and from what I've you know, heard from other people, it does seem exactly like what, like, I don't think it's really gonna surprise me. I think the game itself seems like it will be kind of cute and fun for a little bit, and by a little bit I mean like 20 minutes, and then I'm like, okay, now what? And then like there's just not going to be any reason to play anymore. You know, it at least feels like, you know, when you look at the credits of that game, like there's really, it was a very small development team. This doesn't seem like Nintendo was ever expecting this to be like a new IP or anything crazy, or, you know, something that people should have legitimately cared about. And I think the concept is cool. I think it's weird that Nintendo never refers to the game as like what it is, like wheelchair basketball. They're always like, they call like the wheelchairs in the game like your device or like your vehicle or something like that. I'm just like, this is kind of weird. But yeah, man, I mean, Dragon Drive just literally just feels like an excuse for them to show off the mouse controls of the Joy-Con, which, you know what, I will also say, I think the mouse controls are pretty slick. There are some times where I just think it's kind of cool to just, you know, just the fact that, like, I can just hold my Switch like this, I can just take it off, and I can just immediately, like, boom, it's a mouse. and it works well. Like, I think that gave me a couple of moments of kind of like, wow, like, you can do a lot with this. I don't think it's, like, mind-blowing or anything, but I just think the versatility of that, and just being able to, you know, use a mouse whenever like that, and also use two mice like that, I can just see that becoming like a really cool big thing used in a couple of games. But of course, like that is potentially if games actually do something with it. And there's like an indie game for Switch 2 called like Mousework that is all about like mouse controls and stuff, and I think that's cool. The controls of Switch 2 itself, like the Switch 2 Pro controller, I was absolutely shocked at how amazing that controller is. Like, it literally looked the exact same. They just added like a headphone jack, which I actually haven't used. But yeah, you know, like I just thought this was just gonna be the exact same damn thing. But no, it feels so much better. It's so soft. The sticks have such a soft, like silent
feel to it, and it's so cool. It just feels so amazing in the hands. Like it's a huge upgrade in every way. And I already love the Switch 1 Pro controller, so this is crazy. Now, I wouldn't say this is like a must buy. If you already have a Switch 1 Pro controller, you can use it on Switch 2, and it's perfectly fine. Yeah, I do think the Switch 2 Pro controller was an incredible surprise. Now, in terms of the other accessories, that Switch 2 camera pisses me off. Why? Why is it here? Why are they pushing it so much? You look at, like, all these Switch 2 ads, and they almost always include that damn camera. And I'm just like, why? It's a fucking webcam! I just don't care. I also haven't used game chat or anything. I'm not an online multiplayer guy. I don't really talk to a lot of people while I'm playing my games. But I have heard the game chat does work fairly well. Cool. The Nintendo Switch Online Classic games, now called Nintendo Classics, you know, it feels like they've been kind of chipping away at that to make this like a very fully fleshed out library, you know, now with the GameCube games. And I've seen people mention how the GameCube emulation on Switch 2 is not ideal, and you know, I can kind of get the feel for that. You know, like, I'm not an expert at all with this kind of stuff. You really got to point stuff out to me first, and then I go like, okay, oh yeah, and then I can start noticing weird things. But, you know, overall, like, my initial first impressions, I'm like, they play fine. You know, like, the GameCube games on Switch Online, like, they work perfectly fine for me personally. But even them like introducing Mario Paint to the SNES app and having the mouse controls there, I just think it's cool. You know, I think it's cool that like with the classic games on Switch and also on Switch 2, they've been much more keen on just incorporating the weird games and stuff. Even as like early on as like when they did Kirby Tilt and Tumble and stuff on the Game Boy app. I'm just like, that's cool. Like, you know, like, am I really hankering to play Kirby Tilt and Tumble all the time? No, but like, I think like preserving these weirder games with these stranger control schemes and everything in unique ways for, you know, everybody to play from there on forward, I think is really cool. You know, am I really gonna play Mario Paint much? No, but just the fact that it's there, it's on the modern system, and you know, like, Nintendo started this classics lineup on Switch 1, and it's all carried over to Switch 2. I just think that's really, really, really cool, and the fact that we're getting GameCube games consistently, like, once a month, it's just neat. You know, like, it does feel like this ecosystem is just ever growing, you know, that's exactly what I wanted. But of course, like I was saying, this doesn't necessarily feel like this brand new era of Nintendo or this brand new console as much as a lot of the old hype cycle kind of made it out to be. I kind of felt like, you know, at the very start, I'm just kind of like, this isn't going to be like the most exciting thing in the world. This just kind of feels like, let's keep this Switch train rolling with a brand new version of the Switch. Like, that's what the Switch 2 feels like to me. And while I've had a lot to complain about over the past couple of months, I do feel that Nintendo is doing a fine job with the content output. You know, it does feel like weirdly kind of like, oh man, there needs to be more stuff out. But it's also like, you take a look at what the Switch 2 has been doing compared to other consoles, and you know, just for the first 3 months, I mean, you get Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong Bonanza, a decent chunk of third-party games, and, you know, a couple of extra things here and there. I'm like, that's not too bad, man. Like, I'm okay with the output. That doesn't mean I'm okay with other things, though. Again, you know, like I was saying, the whole game keycard thing is just a wet blanket. That's just such a buzzkill. You know, you had the Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase back in like late July, and I think everybody was just desperate for like new information. You know, Nintendo was kind of like keeping things a little too silent in terms of like upcoming release dates and just like, oh, what's going on with this game or that game or whatever. After Donkey Kong, things were kind of like up in the air, and the Partner Showcase, it didn't really answer any questions, just brought up a couple of new games that were coming out, and pretty much all games they announced were coming out on a game key card, because that's kind of just a third-party thing. I think at this point I've bought pretty much any Switch 2 game that is fully on the cartridge. Even like certain things I decided to do, like I wanted to try out Civilization 7
on Nintendo Switch 2, but the Nintendo Switch 2 edition of the game just comes with a code in the box, not even a game key card, which is just like, okay. So what I did was I bought the Nintendo Switch 1 version of Civilization 7, which is all on a cartridge, and then I'm just like, okay, well, then I'm just gonna buy the Switch 2 upgrade pack. I'm like, that's better than just getting a code in the box. So yeah, I mean, obviously, I like physical games, but I'm also not ride or die. Everything I buy needs to be physical. You know, like, I'm fine with digital stuff, you know, as an option, but, you know, moving towards that being the only thing, I think is, not fun, you know? I mean, like, that's where we're heading, so it's just kind of like, okay, but it's also like, I don't know, man. I just see so many issues pop up, especially with the Switch 2, you know? Like, you only have 256 gigs of storage, which is an upgrade from the Switch 1's 32 gigs or 64 on the OLED. But the fact that all of these third-party games are, like, 50 gigabytes a piece these days, like, it just makes us then, like, okay, that storage is going to fill up fast. And one way you could have kind of gone around that is if these games were available on physical media. If you could just buy the cartridge and that's it. But most of these games are not on physical media. You know, like, they're on game key cards and you're going to have to download the damn thing anyways. I appreciate the fact that, like, yes, a game key card allows you to trade and sell the game at some point. You know, I've heard a lot of people say that, like, oh, the game key cards take the worst aspect of physical games and the worst aspect of digital games and puts them together. And that's not entirely true. You know, the fact that, you know, it takes the good aspect of physical games, the fact that you can, you know, give it, sell it and trade it and stuff, that's great. But yeah, I don't fuck with them. Sorry. I haven't bought one yet. Maybe someday, you know, I'm not going to hold myself to never getting a game key card. But, you know, it is a little stupid how, you know, you see a lot of the companies that are obviously smaller companies, companies that, you know, you can tell the people running them are a little more, like, in touch with consumers. The bigger the company is, you know, the more people you have working for a company, the more that stuff doesn't really make sense to them, you know? Like a Sega or a Ubisoft or a Square Enix, like, they don't give a shit if, you know, like, oh, why does it matter? A game key card versus a truly physical game. Who the hell cares? Like, it doesn't make any difference to them. But you see stuff like Yuka Replayly, an indie game from a very small company, and it's not even a game that's like $60, $70. Like, it's like a $30 game, and they're putting out the physical version of that on Switch 2, and it's fully on the cartridge. So they're willing to take the hit on that because physical Nintendo Switch 2 games, you know, for these publishers to buy, like, they're pretty pricey. There's only one variant to buy, and, you know, it can house 64 gigabytes of storage on it, and that's it. So pretty much for these publishers, you either put your game on a game key card, or you shell out a lot of money to buy a 64 gigabyte game card to put your game on. You know, the margins on that just aren't that great. So it's just like, I understand why a lot of people go for the game key card. This is truly, though, like, this is truly a situation where it's like you can blame so many different people for it that it just gets ridiculous. It gets to a point that I'm like, it's just a garbage situation to be in. Because you can blame Nintendo. You can be like, Nintendo, why aren't you offering more variants of the game cartridge sizes? But it's also like, do you really think Nintendo wants this? Because, like, Donkey Kong Bonanza is like 13 gigabytes. That means Nintendo put that game on a 64 gigabyte game card. Like, that's just wasting so much space and money at that point. You can blame a lot of the third-party game publishers for going in the game key card route, but I also can't blame them this early on in the system's lifespan because they probably are just thinking it's just like, well, let's just do that because that's a cheaper option, and they didn't really know that there would be a ton of blowback. And then I see a lot of people, like, dogging on games that are super small in size. Like, I think, like, Pac-Man World 2 Repack is a very small game, and it's on a game key card on Switch 2. But it's fully on the cartridge on Switch 1 and everything. And, like, I've seen people dog on that, but I'm also kind of like, oh, yeah, it's like a cheaper budget game, and they're probably just thinking it's just like, this isn't worth it to put on there. Now, of course, I know I just said Yuka Replayly's doing that, but it's also like, I understand why, like, a business person would look at that and be like, why would we put this on a cartridge? Like, that's just costing way too much money at that point. So it's just like, I get it, but it's also like, you know, it's just, it's just a little ridiculous. Like, I don't know, man. I think the ones that I think are stupid is like stuff like Yakuza 0, Street Fighter 6. Those games not being on a game key card. I originally thought it made sense because I'm like, oh, well, they're bigger games and everything. So, you know, it makes sense they'd put them on a game key card. I'm kind of like thinking, I'm like, no. Like, those are the games that make the most sense to be on a full physical cartridge. Like, they would fit entirely on there. Like, why? Just do it. It's whatever. I think overall manufacturing of these cartridges is just kind of weird. Like, the technology used for these cartridges, apparently, like, you know, like, it's like they're just not available in a bunch of different capacities. And there were some articles saying the company that, you know, created this kind of technology, saying, like, they're like, oh, yeah, we're looking into different capacity sizes and all of that. So, who knows? You know, I think right now we just see a lot of game key cards on Switch 2. And it is very unfortunate, man. Like, again, like, I just feel like it kind of makes a lot of these games feel a bit lesser. Like, it's almost like they didn't even really fully release on Switch 2. And, you know, it's just weird. It's not my favorite thing in the world and all. But, you know, I don't think it makes the Switch 2 a bad console or anything. I think for just me, it just kind of feels like the impact isn't as great as I wanted it to be. Because currently where things stand with me and the Switch 2, I like the Switch 2. I think it's a fine piece of hardware. But a lot of the things with it, firstly, I think Nintendo in 2025 has just been awful at communication. I find that a lot of the stuff they've been doing with the Switch 2 is kind of hard to follow sometimes. It's kind of confusing. And even just like, you know, for a while, a lot of games just didn't have release dates. It was kind of hard to be like, what am I looking forward to here? Even like beforehand, you know, and in the March 2025 Nintendo Direct, when they announced virtual game cards, like, that was so confusing. Even now, even using, you know, the user interface and stuff to swap out game cards and, like, figure that, it's still kind of confusing. So, it's weird because, you know, whenever I see a lot of the discourse online, like, I see a lot of people that are just fucking pissed off at this thing. And they will, like, shit all over anybody that, like, bought a Switch 2 or whatever. And then there are people that are just fucking just... I don't know. They got like some kind of weird fetish for this thing. I don't know. My opinion is, why can't we all just get along? Or at the very least, let's just all chill out a little bit. I've seen a lot of people like freaking out about how like, oh man, the Switch 2, like there's not enough games coming out. Oh man, Nintendo's president should resign or just some crap like that. I don't know. Listen, guys, I think we've possibly all been in situations where we care a little too much about a video game or what a video game company is doing or whatnot. I've kind of felt like I've been at a point where I'm just like, I love following Nintendo. I don't really give a fuck though. I don't really care what they do. If they're boring right now, they're boring right now. It is what it is. I got shit I gotta do today. If they got stuff going on, that's great. Like, I'm like, oh, great. Some fun YouTube videos to watch about my, like, a company I really like following and everything. You know, that's just my thing, you know? Like, I love hearing everybody's opinion on what's going on with this bum-ass company, which is especially funny for me to say when they've invited me to the Switch 2 launch. I remember some guy came up to me at Nintendo NY when Nintendo invited me there. He was just asking me like, Scott, why hasn't Nintendo made a Wii U 2? I just stared him directly in the face. I'm like, I don't know, man, but those bums at Nintendo better get off of their lazy ass and get to work. They also invited me to this event. Thank you very much, Nintendo. I don't really care what I say about this company. I love Nintendo crap, man, but it's also like, who cares? You can love a company, hate a company all you want. These are video games, man. Like, this is such a fun element of life to just bitch about and talk about and experience and all of that. I love playing these games. I love talking about these games and everything, but I'm not freaking out this much over this stuff. It gets to the point when I see like a lot of the people that are really pissed off about the Switch 2, like just like going after anybody that they see who's bought like Switch 2 stuff. You can do that if you want, man, but like I just don't really see how this is productive. But the same goes for the people that are just going like, listen guys, I understand that Nintendo has been doing a lot of bad stuff lately, but like I just can't get too mad about it because it's just like, you know what, like I love Nintendo and I'm just staying positive and stuff. Like I'm just like, you can do that, but it's also like
who cares? If you enjoy the Switch 2, enjoy the Switch 2. If you don't enjoy the Switch 2, don't enjoy the Switch 2. But like, why are we going to war against each other, man? Who gives a shit? Like, arguing with somebody that bought a Switch 2, why they're an idiot and why they shouldn't have bought a Switch 2. What are you gonna do? Are they really gonna fucking return it? Like, I just don't think this is productive. Like, we should be arguing to Nintendo themselves. That's the thing we should be arguing to right now. So yeah, to Nintendo, the Switch 2 is a solid piece of hardware, but it's also just more Nintendo Switch, better running Nintendo Switch, all that stuff. And you know, I like a lot of elements about it. There's not honestly a lot of things about the hardware and everything that I dislike, really, but yeah, it mostly comes down to like, yeah, this is a very iterative console and it has a ton of potential, and a lot of the experiences I've had on it thus far have been great. A lot of Switch 1 games work great on the Switch 2. A lot of the Switch 2 specific experiences that I've had have been solid. And a lot of the third-party games running on this thing work really well. I think Cyberpunk is really cool to see on the Switch 2. Yakuza 0 isn't like a miracle port or anything. I realize that game actually came out on the PS3 as well, so it's kind of like, all right, you know, like, it's not like, whoa, Yakuza 0's on the Switch 2? Especially considering Yakuza Kiwami was on Switch 1. But still, you know, like, you know, that's cool that's there. Street Fighter 6 works well, and, you know, there's a lot of really solid experiences, and a lot of the third-party games, honestly, like, many of them have been running pretty okay. There's been some hiccups here and there, and there's been some weirder ports, but overall, like, I honestly feel like a lot of the Switch 2 specific software has been of a pretty decent quality. Like, overall, like, I'm content, but, you know, I am definitely interested to see where the momentum of the Switch 2 takes it, and I do feel like the story with this console is going to be quite a bit different in a year or two, you know, like, it's definitely going to be in a different place. Will there be more game key cards? Will there be more physical games? Will third-party ports turn to just absolute garbage? Will we get more day-and-date third-party ports? Will we get a lot of third-party games that released on Switch 1? Will we see Switch 2 versions of those? Like, I think it would be cool to see, like, a Switch 2 version of Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal and all that. Wolfenstein 2, Skyrim, just, like, see a lot of these, like, big home console games that were on Switch 1 get kind of like a Switch 2 upgrade. And I'm definitely interested to see what Nintendo's own lineup is, because Nintendo's 2025 lineup for Switch 2 is good. Like, we can't deny that. There's a lot of great stuff there, especially considering like Mario Kart World, Donkey Kong Bonanza, and the stuff slated for later 2025 all is quality, but a lot of it is not the most, like, exciting stuff in the world. Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment is gonna be a solid time, but, like, it's hard for me to care at all about that game. Like, I already didn't give a damn about Tears of the Kingdom story, and this is literally just gonna be, like, talking about a part of Tears of the Kingdom story that I think makes sense to make a Warriors game out of it, but it doesn't really excite me in the same way that Age of Calamity did. Like, the idea of, like, seeing what happened before Breath of the Wild was way more enticing than what was Zelda doing throughout Tears of the Kingdom. I'm like, I get it, but it's also like, and I know that Age of Imprisonment is a canon story, and Age of Calamity wasn't canon, and that was a big problem that I had with Age of Calamity, but it's also like, I just don't really care about Age of Imprisonment, gonna be honest. Kirby Air Riders looks great, but also, you know, it does feel like we're getting a lot of racing games this year. Air Riders doesn't really feel like it's fleshing out the Switch 2's lineup. It just feels like it's like, this is a brand new quality game. It doesn't really feel like it's filling a void in the Switch 2's lineup as much as other games potentially could feel like they do. Then you have Metroid Prime 4 and Pokemon Legends ZA. Some good stuff, man. You know, like, a lot of great stuff, but you know, like, I'm definitely interested to see what the Switch 2's entire lineup for 2026 is going to be like, and just see what kind of exclusive Switch 2 experiences we're gonna get, what kind of lineup Nintendo's gonna have. I'm very interested in that. And 2025 has a good lineup, but you know, there's something about it that does feel a little weird. Oh, and one final thing. I saw some people say that you can just rip the Joy-Con off without using the release button. So yeah, I'll give the Switch 2 that. It makes me feel like a fucking barbarian. Only reason I'm doing this is I tried to do a video on my thoughts on Nintendo's 1964, and I got no joke there. I just had nothing to fucking say. Because if I were to do a video on my thoughts on any year other than Nintendo's 2025, how could I possibly go, fuck this game? And oh, for that matter, complain about everything Nintendo's doing. Or defending all of it. I don't give a shit. I have no shame. I don't give a shit. My name is the vocal minority online. 2025 has been an interesting year online to discuss Nintendo shenanigans because either people are absolutely milking the hell out of the negativity or they are just sucking Nintendo off. I don't know what's going on there. In my opinion, Nintendo has had a pretty decent year when it came to game releases. But with this being the launch of a new generation for them, I feel like they've taken this as an opportunity to instill some new practices or bring back some old ones because, you know, I've already said it before. Nintendo is not new to doing some stupid ass bullshit. And while I feel like this has been a pretty decent year when it comes to their overall output, I feel like they've made a lot of very questionable or kind of dumbass decisions. And I just kind of want to talk about my thoughts on the year as a whole. This isn't going to be the most comprehensive thing out there. This isn't going to be exactly like the Nintendo Switch year-long retrospectives that I do with Scott the Waz episodes, which I'm still always going to do those. But I kind of just want to use this as an excuse to just ramble on about my unfiltered thoughts regarding the releases and just all the stuff that's happened in 2025. And throughout the past year, I've taken the opportunity to talk about my thoughts on the Nintendo Switch 2 every now and then, you know, during kind of like bigger moments throughout the lifespan of this console, from the initial reveal to the initial direct to the launch and then a couple months in. So I kind of want to start with my thoughts on Nintendo's latter half of the year because I've already talked about Nintendo's first half of the year in numerous other instances. I'll generally recap some stuff there, but I kind of just want to talk about why I don't give a shit about Hyrule Warriors and other things too. All right, this is a good game. I don't give a fuck. To be honest, the first 2 months or so of the Nintendo Switch 2, I felt like we're incredibly strong, at least from a Nintendo first-party perspective. I felt third parties were also very strong as well. And I find that a lot of people are saying that the Switch 2 didn't have a great launch lineup. I would disagree with that. There was a ton of Switch 2 software available at launch. The problem is, it just wasn't the most exciting to have a lot of these things available on a Switch console, because a lot of the stuff available at the Switch 2 launch was just kind of like, this is business as usual. A lot of games that were already available on Switch, they just got a Switch 2 release, so they looked and ran better. Stuff like Sonic X Shadow Generations, Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S, Hogwarts Legacy, No Man's Sky, Fortnite, and you had like Deltarune as a launch title, which is just like, okay, that's cool. Deltarune is great, but it's also like, it's Deltarune. It could literally run on like, I don't know, this. Bravely Default, which I still don't really understand why that was a Switch 2 exclusive title, outside of the fact that it had a couple of like mouse mode little mini games in there. But there's like no reason why that shouldn't have been available on the Switch 1 at the same time. But then you had stuff like Street Fighter 6 and Cyberpunk 2077. Those were cool, but at the same time, they are a couple of years old at this point. And honestly, like, we're also used to the Switch form factor, and multiple other handheld PCs have come out since then. So having those games available in a portable manner, I don't really think is that crazy. Impressive? Sure, but it's not like, oh my god, holy shit. But either way, the point I'm trying to make is the launch of the Nintendo Switch 2, there was stuff to play. It might not have been the most appealing to like pick everything up, but there is like dozens of games available at the very start. And Nintendo themselves, with their first party lineup, really delivered the goods. Say what you will about Mario Kart World, we can keep talking about how, oh, the game is a disappointment in this way or that way. It's a high quality game, and it's Mario Kart. The fact that a brand new exclusive Mario Kart was available at launch, that's tremendous. That's awesome. And then a month later, we got Donkey Kong Bonanza, which is an amazing game. That's fantastic. Good for you, Nintendo. Except for afterwards, I felt like Nintendo kind of lost a lot of momentum there. See, that's the point I was trying to make. I start mentioning Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S, and I just go off. I found that after Donkey Kong in July of 2025, a lot of stuff was way too up in the air with Nintendo. Basically, all throughout August, we didn't really know of any major release dates for any of the other titles coming out in 2025. And in my opinion, it's not even like I was desperately looking forward to any of these games. It felt like Nintendo kind of blew their load with Mario Kart and Donkey Kong, one right after another. Now, I'm happy that they did that. I thought that was really good for the first 2 months of the system. But after Donkey Kong, if you tell me, and that's not all, we also have Drag X Drive, Kirby and the Forgotten Land Switch 2 Edition, Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment, I'm just like, well, this is a pretty weak Act 2 to follow the first 2 games that Nintendo released this year, but let's talk about that. So I've played a couple of hours of Age of Imprisonment here, but I wasn't necessarily looking forward to this one. It was just kind of like, yeah, this is another Switch 2 game by Nintendo. Even when it was initially announced in the April Switch 2 Direct, I just kind of looked at that and went, well, that makes sense for them to do. But I'm not interested in this in the slightest. I didn't really give a damn about the story in Tears of the Kingdom, and thankfully it feels like they learned a lot of lessons from Age of Calamity on Switch 1, where, you know, my biggest problem with that game is that it wasn't canon, and it was kind of being advertised as the story before Breath of the Wild, and then you play it, and then it's just like, well, this is some alternate timeline nonsense. Now, I've watched a lot of videos of people's thoughts on this whole thing, and I've heard some people say Age of Calamity was fun because it went fucking crazy, and because they did alternate timeline stuff, you didn't know what to expect. And I can definitely understand that. But when it comes to like what I wanted out of that game, I wanted a sad fucking ending. I wanted an ending where everybody fucking dies. Yes, it's predictable, but that's the whole point of a prequel. You know what's gonna happen at the end of a prequel. And then yes, without all the alternate timeline nonsense and time traveling nonsense in that game, you wouldn't have gotten all these crazy characters that you could play as, you know, like all these characters traveling back in time to help you out. Like, yeah, that's cool, but when it comes to my preference, it would have been to make that game canon. So they learned their lesson here, and they made sure everybody knew this was canon. The problem is, I don't give a fuck that this is canon. I don't give a fuck about this story, I'm gonna be honest. Again, keep in mind, I already didn't give a fuck about Tears of the Kingdom story, so when I'm watching this, I already knew a lot of this happened, and this isn't really shocking me with any details or any revelations or anything like that. Like, I don't care about this game story-wise, just full stop, don't care. I respect the amount of effort they put in, you know, everything feels and looks like Breath of the Wild / Tears of the Kingdom. I appreciate that they made this canon, but the overall concept of this game, it makes sense to me. Like, it's like, okay, you already did this for Breath of the Wild, and there is that chunk of Tears of the Kingdom that you could focus on for a Warriors game. This just makes sense. My thing is, it's just not that appealing to me. I don't really care about the concept of this game. Not saying it's bad, just saying it's very uninteresting to me, especially compared to the other 2 Hyrule Warriors games. The first Hyrule Warriors is just a non-canon fucking sloppy fan fest, and that's kind of what made it fun. I know I complained about Age of Calamity not being canon, but the Hyrule Warriors never billed itself as a canon event. It was supposed to be just a crazy, wacky celebration of the Zelda franchise, like all these different eras, especially including all the DLC with that game. You had Marin from Link's Awakening, you had Toon Zelda. The only thing they were missing in Hyrule Warriors was Groose. I have no fucking idea why they didn't include Groose. But instead what? They included Ravio, right? From Link Between Worlds. Yeah, that's fucked up. Why is he there, not Groose? And even with Age of Calamity not being canon, I found it very cool to see a lot of characters when they were younger. You saw Impa when she was younger, you saw Pura when she was younger, Ravi when he was younger, and I thought it was really cool to actually take control of the champions from Breath of the Wild, because they were a big part of Breath of the Wild. Like, we all remember the champions from Breath of the Wild. You go over to Age of Imprisonment, I think most of the playable characters are just original characters. And even then, a lot of the characters that originated from Tears of the Kingdom, they did not leave much of a lasting impression on me at all, at least compared to the champions. So the idea of, oh, being able to play as these characters that appeared in Tears of the Kingdom, it's not that interesting to me. The only playable characters in Age of Imprisonment that I remembered from Tears of the Kingdom that really actually left a lasting impression on me, of course, Zelda, Rauru,
Minoru. Then you have Queen Sonia too, but she dies like within like a fucking 30 minutes of playing this game. She's not even playable, not even at the start of it. And yeah, you do have like the mysterious construct, which is just the stand-in for Link, because they needed to get Link in the game somehow, and you know, like, Link isn't in this timeline yet, so like this is your stand-in for that. So I mean, like, okay, yeah, sure, Link is in the game. Whoa. So I'm not saying that original characters are bad. You know, for this specific game, they definitely needed to create some original characters. But I just find it to be boring. You know, like, I just don't really care about what's really going on most of the time. And playing the game is a Warriors game, you know, like, in the right mindset, it's fun, but it is obviously very repetitive, and they do incorporate a lot of cool things from Tears of the Kingdom in there, which I do like. That was one of the coolest things about Age of Calamity, is like recontextualizing a bunch of things and features in Breath of the Wild into a Warriors format. I always thought that was really cool, and they do that in Tears of the Kingdom as well. But I gotta be honest, I kind of just turn my brain off for this game. I just mash a bunch of buttons for like an hour or two, and then I move on, and I come back to the game in like a week or something. I think it's cool that a lot of stuff takes place in the depths, and a lot of stuff takes place in the skies. But honestly, like, again, like, I'm just kind of like, we've already gone to a lot of these locations in Age of Calamity, and also in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. There's not a lot of locations in this game that really get me like, wow, this is so cool. Like, I remember in Age of Calamity, it was really cute when near the end of the game, I remember it puts you around like the Shrine of Resurrection, and there's a little Korok that you can get by running up to the ledge, which you kind of start the game at in Breath of the Wild, where they showed the title screen for the first time. I thought that was cool. Like, I remember going like, it's this place. So overall, what I'm trying to say is, this game doesn't excite me really in the slightest. The only thing that I really see people even mention about this game that's interesting or exciting is the fact that it has a lot of like sections that are reminiscent of Star Fox. But for me personally, it's kind of like, yeah, that's interesting for the first time when you see it. But are those sections necessarily that fun? For me personally, like, I'm not really having like the most fun. It's not that they're bad or anything, but I'm not going like, wow, I am having a blast right now. I could play a game of nothing but this. Like, I'm just like, I don't care about that. Like, it's cool that there's a different kind of bit of gameplay in here, but I don't really find it to be super fun. It's just kind of like, oh, okay, you know, this is what I'm doing now. However, the one thing I will say about this game, it runs great, and honestly, that's a damn miracle on a Switch system. Because I remember playing Age of Calamity in 2020, and I was not a frame rate snob back then, but now, like, it's become so blatantly obvious. Holy shit, that ran like ass. This is a pretty damn stable 60 frames per second. It feels a million times better. It's an incredibly smooth experience. And, you know, this is at least, like, good to see that games that initially ran pretty poorly on Switch now run much better on Switch 2. So, as a system showcase, I think this actually does a pretty good job showcasing that, like, all right, a lot of games are actually going to run a lot better on this system. But to also be honest, I think Hyrule Warriors is one of the most skippable games this year. Not because it's bad, but it's also like, what are you genuinely missing out on by not playing this game? There's so many games I feel like I should be playing instead when I'm playing Age of Imprisonment. It just feels like an incredibly skippable game. This very much feels like if you're a big Zelda lore nut, you're gonna get a bunch out of this game. But for anybody else, it's just a solid Warriors game, but there's a billion of those out there. Of course, if we're only talking about what's available on Switch 2, your options are much more limited. Even playing Warriors games on Switch 1 through Switch 2 backwards compatibility, yeah, I mean, this one just runs a million times better. So this is probably your best bet. But I would not run out to get this game unless you're into Warriors games and you're also a big old Zelda lore fan. So, you know, it's fine. Who gives a shit? But that wasn't the only game that released in November. We also got Kirby Air Riders. God damn, I'm going to sound like such a fucking asshole. Okay, it's not because I don't like this game, but I will definitely say I think I respect this game a lot more than I actually really enjoy playing it. And to be honest, I think that's just down to personal preference. As much as I see a lot of other people saying how much this game just dug its claws into them and they're just having so much fun, I'm like, 30% that. I'm like sitting there and I'm like, wow, this is a cool, cute game. And that's about it. Like, honestly, right now, I'm not looking at this and going like, oh, fuck, I just want to play like one round. You know, like, man, this would be so much fun to just pop in and just play for a little bit. Like, I don't have that connection or lust for Kirby Air Riders. And honestly, that's okay. Not every game is meant for everybody. And I wouldn't even say this isn't a game for me. It's more so a game that I play for a couple hours, I enjoy, and then it goes on the shelf. And I'm gonna wait till, you know, friends come over and they're like, I want to play Kirby Air Riders. And I'm like, yeah, we can sit down and we can play that. I do really like how this game feels like Sakurai took Kirby Air Ride and was like, let's just finish this game. Not that it was unfinished originally, but it's obvious that game kind of had a bit of a tight development time. And when you look at that game, you know, comparing like all the content it had back then, it definitely didn't have like a ton of stuff, but they definitely made the most out of that situation, and they made it kind of feel like as fully fledged as an experience as they really could have back then. And this feels like they're actually going to that concept and going like, all right, let's finish this game for the modern day. Let's fully flesh it out with far more racers, far more variety, just far more things to do. There's a lot more content in this game, though I wouldn't really say it feels like there's like this overwhelming amount of stuff in this game. It feels like a pretty tight experience, but with how tight of a package it feels, it honestly kind of like puzzles me why certain things got more focus, it seems, than other things. Even in the Kirby Air Riders Direct, Sakurai pretty much said right there that, like, hey, the focus of this game isn't necessarily the racing, you know, and pretty much said that, like, City Trial is a bit of the main event for most people, which is why I just find it very odd how much this game focuses on the standard racing. Even Top Ride gets a big focus in this game. And City Trial only having like one map, while it is a massive map with a ton of secrets, I do feel like it would have really greatly benefited from like 2 more maps. They could be smaller maps. I don't need them to be that big. You could even like port it over the original City Trial map. I don't know. It just feels odd when the director of the game is saying that City Trial is basically the main event. All the fans of the game are saying that City Trial is the main event. But then when you look at the actual content of the game, City Trial does not really feel like it's treated as the main event, which I wouldn't say the Air Ride or Top Ride modes are bad in this game. I honestly think they tweaked them quite a bit from the GameCube original, and I think it's all for the better. I think they're actually pretty decent modes. The problem is, I just don't really find them to be that appealing to keep coming back to them. I really love how unique the Kirby Air Ride formula is. I love that it's like, all right, you move automatically, and the only major button that you're using, you know, like stops you and kind of like charges up your vehicle, and it's kind of like a drift, all of that all at once. It feels like one of the most unique ways to do a kind of mascot racing game. And I think it is really cool that it kind of continues Sakurai's original ethos of designing Kirby, where it's like, let's make this a platformer for beginners. Let's make this as simple as possible. So, you know, by that logic, they made Kirby Air Ride's general flow and controls to be as simple as possible, though I would honestly say it's a lot more complicated and a bit harder to figure out for most people than a typical just Mario Kart game. With that is one of my major complaints about Kirby Air Riders, is the fact that they stick too close to that damn idea of like, I want to make everything only on one button, to the point that Sakurai made a joke in the Direct where he said like, oh, regrettably we had to include a second button, which I thought was funny, and it shows that he is self-aware about that whole mindset. However, I honestly find that second button, it is pointless to put that on a second button while they don't put other things on a second button. Like inhaling enemies on the track is on the exact same button as your brake, as your boost, as your drift. And I'm like, I feel like that would have made a lot more sense to put on the special button, because the special button doesn't even get used for the majority of the race. It only gets used when your special meter is full. So why not make the special button the inhale button, and then when your meter's full, then, well, yeah, you can't inhale. Who cares? Like, you're already going to use your special attack. That's already going to be plenty powerful for you. sure, just do that. Like, I don't know. And the whole thing where you have to wiggle the stick back and forth to do a spin attack, I'm just like, again, why can't that just be just some other fucking button? I don't know. And then the major new mode in this game is Road Trip, which is basically just like a single player campaign. And, you know, it feels very Sakurai. It feels very much like what they've been doing with the Smash Brothers games for the past couple of entries, where, you know, we're trying to find the best way to incorporate all the other elements of the game into a single player campaign in the most resourceful way possible. And I definitely commend that, but I find that Road Trip, for me, just gets a bit too repetitive. And even then, like, a lot of the challenges that I run into are just not very compelling. Most of them are incredibly easy. I feel like I'm just kind of doing the same thing over and over and over again. But when Road Trip is played in short bursts, I think it's a cool addition, and it has some incredibly high quality CGI cutscenes. And each of the stages that you go to look gorgeous. Like, this game just pops. It looks really nice. I think the art direction is crazy, especially on a lot of the air ride courses. This game just goes berserk with a lot of its concepts, and I find that the amount of options kind of crammed into this game to be very compelling. It's just kind of fun to explore the menu system and just see like all these different things you can do and unlock and all of that. Overall, it doesn't really feel like Smash Brothers, where there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of trophies to unlock and all of this stuff. But rather, like I said, it just feels like a very tight experience with a lot packed into it. It doesn't feel overwhelming or that there's an infinite amount of content here. Not really at all, but I think they really did make the most of this is Kirby Air Ride in 2025. I think they nailed that. And while it isn't something that really got its hooks into me, I enjoyed what I played, and I respect the hell out of this project. Kirby Air Riders felt like it was a creative and passion-fueled decision to put that into production. While Nintendo and HAL Laboratory went to Sakurai to request that game get made, it felt like this was created out of a passion to kind of do right by the Kirby Air Ride fandom and bring Kirby Air Ride back better than ever for the modern day. And I think they succeeded with that. Yes, we're talking about the success of bringing a GameCube era project back for the modern day. On an unrelated note, yeah, this was a bit shocking to wake up to review scores for Metroid Prime 4 and see a lot of kind of mixed responses about it. I remember seeing when previews went out for this game how a lot of people were getting all bent out of shape about the dialogue you would hear from the Galactic Federation, specifically Miles McKenzie. And when people say they want to punch this guy in the face, I take that personally. So my personal take on all of that is I felt like that was a bit overblown. Yes, it is a little off-putting to hear kind of a very modern sounding character in a Metroid game kind of using, I wouldn't even say lingo or slang or anything. I would just say it definitely felt a little jarring to hear that kind of dialogue in Metroid, which isn't to say that Metroid hasn't had dialogue in the series before that has been stupid. Obviously, the huge example of that is Metroid Other M. Metroid Prime 3 also had a lot of dialogue from NPCs that isn't the most like, oh my god, I love this dialogue so much. I mean, you can kind of tell from that and the fact that we got Metroid Prime Federation Force in 2016. It's pretty obvious that they do want Metroid to kind of evolve in this way. They want Metroid to be more story focused. They want it to have more characters like this. They want to focus on the Galactic Federation much more, and Prime 4 is indicative of that. But I do feel like they're kind of like weary from the reception of Metroid Other M, but they also want to kind of move forward in that direction. So they kind of are like doing a little half and half. The fact that you do have extra characters in this game that are more talkative and are more like, you know, regular human beings. And then you have Samus, who doesn't fucking talk at all. That was definitely a complaint with Other M, how Samus was characterized and Samus talking in that game. And Samus has talked numerous times before, but in Metroid Prime 4, she basically doesn't say jack shit. And see, that's kind of the core problem with Metroid Prime 4 from my perspective. I've played a couple of hours so far, and I'm definitely going to finish it. But I would say Metroid Prime 4 takes some of the worst elements from GameCube era game design and also some of the worst elements from modern era game design. And it puts it together, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it creates a bad product. I don't think Metroid Prime 4 is bad by any means, but I think it takes annoying things from both old and new games, and it just puts it together in an experience that I think feels like it's trying too hard to appeal to both older and modern audiences, and because of that, it doesn't really 100% succeed at appealing to either or. First time I played this game, I got a rude awakening with this game's dog shit auto-save system. Now, it is Metroid, and in Metroid games, you need to go to a save room, and I forgot to do that for 40 minutes because it's been a while since I played a Metroid game. Last Metroid game I played was Metroid Dread, and I played a good couple of hours of Prime Remastered, so I forgot to save. Me. I died at a stupid easy part. I just was being careless, and then it reloaded me fucking 40 minutes prior. Now, of course, with this being a Metroid game, that 40 minutes was probably more so like 15 minutes, and 25 of those minutes were spent kind of exploring and figuring out what to do. So getting back to the point that I died was doable, but god damn was it annoying. That's an element that I think is a little outdated with Prime 4. And I also think that the overall combat in Prime 4, I think they need to do something to kind of spice it up. You look at what they did with 2D Metroid games, with Metroid Samus Returns and Metroid Dread. They gave Samus a counter move in that game. And I just kind of felt like that overall makes the combat in those games much more exhilarating and interesting to even like look at. When you look at Metroid Prime 4, even playing it, I mean, most of the time, I just feel like I'm just mashing the trigger button, shoot, 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 lock onto an enemy, shoot, 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 maybe strafe a little bit. I mean, like, it is what it is. It works. But I think Prime's combat definitely needs something to kind of just, like, supercharge it a bit. I mean, you can even see it in trailers. I don't think Metroid Prime 4 necessarily had many amazing trailers. It was kind of like, here's Metroid Prime again. Like, that's what a lot of the trailers kind of said to me. And that was reassuring, but I don't think it was necessarily very exciting. There's not really a ton of Metroid Prime 4 trailers that I look back at and go, damn. Like, do you remember that? Because even the initial, like, full reveal of Metroid Prime 4's, like, gameplay back in June of 2024, like, it didn't really show anything other than just kind of like, yeah, it's Metroid Prime again. I think they just need to do something to just kind of make the combat more interesting to play and also watch in Metroid Prime, much like they did with the 2D Metroid games and the counter that they added to there. But I think they were trying to make Prime more exciting with the addition of Viola, your motorbike, in the game. And I'm not necessarily opposed to a motorcycle in Metroid. I mean, you have the Master Cycle in Breath of the Wild. Why not Metroid? This just doesn't really feel like it was fully thought out. There's not really a ton that the bike does, and you know, I'm only a couple hours in at this point, so maybe eventually the bike just turns into this fucking incredible thing, because as it stands, like, it's fine to control, like, it feels fine, but I wouldn't necessarily call it like, oh my god, this is the most fun controlling bike I've ever used. To be honest, at times it feels a bit corny, cheesy, and like, at that point, like, I'm kind of thinking like, just lean entirely into that. Like, when you're initially training to use Viola, they put you on a fucking racetrack and they're playing this fucking rock music and shit, and I'm just kind of thinking like, this is cheesy. This doesn't necessarily feel entirely like Metroid. It feels like they're trying to make this as cool as possible, and I'm not like opposed to that, but I'm just kind of thinking like, go all the way with it. Like, make this bike as fun to control as like a kart in Mario Kart World feels to control. Like, give me fucking tricks to do on it. Have it so then I can drift on it and get fucking power slides with it and shit. Because as it is, all you can do is like a boost. And even then, this is also like another small element that I remember being kind of like, I think this is a little poorly designed. But when you're training in this game and it tells you like, oh, to do like a little boost spin, after you're boosting, press and hold the B button again to do like a little fucking power slide thing. I don't know. The way it described it there, I was like trying to do it and I'm just like, this isn't really working. Instead, what you're supposed to do is basically just double tap the B button. Instead, it tells you after boosting, press and hold B. And I tried doing that and it wasn't working. And I looked it up on YouTube and people were saying the exact same thing. They were going like, yeah, I didn't know what the to do here. Like, I felt like they were not explaining it very well. And that's honestly how a good chunk of Metroid Prime 4 feels. Not bad, but it just, I think it needed to get tightened up a lot more. Specifically, you go into that open world Soul Valley portion with Viola, and I recently got to that part, and I'm just going like, it can't be that bad. Like, I've seen so many people complain about this, and it is that bad. I don't know what they were thinking with this thing. It is literally a completely barren, open desert with nothing to fucking do in it at all. And reading interviews, you can see that they incorporated that as a way to kind of appease some fans that were asking for an open world Metroid game. And I saw a lot of people go, it's just like nobody wanted an open world Metroid game. And, yeah, I mean, like, I agree. I didn't really see a bunch of people say they want an open world Metroid game. And I honestly think people probably were just saying that years ago just to say it. It's like one of those things where you see a lot of people say, I want this, I want that, I want this. Like a lot of the people that said they wanted Metroid Prime 4. Did you really want Metroid Prime 4? Or were you just saying that because a lot of people were asking for a new Metroid game? Following internet discussions a lot can do that to you. It's like people saying, I want Mother 4, I want Mother 4. I'm like, do you want Mother 4? Like, if Mother 4 gets announced, are you gonna play it? Are you gonna buy it? Or are you just following the fact that this is a beloved game series that a lot of people speak highly of, and you're just going like, man, Nintendo needs to do this, and then you're not gonna fucking buy it because all you fucking want to play is Mario. Well, regardless, they followed what they thought were people begging for an open world Metroid game, but this doesn't. This is literally just a giant open desert. That's all it is. It's like incorporating an open world without actually knowing what makes an open world so enjoyable. And then the fact that there's like no music there is ridiculous. The fact that if you want any music during the desert portion, you have to buy an amiibo. That's also ridiculous. And it's not even that, like, I think this open world was a bad idea from the start. Like, I think you could have made this a really engrossing open world, like, hub area of Prime 4. They just didn't do that. They just put a fucking desert there and went like, all right, just drive across this desert to go to your next area. That's all it is. It's kind of just there to pad out the length of the game, it feels. And yeah, it's pretty bad. But again, that doesn't make Prime 4 a bad game. I think at its best, Prime 4 is like the best Metroid has ever been. Like, this has a lot of great stuff in it. I think this shows that Retro Studios, while they've definitely had like kind of a tumultuous decade here because they really haven't made an original game since Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. And even then, I think a lot of key staff members have left. But overall, I think the quality aspects of the studio have remained as solid as ever. Retro has always been incredible at art direction, and Prime 4 is stunning. Retro's world design is in a league of its own. Like, I love whether it's a Metroid Prime game or it's a Donkey Kong game, you can look at any world and just see that, like, this feels like a living, breathing world. Regardless of how sci-fi, cartoony, fantasy-like it is, whatever. This feels like a living, breathing painting. Even though, like, Metroid Prime doesn't have, like, a painterly art style to it or anything. It feels like a realistic kind of sci-fi look to it. But any area in this game, I find myself kind of stopping and just looking in the distance and just seeing, like, how cool a lot of this looks. I wouldn't say technically it's, like, one of the best looking games I've ever seen. Definitely one of the best looking Nintendo games. But, I mean, comparing it to, like, PS5 games, you know, like, it still looks like it's a generation or two behind. But artistically, I think these worlds look amazing. And a lot of the new ideas that they have in Prime 4, I think are genuinely pretty solid additions to the Prime series, or the Metroid series in general. I think the psychic abilities that you have, there's honestly a couple of times where, you know, the way I'm using them, I kind of think like, wow, this is like a really cool way to use these things. It's like, again, Prime 4 has had just dog shit trailers where they're talking about the new psychic abilities in this game. And they're going, with these new psychic abilities, Samus can open doors. Like, I give a shit. But there are a lot of creative puzzles and applications for these psychic abilities, and they feel really natural as a part of Samus's moveset. Even to the point that the scanning ability from Prime is like just a psychic ability now, pretty much. Like, I think like the psychic charge shot you can do where you're controlling it around and stuff. There's some cool uses for that. Like, there's some genuinely clever puzzles that's used with that. It's not like game-changing or anything, and I think that's one of Prime 4's biggest problems, is it's not really like pushing the series tremendously forward. This isn't like a Breath of the Wild moment for Metroid. This is more so bringing Metroid Prime back. And I think one of Metroid Prime's biggest problems is that it never really reached the height of Metroid Prime 1, because Metroid Prime 1 was a genuine, like, huge revolution and evolution for the Metroid series, bringing Metroid not only into 3D but also first person. Like, that just seems like, oh, this shouldn't work, and it worked incredibly well. And they tried it again with Metroid Prime 2 and then Prime 3, and none of the Prime games really made as much of a splash as that first one did. And Prime 4 definitely feels like it's trying hard, but again, it feels a little too rooted in the past. And it is pretty obvious with interviews that the development hell that this game was in for nearly a decade did definitely contribute to a lot of its shortcomings. And while I think it's fair to look at this game critically, I think you also have to look at it with a lot of respect, just knowing that, like, wow, this game went through the fucking ringer and it came out pretty good. It definitely has a lot of problems, and its problems, I wouldn't say are unmanageable for the player. Like, it's more so like, this is annoying, or this could have been better, or this didn't land in the way that I think it should have landed. But I think you can see that years and years of development kind of got to a point that, like, I think Retro Studios knew some elements weren't the greatest, or they weren't working as well as they should have, but they literally couldn't do anything about it because the game was already the fucking 8 years in development. Like, what are you gonna do? Scrap something and rework it and then take another 5 years to put this game out? I think they were like, we gotta put this game out. It is good enough, and let's hopefully move on to Metroid Prime 5, and let's make that from the ground up and make it the game we want to make. So that's how I see this game. I see a good Metroid game with some annoying and not so great elements that overall makes it kind of like, you know, like it's 7 out of 10 kind of game. And I do think that is unfortunate because Metroid Prime 4 has been kind of just like this ghost looming over the entire Switch 1 generation, and we finally get it at the very end. And it's not this amazing game. It's just, it came out good enough, I think. Which is unfortunate, but if you were following this game up to release, you would see that Nintendo put out some marketing materials for this, pretty much saying that Prime 4 is the start of a new era for the Prime series, and you don't need to play Prime 1 through 3. You know, it's clear to see this isn't going to be the last Metroid Prime game. I would say even if this game doesn't do that hot, I think Nintendo has shown that, like, they do care about this series. They want to make sure that it's nice and healthy, and I think they know that, like, Prime 4 had a lot of missteps in development, and you know, I think we are probably going to see a Prime 5 sooner than later, and I think it's going to incorporate a lot of reused assets from Prime 4. I think they're going to just keep on trucking, and I think Retro Studios is going to be back to being the you know, primary Metroid Prime studio from here on out, which I'm not complaining about. They're obviously very, very talented, and the game came out pretty good so far. I will say I did try using mouse controls with this game, and the mouse controls were definitely fun to use, and they definitely felt very fluid and very cool. I just played with them on my couch. Like, I was just like using the couch's cushion as a surface for the mouse, and that actually worked pretty well until I kept dying at a pretty easy part, and then I swapped over to the controller, and I immediately won. Like, I immediately just kept on proceeding. The mouse controls definitely didn't make my experience easier, I would say, but it definitely made it more fluid and fun feeling. But using the Joy-Con 2 as a mouse, I think definitely works better in kind of smaller, bite-sized increments. Something like the Mario Party Jamboree mouse mini games, I think work better with that setup. Because I think if Nintendo wants to push more mouse control games, I think they're gonna have to release an official accessory that's like a grip for the Joy-Con 2 to more properly use it as a mouse. Because the way Prime 4 is designed around them, I get it, but I just found myself accidentally pressing the face buttons too much. Because there's not a ton to grip onto with the Joy-Con, I found myself accidentally like bumping my thumb into like the Y button, and like as I'm trying to like shoot something, I accidentally go into morph ball mode, and you know, I did that a couple of times, and you know, I just think I need a damn grip for these mice, man. Like, it's fun to use, but is that really worth early onset arthritis, folks? Well, it seems that the only major 2025 release that Nintendo put out this year that I have not played yet is Pokemon Legends ZA. Oops! I'll give this a try at some point, but if it's like every other Pokemon game, I will play for 3 hours and then remember why I don't think I will ever get into Pokemon games. But having a game like that available in the launch year of a Nintendo system is a big deal. Normally that doesn't happen for Nintendo systems. If you remember back to 2017 with the Switch 1's first year, people were speculating that an enhanced version of Sun and Moon was going to release only on the Nintendo Switch. And they released on the 3DS, the year of the Switch. And yeah, that was that was lame. Same thing happened with the 3DS and DS. Black and White came out like the same month the 3DS launched, and then Black and White 2 released on the DS like a year and a half into the 3DS's life. Normally with Pokemon games, it does take them like an extra year or two to get accustomed to the new system, so the fact that they were able to put this out on Switch 2 and for it to run just perfectly fine, I think is tremendous. I think this hopefully shows a very bright future ahead for Pokemon games on Switch 2 where they run fine. Yeah, you don't have to worry about frame rate problems. You just have to worry about the game not looking that appealing. But yeah, other than this, I've already talked about the Switch 2 editions before, like, you know, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Mario Party, Kirby. You know, I really hope Nintendo doesn't overly rely on Switch 2 editions moving forward. I've seen many people equate these releases to the Wii U ports during the Switch 1 era, where the Wii U ports would kind of like fill in the gaps of traditional brand new releases, and the Switch 2 editions are sort of doing the same thing, except in my opinion, these are even fucking worse than the Wii U ports. During the Switch 1 generation, it was really easy to kind of dog on the fact that like some years had a bit too many Wii U ports. Specifically, I'm remembering 2018. I mean, you had Bayonetta 2, Donkey Kong, Hyrule Warriors, Captain Toad, hell, even games like Mario Tennis Aces and Smash Brothers Ultimate, while they were completely brand new games, they were obviously built off of some Wii U games, so it kind of felt like a big year of deja vu. But at this point, I think we gotta cut the Wii U port some slack, because you couldn't play those games initially on the Nintendo Switch, and you know, oh, now we can play these games portably, and oftentimes they'd fix a lot of stuff about the games, or they'd run better and all of that. The Switch 2 editions here, yes, they are improving Switch 1 games in many ways dramatically. The Zelda games are almost like full-blown remakes of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. The problem is that it still just isn't that exciting, because fundamentally, I can still play all of these games on Nintendo Switch 2. A Nintendo Switch 2 edition isn't making them, oh, finally, I can play these on my Switch 2. Like, no. I definitely really appreciate the upgrade to 4K 60 frames per second for the Zelda games and Kirby, but at the same time, this isn't like, oh my god, this incredible new experience. It's kind of hard for me to warrant replaying a lot of these games when fundamentally a lot of them are just kind of adding a resolution and frame rate bump, which I'm incredibly appreciative of. I think these games deserve to be running at a higher frame rate and higher resolution. The problem is, like, if you want me to get excited about this and almost treat these Switch 2 editions as brand new games, they just don't really fit that bill for me personally. So I don't mind the fact that they exist, But honestly, you know, like, yeah, it's really cool that we have Breath of the Wild at 60 frames per second. That's crazy. But am I really gonna go through that entire game all over again? Am I really going to play through Tears of the Kingdom all over again? I just beat that game less than 2 years ago. Like, I don't want to just go through that entire thing all over again. And then Mario Party, like, the mini games they added are cute, but just the way that whole update was handled, like, I never want to see a Switch 2 edition like this ever again. Especially the fact that, like, yeah, it isn't really a Switch 2 edition. It's Switch 2 exclusive DLC, but that's all it is. The base game has not been updated to run better or look better on Switch 2. And I feel like that should be like a bare minimum what these Switch 2 editions do. They now run at 4K or upscaled 4K, and or they run at 60 frames per second. Other than that, yeah, Mario Kart World, Donkey Kong Bonanza, still great games. I was surprised by the lack of DLC for Mario Kart World in 2025, and I do think it does need it. Mario Kart World definitely got a lot of hate this year, and I think it definitely deserved a lot of criticism, but I think a lot of this was kind of overblown, because at the end of the day, I think the gameplay in Mario Kart World is some of the best in the entire Mario Kart series. I think the trick system and the overall feel of playing this game is top of the class kind of stuff. You just have a lot of little design elements that really kind of bog down the experience, and it just makes it not as fun as it really could be. But in my opinion, I think the developers have shown via numerous free updates that they are listening and they are kind of seeing a lot of issues, and piece by piece, they're kind of trying to make the whole experience a little bit better. Like, every couple of months, we see like a brand new free update drop out of nowhere where they randomly fix a small issue. Like, oh, all the P switches are now viewable on the map. Oh, a couple of the routes in the game have been updated to be much better. So I do feel like in a couple of years, things are going to be different for this game. I hope. And then Donkey Kong Bonanza is another game from the Mario Odyssey team. It's fantastic, but I don't think this game made as much of like an impact as something like Mario Odyssey did. And that could be for numerous reasons. I mean, for one, you know, the Donkey Kong IP is not as strong as the Mario IP. Everybody kind of knew what they were getting into with a 3D Mario. People don't really know what they're getting into with a 3D Donkey Kong, really. So I feel like this game could have been even better than what it already was. I hear people say like, oh yeah, like Donkey Kong, the conversation has moved on from Donkey Kong. It's just not as there as it was with Mario Odyssey. And while I don't necessarily disagree with that, I don't 100% agree with it either. I think Donkey Kong Bonanza was a necessary release, and I don't really think Nintendo was anticipating it being literally like this massive tens of millions seller straight out the gate. I mean, like, you are fundamentally taking a risk doing a 3D Donkey Kong. Not because Donkey Kong isn't a popular franchise, but, you know, that franchise has just been kind of like all over the place over the years, and there's only been one 3D game before it, and it's DK64. And for it to have sold over 4 million units within just a couple of months on a system with a very small install base, all things considered, and for it to get nominated for Game of the Year and all of these extra things, getting such a high Metacritic score and players being pretty damn happy with it, I think this game was a success. And I think expecting any more out of it, I'm just kind of like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Am I the only one that sees people talk about not only games like this, but other games about how, oh, this game kind of came and went, and like people just don't talk about it anymore, and that game is like 3 months old, 4 months old at this point. And I'm just kind of like, that's kind of like every game at this point, man. There's so many games releasing. Like, were you really expecting everybody to be talking about Donkey Kong Bonanza for like a year straight? It's not that kind of game. It's like a game you play for 10 hours and it's just like you start, you finish, and then it's done. I think I remember seeing some people say that about Tears of the Kingdom as well. going like, oh man, you know, it's just not the same compared to Breath of the Wild. Like, I'm just kind of like, guys, we're at a point where like the games back in like 2017, like Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild are some of the best games of that generation, but it's also like those were games that were very special, once in a generation kind of games. And with Breath of the Wild, that was a huge open world, and it was the first of its kind just doing what it was doing. Mario Odyssey was a return to like the open sandbox style of 3D Mario that fans have been begging for decades, and it's also all within the launch year of a system, so everybody is super excited about all of that. Yeah, of course, people are gonna move on from Tears of the Kingdom pretty quickly because it's a sequel to Breath of the Wild. It's not as crazy, mind blows, oh my god, we have to keep talking about this game. People keep talking about Mario Odyssey because it's fucking Mario. Every generation of Nintendo is defined by the 3D Mario that releases that generation. For God's sake, I think more people have probably talked about New Super Mario Bros. 2 this year alone, just because it's Mario, than the amount of people that have talked about tons of other like amazing games that have released this year. Does that make those games like, oh man, they just don't have that same sauce as like all these other games I remember from years ago that I'm nostalgic for at this point? I don't know. My point is, I think Donkey Kong Bonanza did everything it needed to. I think it was a great game, and you know, it was something that I just kind of rushed through that game because I was so having a great time with it. Like, I was just like, I'm dropping everything I'm doing, and I'm just sitting here for like 5 hours of sitting playing through this game, which is rough for me because like I really game in like 1 to 2 hour increments, and like if I'm sitting down for 5 hours playing a game, that means like I am entranced. And I was having a great time with DK Bonanza. I did all of that, and I probably burnt myself out on it, just trying to get to the very end, because I didn't go back to like 100% it. But I did try out the Emerald Rush DLC. This was another controversy of Nintendo's this year, and that was their DLC strategy with a couple of games, specifically Donkey Kong Bonanza and Pokemon Legends ZA. The Donkey Kong DLC is definitely a weird thing because in many ways it does feel like it was ripped out of the game at the very end. There is a strong comparison you can make with this compared to the Mushroom Kingdom at the end of Mario Odyssey, just with it being like this end of game throwback level, you know, based on the old N64 days. And it's a very cool level, but there's nothing to do in it. But then you have the Emerald Rush mode that's attached to it that I think is not a bad addition to the game. My problem is I don't think it feels like paid DLC. Now, that's not to say Bonanza wasn't worth the $70 I paid for it. I think it was a high enough quality experience to warrant a $70 price tag. However, charging for Emerald Rush and DK Island, you know, I mean, Emerald Rush feels kind of like this game's version of Luigi's Balloon World in Mario Odyssey. So both elements of this DLC already feel like we're just retreading old ground from Mario Odyssey, but also they're charging for it now. Now, at the very least, Emerald Rush, I think, is quite a bit deeper than Luigi's Balloon World. But obviously, I think Luigi's Balloon World kind of resonated with players a lot more. And I think a good reason for that was because it was a free update. But yeah, in addition to the Donkey Kong DLC, Pokemon Legends ZA announced like a $30 DLC, like before that game even launched. And yeah, so it's not like Nintendo has never done anything like this before. I mean, they did this back during the Switch 1 generation. You can look at how Breath of the Wild announced a season pass like a month before it launched. And I wouldn't necessarily call Breath of the Wild's DLC to be like an insane value. A lot of Breath of the Wild's DLC honestly feels like you're buying fucking office supplies. Like, yeah, some of this is useful. Yeah, I'll get some use out of this, but it's also like, why am I paying for this? Why am I paying for a difficulty mode? Why am I paying for features on the map screen and whatnot? Like, that's the kind of stuff Breath of the Wild's DLC was. So again, it's kind of the point I'm trying to make here. Nintendo wasn't really doing a ton new this year. Like, a lot of this stuff, they've pulled this kind of nonsense before, but I think people are definitely pretty fed up with it this year. More so than I've usually seen. Which is why I think it was pretty surprising that Nintendo never raised the price of Nintendo Switch Online. Just the fact that they included GameCube in the expansion pass at no extra cost
That's pretty shocking. But I will definitely say the release method of GameCube games has been peculiar, and that's just the thing. Like, I think Nintendo's communication this year, not just with GameCube releases, but also just in general, their communication this year has been dog shit. I love that during the Switch 2 Direct, they show like, hey, all of these GameCube games will release on NSO at some point in the future. And then they like don't update it for like a couple of months. And then they're like, hey, fuck you, here's Wario World. I never even teased Wario World before. What the hell are we doing here? But yeah, no, I think Nintendo has been very confusing with a lot of things. I mean, even I look at the September Direct from 2025. Even them just talking about, like, let's say, like, the Mario Galaxy 1+2 pack. They didn't even mention there that Mario Galaxy 2 now has storybook pages, which they only focused on like, oh yeah, we added storybook pages to Mario Galaxy 1. They also could have mentioned that like that game runs at 4K on Switch 2. You also have mouse controls for player 2. You know, like they didn't mention any of that in the Direct. They don't mention prices in these Directs. They wait for afterwards to show us because they know these things are way too damn high. Hell, even the Nintendo Direct in March announced virtual game cards. Firstly, you. I don't fucking like virtual game cards. They're confusing. They're annoying to deal with. I don't know what the hell they mean half the time. I just think they overcomplicate things. I haven't used virtual game cards to any benefit ever. I'm not going to complain about, you know, the positive aspects of it, which makes kind of lending games a little easier, I guess, but you know, just for me personally, what I'm using my Switch for, I think they suck. They annoy the shit out of me. If you're getting use out of virtual game cards, 100%. I definitely understand. I'm not saying, oh yeah, remove this feature because some people are getting use out of them, whatever. Like, no, I'm just saying for my personal use of the virtual game cards, you, Nintendo. I hate virtual game cards. Then in addition, their communication's been weird because they're trying to push the Nintendo Today app and they're failing miserably at it. That app is stupid. It's awful. That app has absolutely no point to it because Nintendo doesn't care to give it a point. They just want you to use it. They don't care to give you a reason to. Every now and then they would add a little something to kind of get you to use it. Like within the first couple of days of that app existing, they announced the Zelda movie's release date on there. It's like, okay, well, you have that, but after that, they just kept on posting like random screenshots from Donkey Kong Bonanza that didn't reveal anything. They kept on posting news about Kirby Air Riders, again, which didn't reveal anything. And that's in addition to Nintendo Music, the Nintendo Store app, which they just put in. And now they have the Nintendo Switch app, which rebranded from the Nintendo Online app. Nintendo has way too many goddamn apps that they keep just announcing and just putting out of nowhere. And I feel like they could consolidate most of these into like 1 or 2 apps. But all right, folks, let's talk about third-party support on the Switch 2. That's just kind of my stance on it. Like, it's fine. It's doing what it needs to do right now. But, yeah, there's not been a ton of super exciting stuff in 2025. I think the excitement reached a peak with Cyberpunk 2077 and Street Fighter 6. I think a problem that I have with the third-party support in 2025 is that a lot of the stuff that we're seeing on Switch 2, is not really anything that's completely out of the ordinary from what we've already seen on Switch 1. A lot of the Switch 2 releases are just like, yeah, like we've had games like this on Switch, but they run without compromise a bit more now. You know, like it's cool that we have Persona 3 Reload on Switch 2. But, you know, we had Persona 5 and 4 and 3 Portable on Switch 1. And 3 Reload is like a, you know, from the ground up remake of Persona 3. Yeah, sure. But, you know, it's not like this crazy, oh my fucking god kind of thing. I think the feeling that I have regarding the third-party support on Switch 2 just kind of really sets in what the Switch 2 generation is. And I think that's why I see a lot of lukewarm reception on the Switch 2. Because you can't say it's bad, but I personally see a lot of people kind of at odds with the fact that they're not feeling that crazy excited about this thing. And they're comparing and contrasting, going like, well, the Switch 2 didn't have as good of a launch as the Switch 1 did. And I'm here to say, the Switch 1 had a pretty fucking bad launch. All you had was Breath of the Wild, and that wasn't even exclusive. Now, thank God you did have Breath of the Wild, and that made it a pretty cool damn launch day. But at the same time, I'm looking at the amount of games that came out on Switch 2, and you get a brand new Mario Kart in addition to that, on top of having backwards compatibility with pretty much the entire Switch 1 library. You get GameCube games on NSO that day. Like, there was so much more to do with the Switch 2 at launch. But the problem is, the Switch 2 is fundamentally like a phone upgrade. This isn't this exciting brand new venture for us. This is just a better Switch, which is what everybody asked for. But now that we have that, people are like, oh. And in my opinion, I just say, embrace it. Like, this is what we wanted. And, like, saying that, oh man, this just isn't as fun, this isn't as interesting or exciting. I'm like, yeah, it's a Nintendo Switch 2. And my thing is, like, what else would you have wanted out of a Switch 2? I mean, like, I'm sure a lot of people would say some wacky, crazy idea. But I'm just saying, man, Nintendo already has wacky, crazy ideas. And I'd say 50% of the time they are misses. They put out Drag X Drive on the Switch 2, and that was a complete miss. That's a wacky, crazy idea. Are you sure you want to take that risk with the Switch 2? Oh, what if the Joy-Con 2 were more innovative and took more risks? And what if they came with a retractable knife? I'm not saying I would have been opposed to Nintendo putting more stuff in the Switch 2, but things are already pretty expensive. And, you know, I think they put more than enough into this for this to be like a full new console generation for them. And I think it makes more sense for Nintendo to put wacky, crazy, stupid shit in the games themselves rather than force them upon us in the console. Because that's how you get stuff like the Wii U, or that's how you get stuff like the Virtual Boy. The point is, the Switch 2 isn't very interesting, and that's okay. But I think once you accept that, I think then you can look at this game library and go, this is a pretty good game lineup. It's just not going to be that exciting because, you know, look at the point where we are with gaming and after like 8 years of the Nintendo Switch. Yeah, like it's cool that we got Yakuza 0 on the Switch 2 at launch, but we already had Yakuza Kiwami on the Switch 1, and Yakuza 0 was like a PS3 game. The fact that it's running on a handheld, it's cool, I guess, but it's not making me do a double take. Even getting like Madden on Switch 2. Like, yeah, it's been a good long while since we've had Madden on a Nintendo console, but it's still like, I'm not freaking the fuck out over seeing Madden on a handheld, man. We already got that shit for decades. And even impressive ports like Star Wars Outlaws, it's Star Wars Outlaws. Like, yeah, that's a PS5 exclusive game, and it's running pretty damn well on the Switch 2. It's still Star Wars Outlaws, and I don't really give a shit. I'll probably give it a try at some point, but I'm not really chomping at the bit to try these out. Same with, like, Assassin's Creed Shadows. And then you have kind of, like, weird ports like Tomb Raider Definitive Edition, which I bought that immediately because that Shadow dropped on the Switch 2. And, yeah, that kind of sucked. It didn't run poorly on Switch 2, but it was quite literally just the Switch 1 version of the game, which was pretty much a port of the 2013 Xbox 360 version of the game. And it was just that, but it ran better. When, like, Tomb Raider Definitive Edition on PS4 and Xbox One had, like, a better updated model of Laura, and this just didn't use that. Like, I don't know, it's just kind of weird. But just looking at the rest of the third-party support on Switch 2 throughout 2025, there really wasn't a ton of heavy-hitting games. I think a lot of the games that were genuinely a lot more exciting that were announced for the Switch 2 ended up getting pushed to 2026, like Final Fantasy VII Remake and Elden Ring. So that's the thing. There was a lot of third-party support on the Switch 2, and I think we just need to accept the fact that, like, I think there's going to be very few games that get announced that's going to have that, like, wow factor on Switch 2. Especially with, you know, like, we're well accustomed to pretty good-looking games running on a handheld with these handheld PCs. Even a lot of pretty good Switch 1 ports. But even considering that, while I think the third-party support on Switch 2 this year did the job,
It wasn't very exciting, and I think it really lacked a lot of major titles after launch. And even if a third-party game released that I was interested in, oh boy, it was a game key card. Okay, everybody, I think I am coming to terms with the fact that I'm probably going to buy a game key card at some point. I mean, even looking at stuff like Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows, those games on PS5 and Xbox Series X are already kind of fundamentally game key cards. They already require an internet connection to install those games on those consoles. So at that point, like, I'm just going like, well, even if these games launched entirely on a Switch 2 cartridge, it wouldn't fucking matter. I'd have to connect to the internet anyways, because that's fundamentally a part of how these games operate. So yeah, like I'm kind of coming to those terms, and you know, I wouldn't say I'm like warming up to game key cards. I'm more so just accepting the reality of the situation here. A lot of developers have come forward and said that the Switch 2 game cartridge speeds to run their games isn't fast enough, which if that is true, that's fucking lame. I don't like that that's a thing, but I guess it is. The cartridge speeds are not fast enough for some games, and even then, I think a lot of games are just flat out too big to even fit on a cartridge. Final Fantasy VII Remake is 90 gigabytes on Switch 2, which at that point, like, yeah, even if they squeezed a chunk of this game onto a cartridge, a Switch 2 game cart, like, at its highest capacity can only hold 64 gigs, so you would have to download stuff regardless. So I think I'm just accepting the fact that, like, some games, like, this is just how they are. And I know I've said before, and I've seen a lot of other people say that, like, game key cards are the worst parts of physical and the worst parts of digital. And I'm kind of coming around on the fact that that's not entirely true, because we keep on avoiding the fact that, like, yeah, you can sell these games, like, after you use them. Like, you can trade them in, you can lend them to friends, all of that. And I think that's still, like, a pretty big aspect of the game key card that, you know, I think is actually, like, pretty good. So at that point, like, I would never call the game key cards anti-consumer. I would just call them lame as fuck. Especially when I saw Pokemon Pocopia is going to be a game key card. I don't even understand why the hell that's happening. I thought I would never see a Nintendo published game do that. Maybe the Pokemon Company had a say in that. Maybe the fact that the developer was Koei Tecmo, and maybe they designed the game around the faster read speeds of a digital game. I don't know. Either way, that sucks to see, like, a Nintendo published game on a game key card. And not only that, but a game key card at $70, man. And this is like a from the ground up Switch 2 release. It's just not cool, man. I don't like that. But like I said, I'm definitely considering picking up, like, the physical version of Star Wars and Assassin's Creed, just because, again, those are practically game key cards on the other systems already. So it's like, well, I'll definitely consider for Final Fantasy VII Remake, just because that's only $40. And I'm just like, I don't know. That's a very good price. Hell, that's the same damn price as Bravely Default, the fucking HD remaster of that. What is up with that? And I'm definitely considering, like, the Resident Evil, kind of like the trilogy with 7, 8, and Requiem. Even though those are all game key cards, like, it's all at a very good price. I really like these games at good prices. Star Wars Outlaws is at a pretty decent price as well. So it's just kind of like, you know, like, I'm just kind of accepting the fact that, like, I don't think game key cards are necessarily Nintendo trying to push us to digital. I think they're just trying to make the best out of a bad situation. But, you know, if we're going to be talking about Nintendo in 2025, they did release Switch 1 games this year. Barely any! I think it's honestly kind of crazy how few Switch 1 games they released this year. And the Switch 1 games they announced this year, which was Rhythm Heaven Groove and Tomodachi Life, they announced them like a year ahead of time, which is absurd. You know, the Switch 1 games that released this year, you would kind of expect to be the types of games they would release on Switch 1 next year because like it was pretty much all re-releases and 2 cross-gen games. So the first game they released was Donkey Kong Country Returns HD, and this release is definitely interesting to look back on, mainly because it released literally the exact day the Switch 2 was formally revealed, and in addition, that was the day that the brand new design of Donkey Kong they're going with was, you know, revealed in that Mario Kart tease in that initial trailer. So it felt like they almost released this not because like it made sense to, but they were just like, all right, this is like the last day that we can actually use this Donkey Kong design, because you know, if they would have re-released this game next year, I wouldn't put it past them to want to give Donkey Kong his like newer face. So I might be looking into things a bit much. I think this made sense to release in numerous different ways. I mean, for one, the Super Nintendo World Donkey Kong area is very themed around Donkey Kong Country Returns. So even though Bonanza is kind of like the direction forward for the franchise at this point, I think Country Returns is almost kind of like that new Super Mario Brothers baseline. This is what basic ass Donkey Kong is all about. So having this game available on Switch, firstly, I really like, and it also kind of makes sense. I really like it because I love Donkey Kong Country Returns. I think it's one of the best 2D platformers out there, second only to Tropical Freeze. I think Tropical Freeze is a better game overall. Country Returns is definitely a pretty by-the-numbers Donkey Kong Country revival game, but it's still phenomenal. I think this is such a fun, very rewarding and challenging game, and just the way everything is designed, I love how Retro Studios kind of, took the Donkey Kong Country series and revitalized it. I think this and Tropical Freeze are better than the Super Nintendo trilogy, and those games are still phenomenal that Rare made back in the 90s, but I think these are really well done. The problem is with this release is it was kind of plagued by a lot of stupid-ass problems. For one, $60. Stupid. Both of the Donkey Kong Country re-releases on Switch, being this and Tropical Freeze, had problems with this. They were both priced at $60, and as amazing as these games are, they ain't worth $60. Hell, they weren't worth $60 when they first released. Both of those games initially retailed for $50, and then the 3DS version of this game retailed for $40. And then on top of that, they had Nintendo Select's re-releases of both the Wii version and the 3DS version at $20, and then they're trying to resell this for $60, and it's not even like a very meticulously done port. It was done by Forever Entertainment, and I don't know why the hell companies keep working with them. I assume they do things for very cheap and they get the job done well enough, because these are the same people that did the Panzer Dragoon and House of the Dead remakes on the Switch. And to an extent, you can kind of respect those because, you know, like, hey, it's bringing these games back from the dead and they're available on modern platforms. But they're kind of like cheapo, very sloppily done remakes, in my opinion. And I feel like Returns HD should have been kind of a very easy game for them to do. Just take the Wii game and port it to Switch and include the exclusive levels from the 3DS version. But you just see a couple of glaring weird problems in this game. The load times are stupid. There's weird glitches that didn't exist before, and various like visual effects have been changed or altered, or they don't look right. Now, to be fair, if you're just playing this game and you're not nitpicking anything, it's a perfectly fine experience. I was able to just blast through a lot of this game and greatly enjoy myself. I think it's a perfectly fine version of DKC Returns to play. In many ways, it's officially the best version to play. But at the same time, I do feel like it's overpriced, and it definitely has a bit of a lack of attention to detail in numerous ways. But I do love this game. I don't 100% love this version, but it is kind of the version to play, if that makes any sense. I would say this does replace the Wii and 3DS versions. I just wish it was done with a little more care. And we have Xenoblade Chronicles X. I actually have not played this game quite yet. I've played this game on Wii U, and it is a very impressive game. It was very impressive back on the Wii U, but it was definitely kind of pushing the Wii U to its limits. So I think it's really cool that they went out of their way to put this out on Switch. because for a while there, it felt like that wasn't going to happen. I think this game was a little too complex to just easily just throw it on Switch, which is why, you know, it came out so late. But I definitely want to give this version a try because it's been a while since I played the Wii U version, and, you know, I don't think this is really gonna win me over, but I definitely really respect these games for what they are, and I do like giving them a try. This is definitely the definitive version of Xenoblade Chronicles X from what I can see. But it's pretty wild that these were the only 2 Switch 1 games that Nintendo put out until the Switch 2 released. And then we got Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 in October, which thankfully this did get Switch 2 upgrades. And this is the thing, like, I just find it kind of confusing when things are labeled as a Nintendo Switch 2 edition and when they aren't. Some Nintendo Switch 2 editions are free upgrades, like Red Dead Redemption. You can download the free Nintendo Switch 2 edition update for that. Then you also have like Skyrim Anniversary Edition, and then you have like Mario Odyssey, which got a Switch 2 upgrade, but that's not labeled as a Switch 2 edition. It's completely free. This also isn't considered a Switch 2 edition, but then you have something like the Zelda Breath of the Wild games, which are considered Switch 2 editions, even though those fundamentally kind of just upgrade the frame rate and resolution. So that's another reason why I'm just annoyed about Switch 2 editions, is because they just, like, I'm like, what counts and what doesn't? Because it's kind of annoying looking on my home screen and seeing that, like, okay, Hollow Knight Silksong has to have Nintendo Switch 2 edition on the icon. Why? Metroid Prime 4 Beyond has to always say it's the Nintendo Switch 2 edition. It says it huge on the title screen and all of that. It's ridiculous. Unfortunately, I think what's kind of lame about this is that without an internet update, this is unplayable on Switch 2, which I think is really unfortunate and really stupid. But, you know, I mean, whatever. When you get the update, this game looks and runs beautifully on Switch 2. I really do like how it controls and it feels. It's not one-to-one perfect compared to the Wii version. I still think the sensor bar of the Wii version has a lot of benefits, but I also really enjoy using the Joy-Con 2, mainly because they're bigger, and I do find that the gyro aiming is significantly better than how I remember things feeling with the Joy-Con 1 on the Nintendo Switch 1 with Mario Galaxy and 3D All-Stars. I feel like this honestly feels really damn good, and honestly, gyro aiming with Mario Galaxy, while it's not as precise as the original Wii version, you know, with the gyroscope, that does go off center every now and then. I find that the Joy-Con 2 have a better gyroscope that doesn't go off sync nearly as much. And also, honestly, the fact that you don't have to point directly at the screen honestly makes it kind of a more comfortable experience in many ways. So, you know, I mean, like, it has pros and cons, but I overall really enjoyed replaying Mario Galaxy here, and the fact that Mario Galaxy 2 is finally on modern platforms is really nice. Now, I have not tried Pokemon Legends ZA in general, and also I haven't tried Metroid Prime 4 on the Nintendo Switch 1. You know, the cool thing about the Switch 2 versions is that they can work on both platforms, which I think is really neat. But it's really strange because when you look at Nintendo's marketing material, in various trailers, they try to make a point of like, hey, everybody, make sure you buy the correct version of the game based on the platform you want it on. Like, they make a very specific note of, like, the Nintendo Switch 2 edition only works on Switch 2, or the Nintendo Switch 1 edition, but, like, that's not true. The Switch 1 edition works on both platforms, and if you accidentally get that instead of the Switch 2 edition, you could just put the Switch 1 edition in your Switch 2 and then buy the upgrade. And then the same for, like, if you buy the Switch 2 edition accidentally and you only have a Switch 1, well, you can play the Switch 2 cart on the Switch 1, and it'll function as the Switch 1 version of the game. So I don't know why Nintendo is kind of like not talking about that, or they're implying via their marketing that that's just not the case, because that genuinely is kind of a cool feature of the Switch 2 editions of these games, but whatever. I mean, to be fair, I don't really have much use for it, other than if I'd ever want to make a video comparing and contrasting the Switch 1 and 2 versions of a game. Like, that's cool that it can be used as both, but you know, functionally, like, why the f am I gonna play the Switch 1 version of Metroid Prime 4 when I have a Switch 2? Though to be fair, I've seen that the Switch 1 version of Prime 4 actually holds up incredibly well. While the Switch 2 version is impressive in its own right, it seems that the Switch 1 version is damn impressive for the Switch 1, which, you know, I mean, like, I'm happy we're moving on from that fucking console, but, you know, that shows that, you know, Nintendo's developers, man, when they put themselves to it, they can make a lot of crazy stuff happen on some pretty weak hardware. But yeah, overall, the Switch 1 had a very odd, quiet year on the first-party front. Third-party wise, they definitely had a lot of stuff kind of like come out, but, you know, obviously with the Switch 2, I think a lot of that kind of got drowned out. You know, you had the Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD remaster, that stuff like Pac-Man World 2. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero came out on Switch 1 and Switch 2. Tomb Raider Definitive Edition also released on Switch 1 alongside 2. Hell, there was a brand new Katamari game. You had Once Upon a Katamari, and nobody talked about it. I think that game did not sell a single fucking copy. But Nintendo kind of kept Switch 1 alive with a lot of like Nintendo Switch Online updates. This year had a lot of cool stuff, honestly. I really like that they finally introduced mouse games for the Super Nintendo on NSO, where, yeah, you can use the Joy-Con 2 mouse on Switch 2, but you can also just flat out plug in a USB mouse, and I think that's really cool that these games are finally available. Mario and Wario available in Ohio? That game was Japan only, and it's like fully in English, and it's kind of a cool like computer mouse like little puzzle platformer game developed by Game Freak of all people. Like, it's really cool that games like that are kind of finally like being made available. And even with Nintendo announcing Virtual Boy as a part of the Nintendo Switch Online catalog, okay, is it stupid? Yes, but at the same time, I do really like that Nintendo is making a huge effort at this point to just make their entire like back catalog accessible on their modern platforms. Even if it's stupid and it's shitty and all of that, I don't care. I think it's cool. There's a lot of stupid ass things about the Virtual Boy thing. The fact that you have to buy the accessory, you can't play it on a TV, that's ridiculous. I also think the fact that that is only available for people who subscribe to the highest tier of Nintendo Switch Online, yet to even play any of these fucking games, you need to buy a pretty expensive cardboard cutout virtual reality thing or the $100 plastic Virtual Boy thing. I'm like, this shouldn't be in the expansion pass tier at that point. If you have to buy these massive things, you should make it just a part of the basic NSO at that point. Okay, well, what else happened? Mario movie, Zelda movie. Cool. Nintendo is definitely very serious about expanding, you know, their media empire. And, you know, the Zelda movie seems like they're taking it very seriously. The Mario Galaxy movie seems like they're just kind of expanding on the Mario movie 1. And then they had their animation studio, Nintendo Pictures, release that Close to You short film, which I think everybody was like going crazy for like a day there, thinking this was like a tease for something. When in reality, like, I don't know. I mean, I always saw it, like, I heard in the initial video, like, leitmotifs of the Pikmin theme. And I saw a lot of people like make all these crazy ass theories about random stuff. And I mean, it made sense that like Nintendo just wants to do a bunch of other stuff in addition to games. They've already done Pikmin shorts before, so whatever. I mean, yeah, that's most of the major things there. Overall, Nintendo this year, it has been quite a tumultuous year to discuss Nintendo. I just see people all over the place freaking the out about this damn company this year. But overall, does that mean they had a dog shit year? No. I would say a lot of the games Nintendo released for the Switch 2, we were experiencing the attack of the 7 out of 10 games! After Donkey Kong, I don't really think much of this year was like must plays or these massive titles or anything. It was just a lot of like quality games to kind of fill out the library. Maybe not games that you need to pick up right now, but maybe at some point if you're looking for something to play, you know. And I think that's kind of why reports came out that the Switch 2 didn't light sales charts on fire this holiday season. The PS5 outsold it, and you'd think that the Switch 2 would be the hottest item this holiday. But in reality, well, I wouldn't say the Switch 2 console itself is overpriced. I think it's reasonably priced. It's also not at a price where it just makes sense to be like, fuck it, I'm gonna buy this today. $450 to $500 is a lot of money, and you really have to kind of intentionally buy that. And when the only major games that I think are kind of must-haves for this thing are Mario Kart and Donkey Kong, and everything else is kind of just like, you might like it, it might be for you, you know, Kirby Air Riders, you might be into that. Hyrule Warriors, are you a big Zelda lore nut? Metroid Prime 4, I mean, like, it's good enough. And then you have Pokemon, which is a massive seller, but at the same time, like, a lot of people already have a Switch 1, so it's like, even though that game does not run very well on the Switch 1, you could just buy it on Switch 1, you know? So I don't think the Switch 2 is necessarily in trouble when you consider the fact that, like, people don't really have fuck around money right now. Everything's way too expensive, and the Switch 2 only has, like, a couple of games that are, like, oh my god, must-haves, but they're only really must-haves if you already have the console. I think Donkey Kong Bonanza is a great game, but is it really worth spending $450 on a console in addition to $70 for Donkey Kong? I don't think a ton of games are really worth that. I think you need a few more games to really warrant that console price at that point. I don't think anybody that would buy the Switch 2 at this point would feel like, wow, this was a waste of money. I mean, it genuinely is kind of an investment at this point. It replaces your Switch 1, and you know this thing is going to have a lot of good third-party support, a lot of great Nintendo games on it for years to come. But at the end of 2025, you didn't need it right then and there, especially when there was no real, like, big, heavy hitter, must-have holiday title. It's a lot of, like, good enough games. And I think considering everything, I would say Nintendo in 2025 did fine. I don't agree with a lot of their decisions, and I think they had a massive communication issue throughout this year. I don't think they communicated very well about anything that they were doing, and I think many times that was unintentional. I think they just worded things in a stupid-ass way, and I think many times it was very much intentional because they knew that the pricing of their shit sucks. But overall, I would give this year like a B-. There is more than enough stuff to play and a couple of very good games. Alongside the Switch 2 hardware, which I think the hardware is great. Is it perfect? No, but I think it's everything that it needs to be, and I just see a lot of potential with this thing. But to anybody that's genuinely getting fucking heartburn talking about Nintendo, like I see some people just fucking pissed at this company. At that point, buddy, I'm just gonna say, fucking just chill out, man. Who cares? It's fun to talk about video games and the ins and outs of the industry, but if you literally depend on what Nintendo releases to not make you bored, like if you're just like, there's no Mario game coming out this year, what am I gonna do? I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't depend on Nintendo to keep myself interested and entertained throughout the year. Like, I think I used to do that when I was a lot younger, but now it's just like, if Nintendo has a dog shit year, Nintendo has a dog shit year. Oh well. Like, it just doesn't really affect me. And honestly, I think a lot of Nintendo's year is just kind of like finding stuff that's finishing up and slotting it into place. You can tell that by the end of 2025, I think Nintendo was kind of scrambling to see, it's just like, okay, where do all these games fit into place here? Like, it seems like Metroid Prime 4 barely made 2025. The fact that that game launched in like December, like that doesn't seem right. It almost feels like that game should have released in like November. And I think there's a theory about that because the first couple of amiibo for Metroid Prime 4 launched alongside Hyrule Warriors in early November. And I think the fact that Nintendo wasn't really sharing a ton of release dates until later into the year, I think it just kind of shows like they didn't really know where this year was gonna go. I don't think they were like fully prepared as to what games would be ready when they'd be ready. Because like I look at the Switch 2 lineup and it doesn't really feel like the most even lineup out there. Like, you have Mario Kart, okay, that's your big title, and then you have Donkey Kong, okay, that's your 3D platformer, and then you just have like some random ass Switch 2 editions. You have Kirby in the Forgotten Land, but you also had another Kirby game released this year, being Kirby Air Riders, which it's not really like you were desperate for a racing game because Mario Kart launched this year, so you know, that felt a little odd. So I'm just kind of with the mentality that, like, I love keeping up with the video game industry. I love seeing what's going on. But it gets to a point where I'm just like, if I'm going to really let the video game industry dictate how happy I am or how entertained I am by media or whatever, Like, I'm just like, no, like, I dictate that. If I don't give a fuck about any of the games releasing right now, I have a billion older games to play. I don't care. It's fun to have newer games, and it's fun to be excited about newer games, but I'm not gonna freak out that much over Nintendo not having a certain game released this year. Unless if it's Lego City Undercover, The Chase Begins 2. Nintendo, where the fuck was it?